slavery stands as a dark chapter in human history, leaving an indelible mark on societies across the globe. The practice has taken on different shapes, but its essence remains one of exploitation and dehumanization. When two young women were acquired at the human market, they approached Alan, seeking clarity on his intentions. They want Alan to tell them what he really wants from them. Well, what does one want from the slaves they purchase? Wasn't it obvious enough? Sex, of course. But Alan was a complete idiot. This boy dreams of a world where humanity shines. He wants to free the world from hunger and desires for a change. He wasn't sure though. Let's immerse ourselves in the profound exploration of slavery and bondage, liberating ourselves from all kinds of burdens, and enjoy this story where Alan is all set to change the world. A pure white space, that's what he saw before him was the radiant smile of a beauty surpassing any human. It felt like an opportunity, a meeting with a goddess, to be precise. Strangely, this young man seemed happy about his death, almost celebrating the fact that he was now gone. He recognized it, a phenomenon often discussed in those lectures, a common theme in many web novels, the classic tale of transmigration to another world. He was convinced that he would receive extraordinary powers and begin a hero's life in a new realm, a life wherein he could freely explore with lovely companion and do everything that he desired with pretty girls. Well, after spending 30 lonely years with his loyal friend, he would, at last, bid farewell to his virginity. At that moment, the enchanting figure before him began to speak, as it seemed like he had just awakened. She labeled him as a lousy, unpopular guy who struggled to have decent conversations with women, Mr. Virgin. Well, he couldn't quite grasp what she meant and wondered if this introduction was necessary. Anyway, she spoke the truth, so he couldn't retort. Damn this beauty. Thanks to his sharp-tongued younger sister, this guy had grown accustomed to such biting remarks. His sister had a knack for mocking him relentlessly. If anything, he prided himself on his resilience to verbal abuse. This situation was nothing compared to that. In fact, upon hearing these words, he felt a strange sense of relief. Curious, he inquired about the identity of the beauty in front of him. She apologized for the delayed introduction and revealed that she was a being mortals refer to as a goddess. Now, it became clear to him that he was no longer among the living. The reason behind this revelation traced back to a fateful incident. He collided with a high school girl who fell from a building, resulting in a fatal injury to his spinal cord. Now he recollected that moment when, returning home from overtime, he tried to save a girl who had fallen on him. The goddess claims that this guy clearly had fallen prey to the girl's juicy ass. What the hell? She even asks him whether he was satisfied. He really had a problem with her smiling and inquiring about all this. Well, this guy won't deny the desire to be sat upon by a woman's ass, but he wasn't a fan of a situation like this where he didn't even feel that softness though. Moreover, he was the one who gets to decide if he was satisfied or not. Curious about the fate of the girl who fell, he inquired with the goddess. She reassured him, explaining that she had been saved, all thanks to his efforts. This provided a comforting sense of relief, knowing that his death had not been in vain. The goddess then disclosed that she had intervened to save his mortal life. In recognition of his good deeds, she offered him a special favor and a second chance at life. Well, this is exactly what he wanted. The unusual pattern that he had been waiting for was finally here. The goddess conveyed to him that he would be reborn in a fantasy world of swords and magic, specifying that he would inhabit a particular person. Puzzled, he questioned the difference. The goddess clarified, explaining that in the realm of goddesses, there was a surplus of souls seeking reincarnation but a shortage of available bodies, the vessels for those souls. To streamline the process, they pre-selected and obtained the bodies of natives. It was a pragmatic measure, a reminder that every business had its challenges. After some arrangement, the goddess presented the body he would occupy, that of a young boy named Alan. Observing Alan's cute face, he pondered whether the boy was around 17 or 18 years old. Whatever it was an outstanding body. It has quite a good compatibility with an older one set. So sex was all guaranteed. The goddess tells him that with this, she can grant a fervent wish for a change for his skinny virgin. What the hell? This shitty goddess really knows how to play with people as easily as she breathes. The goddess, sensing his stupid intentions, questioned whether he desired death. The boy, without uttering a word, requested her to refrain from peeking into others' thoughts. Swiftly changing the subject, he inquired about the process of possession, pondering if he and the former Alan's personality would coexist, sharing the same body like two minds. Despite imagining such a scenario, the goddess revealed that, unfortunately, the original personality of Alan would cease to exist. Alan, being a fledgling adventurer raised in an orphanage, was destined to meet his end in a beginner's dungeon shortly. This led to a dramatic imagination of him losing his partner. The goddess explained that when Alan's soul departed from his body, she would facilitate the transfer, allowing his soul to inhabit the now vacant body. However, the boy found himself conflicted, realizing that Alan was destined to meet his demise in the dungeon, essentially becoming monster food. Chuckling at the thought of possessing the body of a zombie, He expressed his reluctance, as he has had enough of being called smelly in his previous life, as if he had a damn choice. In response, the goddess sighed. That's why she is giving him a transmigrator's privilege. She seemed clearly fed up with this idiot. She decides to grant him the regeneration skill. This was the skill that helps to recover from injuries and body decline. Moreover, it was all set to activate the moment his soul possesses Alan's body. He finally gets it and he finds it to be super crazy. This cheat of canceling death is so against the rules. An SSS tier basically for free. He connects this skill directly to his most desired sex life, which seemed even more fun now. The goddess concludes her explanation, and with this, he was all ready to go. With a glorious future on the horizon, there was no reason to shrink away. The goddess initiated the process of his second life. This boy's adventure in another world, set to live a fulfilling life, began in that moment. He was confident that a peaky life awaited him. Watch him carefully as he becomes a harem king. Well, there was a time when he was thinking like this. He is Alan, formerly known as a skinny virgin S. It's been 3 years since he started living in this other world of swords and magic. In the meantime, he is getting closer to setting a new record for keeping up his virginity. Not only could Alan not hold a girl's hand, but he also struggled to engage in a proper conversation with one. It felt like a joke or, perhaps, a bad dream. Adding to the challenges were a couple of miscalculations. First, monster extermination proved to be tough. He couldn't win in a fair fight. Second, he couldn't learn magic through leveling up, a detail the goddess forgot to mention. The prospects of success seemed hopelessly dim. What's more, the only card Alan could play against all odds was the regeneration skill, powerful with its significant activation and low mana consumption. However, the pain persisted, constituting the third challenge, a daunting and endless loop. Being an incompetent and weak companion, Alan found himself a total loner, unable to form a party, marking the fourth failure. His only salvation was not using regeneration in front of others. As his wounds vanished, people believed it to be a god-granted power, considering the heal skill as a miraculous art according to the church, which held all authority and was deemed a dangerous organization, which was his fifth challenge. But giving up was not Alan's style. Determined, he finally arrived at the slave trader. Alan's average IQ had a flash of insight. If he can't find a companion, why not live a slow-paced life instead? He had saved enough of funds to get a slave. With a slave, he could fulfill all his desires, be it cuddling or using a slave crest, which makes them obey him unconditionally. It was a foolproof plan, and this is where his otherworldly harem life would begin. Upon entering, Alan perceived the slave trader as somewhat intimidating, who inquired about his desires. However, he couldn't allow himself to be overwhelmed. He needed to stand firm. In a resolute tone, he commanded the trader to show him everything, wondering if his attempt had failed. To his surprise, the trader asked if anything had caught his eye. Of course, it was the price. Yet, well prepared, he decided to showcase his intelligence. After careful consideration, the trader led Alan to a place where fortune might smile upon him. It turned out to be an unpleasant spot for keeping people, and there, Alan noticed 2 girls restrained behind bars, tied up. Upon inquiry, the trader disclosed that one with knife-like ears was an ancient elf, and the other was an elder dwarf, both belonging to rare species. As the trader continued speaking, Alan intervened, declaring that he would take both of them. The sum quoted by the trader was enough to wipe away all of Alan's savings in the blink of an eye. Despite the cost, he was determined to restore their dignity as soon as possible. Once out of that dismal place, Alan utilized his regeneration skill, as they had endured so much until now. Finally, he could demonstrate the true worth of regeneration, restoring their wounds and the light that had faded from their eyes. Lo, in a moment, it seemed as though everything changed. The 2 of those slaves turned instantly into cuties, leaving Alan in awe. They asked him what is his name, and he formally introduces himself. This was really an unexpected boon for this idiot, and he couldn't stay calm, as it was finally here, his harem in another world. Using his cheat skill, Alan managed to restore the slaves he bought, transforming them into beautiful babies in no time. Finally, he could fulfill the pledge he made to himself when he reincarnated, to create a harem. Or at least, that's what one might expect. However, Alan had spent every last coin of his savings, leaving him with no money for his daily needs, let alone to sustain his newly transformed companions. In simple terms, Alan was broke. Interrupting his thoughts, the goddess entered the scene, much to Alan's displeasure. The goddess argued that it cost Alan nothing, so he should take things seriously. Unwilling to listen, Alan told her to leave. Unexpected challenges began to pile up for him, and all he wanted was to hear praises from the 2 slaves and have them ask for hugs. Just to clarify, Alan continued to hold on to his virginity. The slaves Alan acquired were an ancient elf named Sylphie and an elder dwarf named Noel, both belonging to rare races in this world. However, beyond their races, everything about them remained a mystery. When given an appraisal scroll, Alan found himself unable to read or write the script, feeling much like a baby in this unfamiliar world. But it wasn't the time to dwell on this, he needed to earn money and procure food. In the midst of his thoughts, Sylphie approached him and inquired about what he was doing. Alan, momentarily distracted by her presence, explained that he wanted to grow yams. Sylphie remained silent, only glaring at him, seeking confirmation that he was truly planning to cultivate yams. Alan affirmed his intention, unaware of Sylphie's doubt about whether he was capable. Before parting ways, he wished her well, determined to ensure they wouldn't continue sleeping under the sky or go hungry. To their surprise, Alan then presented them with a table full of food, urging them to eat. Alan's wallet was getting empty, but if both of these cuties gain some meat on them, he is sure that they will be quite good to cuddle with. Wanting to express his care, Alan offered Noel something tasty, leaving her visibly touched. Despite this, both girls remained cautious and wary of him. Well, in this situation, he can't very well go and ask them to have sex with him. Alan wonders how he was going to get them to be open with him. It was a somewhat disheartening situation. Nevertheless, today Alan devised a plan, a bait to nibble on. He informed them that he was heading to town and asked them to wait for him. Curious about their preferences, he inquired if they wanted something specific to eat. However, they replied that there was nothing in particular, leaving Alan clueless about their preferences in food. His plan to lure them with the bait seemed to have gone up in smoke. With that, Alan departed for the town. Sylphie found it hard to believe that Alan had actually left them. Both she and Noel had already regained their original powers, and breaking away from the control of their slave crests wasn't as difficult as it may have seemed. Sylphie couldn't help but wonder if Alan was testing their loyalty, just as he had done before when he started growing yams. Reflecting on the yam incident, Sylphie couldn't understand why Alan went through the trouble of growing them when she, now possessing her ancient elf powers, could use advanced tree magic to make plants flourish. With this ability, she could make plants germinate, grow, and bear fruit effortlessly. Alan could simply give her the order, sparing him the laborious work. Sylphie remained unsure of Alan's ultimate goal, but she felt grateful to him for restoring her body. Despite possessing great skill and having control over them, Alan showed no signs of wanting their bodies or using his power to achieve his ambitions. This left Sylphie wondering if Alan had plans for them once he won them over. To confirm her suspicions, Sylphie decided to follow Alan. She observed him visiting a clinic and noticed that he was healing people without using the restoration skill. If he were to use it, the church would surely take notice, granting him any position and honors he desired. Sylphie just can't understand why this fellow is working here for chump change. She sees how grateful people are towards Alan, and now this girl finds it difficult to concentrate on her mission. Sylphie just couldn't understand what's with Alan pretending to be a good person and all, even though he is a person who buys slaves. Still, Alan doesn't want anything from the slaves he owns. Sylphie was going crazy thinking about what exactly does this man Alan thinks about anyway. Meanwhile, a glimpse into Alan's thoughts, he looks at a cloud and finds it looking like a tit. Since then, around 3 months have passed. According to Alan's point of view, the yams were harvested after growing for 3 months. Sylphie couldn't resist and finally asked him why he wasn't using her to raise food. Alan jokingly wondered if she expected him to put them to work in the fields. He assured her that he was perfectly fine managing on his own, thanks to his restoration skills. Moreover, Alan wants to brag about how he raised all this stuff by himself. He appreciated their concern nonetheless. That's when Sylphie tries to confirm with Alan if he knows that with her tree magic, he could harvest crops right away. The next moment, she gives him a demo and shows him some magic. His eyes widened with wonder at what he deemed a cheat-level skill. He couldn't help but wonder if Sylphie had been hiding this power all along. Seeing his puzzled expression, Sylphie was prompted to ask if he had been unaware of her abilities. She pointed out that such information was readily available in her appraisal scroll. It was the same damned paper, which I could not read at all. For a second, he wonders if he should tell them the truth. He was fine to be a baby who couldn't read or write, but he just couldn't proclaim the fact that they might think that their master was a baby. This is already very well in deviant territory. This is too shameful for Alan as their master. A man has to look good before a girl. He wonders if he should tell them an awkward lie. He will immediately be branded as a perverted yam lover and the girls won't spare him another look. He has already been looked at quite a lot and so for some reason, Alan continued to single-mindedly grow these yams that could be raised in a second. He had to calm down and he has to be quick-witted. He has to think about something as both to not to be called a pervert and not of his worth diminished. If possible, Alan needs to find an excuse that will raise his stocks in their eyes. That's when Alan tells Sylphie that magic is a two-sided coin and depending on the user, it could turn either into a poison or a cure. This is why Alan decided not to force others to use magic. And when time comes, he would tell the concerned person to use the magic under their own will. He even tells them that people think that they can do any that they want and this is the scariest thing in the world. Well, who the hell he was to tell them this? All the while, Alan did think like this, that he could do anything with these girls. He used the restoration for the sole reason to make out with them. Alan tells them that there's no need to force themselves to use magic. He was so freaking embarrassed right now. He then declares, let's go harvesting. Even if one tries to put up a good front, that person still cannot help but show their real nature after seeing Sylphie's magic. However, as one glosses it over, their eyes will show the true feelings. This was exactly what Sylphie thought she would achieve by doing this. Well, his expressions did change, but it looked like in his heart a deep wound had opened. She felt as though Alan was suffering. The more he said, his words sounded like he was trying to persuade himself. Sylphie was sure it's no lie. Alan had experienced the same. In his past, he was conceited, thinking that he could do anything, losing himself in his restoration power, but then something happened that totally changed his views, and this is why Alan is hiding his own powers. Now Sylphie felt ashamed of herself as she tried to flaunt her magic and tried to trick Alan. Poor Sylphie called out to Noel and asked if she had a minute. Noel asked her what she needed, and Sylphie explained that she wanted to talk about the future and what exactly she wanted for Alan. Meanwhile, Alan was completely surprised and confused. The next day, when he saw all the plantations, he was shocked to the core and couldn't understand what had happened overnight. He then knew that all this had been done skillfully by Sylphie, who possessed a planting chief that overshadowed him, a reincarnator. Although he wanted to become a talented lord of agriculture, Alan was fine with what had happened, as Sylphie had been the one to achieve it. She greeted Alan with a good morning and mentioned that she was harvesting too. He then asked her if she had used magic. She confirmed it, adding that she hadn't acted hastily, but had done so willingly. Alan recalled that this was what he had said yesterday, wondering if she was trying to find fault within him. This was Alan's perfect plan to leverage modern knowledge and become unparalleled. However, he felt that Sylphie was trying to act rudely towards him. Nonetheless, he thanked her for the magic and reassured her that she didn't need to force herself. With his showtime over, Alan still had something to demonstrate, a do-it-yourself cheat to invent concrete, a material that didn't exist in this world. He explained to them how concrete could make buildings sturdy and improve their living conditions. Noel, intrigued by Alan's activities, expressed her desire to join him and help out, marking the first time she spoke to him like this. She asked him what he was making as she could smell him working on something. Alan explained his plan to build a new house with concrete, describing how living in the crumbling monastery felt like camping. Noel demanded to know the concept, and Alan patiently explained it to her in detail. He found it gratifying when a girl listened intently to what he had to say, happily teaching Noel everything she wanted to know. Once Noel understood the concept, she instructed Alan to sit and watch, indicating that she was ready to take charge. Noel uses her extraction skill, and Alan sees how she got clay and quartz, the raw materials for the cement, in a blink of an eye. This was no goodie, it's going to take away all of Alan's contributions. Next, Noel uses pulverize, and Alan understands that Noel is also a cheat skill holder. Within a while, the cement was ready. Noel would now require Sylphie's help to grow bamboo sprouts. By the way, it was Alan who said all this so proudly but got no credit. And recently, he has also noticed that both Sylphie and Noel have started to talk to each other more and more. It should happen that they both join hands while Alan just gets so full of himself. He definitely needs to watch out. To be honest, Alan was just a useless being here. With Noel, the manufacturing master, and Sylphie, the plant's master, things got so easy. Alan wondered why things turned out like this. He should have been the highlight and the one flirting with the girls. Alan wondered what exactly was going to happen to him afterwards. At this very moment, Alan is yet to know that since the time he bought both of them, he will, surprisingly, be worshipped as a demon king, and in the future, Alan will be regarded as a threat by a hero and will experience a life full of ups and downs. The goddess feels that this boy will definitely turn out to be entertaining, and she desires to make fun of him. She too desperately waits to see how things will turn out. According to Noel, what Alan told her was indeed interesting, and her dwarven instincts were screaming with excitement. It was her first time experiencing it, and doing just as Alan said brought about the result. This was sagacious. At this moment, Noel knew that Alan was not just a simple nobody. His restoration skill is great, and his not flaunting it was even greater. Furthermore, she admired his willingness to share his knowledge without reservation. So everything about him was just great. What's more, Alan taught her all, and as an elder dwarf, this made her so happy. Sylphie also thinks that they could put their trust in Alan, and Noel was of the same mind. She, too, wants to take weight off Alan's shoulders. When Alan woke up, he was delighted to find 2 more monasteries standing there, which surprised him greatly. Spotting Noel, he approached her, and she casually informed him that she had made 3, 1 for each of them. She said this shocking revelation with remarkable nonchalance. As Noel came closer to him, Alan couldn't help but find her incredibly cute, like a doll. She then revealed that she had worked hard for him, Sylphie, and herself, and now she wanted to be praised by her master. Alan had always anticipated this moment, but now he felt embarrassed. Sophie winked at him, encouraging him to praise Null obediently. Alan suddenly realized that both of them were teaming up against him, making him feel rather helpless. In other words, he surmised that the girls had likely discussed him during their gossip sessions, possibly criticizing his lack of money, talents, and his tendency to show off with his restoration skills. Alan felt like an overall incompetent person in their eyes. He imagined they might have even labeled him as a filthy otaku, skinny and inexperienced, a total virgin. In their eyes, living with him might even be considered dangerous, which was why Noel had built separate places for them to live safely. Alan was sure that they were making fun of him and calling him a swine. He just needs to calm down now. He has already come this far, so there was no way he was going to back down now. He was now in a position to praise Noel, which means that he was allowed to pat her head. All is grist that comes to the mill. Alan just doesn't want others to look down on a pervert. Alan pats on her head and thanks Noel. She smiles gladly looking at him. Alan felt as though his heart is being purified. Her hair was so damn silky smooth. Sophie witnessed the situation and she couldn't believe this intimacy. She was so jealous. Sophie wanted to calm down and she decides not to be jealous of simple patting on the head. Sophie resolves that starting from tomorrow, she will increase the number of harvestable plants. Well, she certainly doesn't have any ulterior motives and Alan already thinks of her as indispensable. As a couple more months passed, Sophie noticed that Alan, as usual, was busy tending to the fields by himself. It seemed like he had forgotten about the magic they possessed. Magic in their world was divided into 5 basic attributes: fire, water, wind, metal, and earth. Sophie had an evolved wind attribute and an aptitude for plants, while Noel excelled in fire, metal, and earth attributes. Their compatibility was exceptional. Both for food and shelter, they had utilized all their magic, and Alan had never once forced them to use it against their will. He wasn't driven by desires nor did he seek conflicts. According to Sophie, Alan lived his life like a hermit, with his only obsession being yams. Nevertheless, he was a fully developed person with his own desires and aspirations. Sophie was certain that he had things he wanted to do, and now she wanted to uncover the real Alan and his true feelings. She wondered if he was lonely all this time, but she knew this wasn't the case. If it were, there would have been no need for him to choose them. It was time to reveal the truth. Sophie directly asked Alan and she wanted to hear from him the true reason why he had bought them. Alan just wanted to have sex with them, nothing more. There was no way Alan was going to say this out loud. Meanwhile, Noel pokes her head out and tells Alan that she too was interested in hearing the reason. It was a fact that they were rare species, but Alan just uses them to make up for the deficiencies around him. They wonder if he doesn't have anything else that he wants them to do. Were they really kidding him? The girls continued to ask Alan various questions. Alan, on the other hand, was grateful that they gave him food and home, so there was no need to tap into their potential anymore. Even if they tell him to lick their feet, he would do it obediently. Moreover, Alan, the pervert, would be glad to do this. Both Sophie and Noel decide to show Alan what else they could do. Sophie shows off her rare tree magic and Noel displays her high-speed refining. According to Alan, these two were utterly trying to destroy his self-esteem. Well, if this is their intention, Alan was ready to play along. He tells them to hear it carefully, his desire as he says it without pulling any punches. No, not this one. Alan declares that for starters, he wants to free the world from hunger. Of course, both of them were surprised. He wondered if they would run away. If he wasn't the eldest son, Alan would have died from self-loathing right here. Sophie really doubted Alan as what he said was an ideal befitting of a god. She then notices how Alan held that yam in his hand like a treasure and his expressions he has on his face from time to time, too. They looked at each other and concluded that their master holds in his heart an ideal that was far removed from what they could even imagine and hope for. Sophie still couldn't fully put her trust in him, but she wants to follow him and see the world that he wishes to bring about. She declares that if this is Alan's goal, then they just need land to cultivate. Well, due to Alan's made-up-on-the-spot excuse, his doubtful heroic tale in another world takes a first step forward. In this world, there are only 2 types of people, losers and winners, those who plan and those who follow, those who exploit and those who are exploited. Alan here was busy exchanging foodstuff and complaining that Mizuki's exchange rate was too high. Mizuki teases him, saying that she was still a growing kid. Alan was clear in trading and showed no mercy even for his little sister. He now sat wondering if his past life's little sister Mizuki was doing well. For him, this was the only regret, not being with her. Meanwhile, Sophie calls out to him and Alan gets back to the present. This wasn't good, as in his mind he went to reminisce about the past while he tried to escape reality. Sophie sighs and asks him if he heard her. She was all set to cultivate the land and erase hunger from the world. Now that he had said what he didn't want to, he had no option but follow it well. Alan was disappointed, as such an intellectual beauty as Sophie should have been vaguely aware of his ulterior motives. In reality, it was Alan being a chicken who can't take his words back within her expectations. At this rate, Alan would be dancing in the palm of her hand. This shitty virgin ass was really trying hard to be a goody two-shoes. Alan imagined all kinds of stupid things he could and wonders if this is an announcement for his otherworldly harem life. No damn, he could still fight. Alan still has a bunch of modern knowledge up his sleeve and he learned a lot of stuff from the guy people called professor in elementary school. Since things came to this, he decides to get his revenge with the help of his knowledge cheat. The goddess wondered if Alan actually learned anything. Alan then informs both of them that they were now going to make fertilizers. Curious, both of them wanted to know what this was. Alan explains that fertilizers is a thing that would supplement the soil's nutrients that were used for growing crops. He was certain that they would be able to grow things even on barren land, all thanks to Sylphie's tree magic, but it would be hard to sustain this for long. Sylphie agrees, and furthermore, Alan even tells them about crop rotation. He elucidates a truly perfect cycle of an agricultural revolution. But first they need to make hatchets and hoes to widen the land. He notices that Sylphie was awestruck and speechless. Well, there is no woman in the world who will like a vain and boastful man. But Noel does. She approaches Alan and asks him to tell her the details as she wants to make that immediately. This time Alan wanted to shine and so he tells her that it's better if he does it. Sylphie intervenes and tells Alan that throwing a tantrum here was not okay. This elf always thinks of Alan as a petulant child. Here, Noel clings onto him and demands an explanation as she wants to make fertilizers. And so Alan explains the whole procedure and he is so done with this super modern knowledge coughing up time. Noel finds this really interesting and declares that she is starting immediately. Now for lunch, they were having yam soup, but before that Noel wants to show them something. She opens the door and shows off the hatchets and hoes and some fertilizers that she managed to make. Both Sylphie and Alan couldn't believe their eyes. Noel makes a note of the ratios to make adjustments later and Alan finds here resembling to someone in the mysterious TV series, Galileo. Alan thanks Noel for her hard work and she was happy as with this Alan's work would become easier. So now, Noel was in charge of manufacturing and Sylphie was in charge of cultivation and so Alan was in charge of reclamation and logging. Well, the odd jobs were on him and this one a role reserved for a reincarnator. These two girls stole Alan's thunder and tossed chores on him. Moreover, they kept asking for praises. This wasn't exploitation as he was their master. Sylphie was jealous again but was helpless as usual. She suggests that they should have lunch first and then begin the cultivation. Sylphie was indeed curious and pondered upon Alan's desire to get rid of hunger, but she was doubtful if this was really possible. She was certainly impressed by his vast amount of knowledge. She thought that for a long time, Alan must have been struggling alone to make his ideal a reality. Sylphie was sure that the reason he bought her is because only an ancient elf can freely control the tree magic that stimulates plant growth. Besides this, Alan doesn't force her to work nor orders her with the slave crest. Honestly, to respect a slave's independence was just great. Alan notices that Sylphie was restless and asks her if she said something. Sylphie cuts him off and asks both of them if they would like a second serving. Noel agrees and takes up her offer. After this, Alan gets back to work and praises Noel as his work was going on smoothly. Even though things hadn't gone the way he wanted to, he was sure that there was a way for him out. He uses his regeneration skill which could even bring out a fertile soil out to the surface. Alan now wanted Sylphie and Noel to praise him for the work well done. He enjoyed patting their heads but now he wants to be patted and appreciated. Alan's struggles continue well into the evening. Noel notices the cultivation done with restoration was amazing. She was glad that Alan was really working towards the goal of eliminating hunger and for that reason, he bought her. Still, to entrust them with such wisdom without reserve even thought it was so easy to use it for her selfish reasons behind his back. She wonders if he thinks that slaves won't betray him. Well, that wasn't the case. After all, Alan has not even once given them an order. She understands that he trusts them and that they weren't kind enough to respond back. Noel then swears upon an elder dwarf's name that she will be supporting Alan. She was certain that Sylphie too thinks the same. They both decide to give their 100%. There was no doubt that Alan desires for them to take action of their own volition and so they should do everything within their power as to make his and their ideals a reality. Alan was totally unaware of whatever was happening here. Meanwhile, the goddess was pleased to see this shitty lazy virgin ass working hard and Alan warns her to stop poking her nose in his business and trying to find faults with him. Alan had this thought from the start and wondered if all the goddess were same as her, bitter as hell. The goddess laughs and tells Alan that he made a choice for himself. Making fun of Alan is all she wants. Well, it was true that Alan was free because Sylphie and Noel worked well together. As for the long-awaited Fufu event, there was no sign of it ever occurring. The excitement of getting intimate with these girls seemed to be dying and Alan was living a life as a retired old man. Well, if Alan doesn't have any hobby, he could just find some then. Alan gets an idea and goes to disturb Noel. She was all fine with Alan disturbing her and Alan shows her what she has to make. He purposely stands so close to her and feels her soft arm. There weren't any sizes listed, and so Alan directs Noel to make it as such that they could place it on the table. He couldn't read or write, so it was just a simple illustration. Noel agrees to make it and demands to know what he's going to use it for. Alan tells her that this is something that he needs. Well, it was an eye-catching product for bringing joy to both of them. They could enjoy games together, talk more, and who knows what not. By taking advantage of a punishment game, Alan could even get his 18+ plot development. Noel gets it and starts working on it immediately. Now keep wondering if Alan will be able to become the one who exploits the others or not. Sophie notices that Alan and Noel are making something at the workshop. She eavesdrops the conversation, but the words like chess, reverie, shogi, and Jenga all sound alien to her. She wonders if they are doing something for recreation. She feels compelled to ask Alan what it is all about, but she remembers that Alan wants to rid the world of hunger, so why does he want to do this? Sophie asks whether she could join them. Alan says of course she could join, and he smiles. Sophie notices that smile and thinks there must be some hidden meaning to it. She looks closely at Alan and feels that all he gives fake impressions about him of a lethargic young man. Sophie becomes determined to understand Alan better to support him. At a table, Alan shows Sophie and Noel how to play Jenga and Reversi. Sophie is taken back by the sheer fun and intricacies of the board games. Then Alan proposes to put some bet for the game to make it more interesting. He says the winner can give the loser any order they want. Sophie is unable to comprehend Alan's proposal. She gets lost in thoughts of what this game betting thing could be. Can it help in ending hunger? How can this empower a slave to give orders? Suddenly, Noel interjects by saying they both need to do what they can. Sophie agrees with Noel, and they both are ready to play with Alan. After making negotiations, Alan declares that they should start their fight with Reversi. Then Sophie wonders how they could win if Alan is the one who created this game and knows all its rules. She thinks it's a bad move. The game begins and Alan makes wrong moves, ultimately losing the match. Sophie is sure that Alan didn't even intend to win the game and deliberately lost it, forcing them to give orders to their master. Noel is excited that they won the match. She tells Alan that she wants ownership rights for these recreation items, whereas Sophie wants to be registered at the Merchants Guild. Alan is relieved that they didn't ask for their release from slavery, but there's something else cooking in his mind. He wants to trick them into 18+ development. Later, Sophie registers at the Merchants Guild and Noel registers at the Alchemists Guild. Alan suggests that since they're in the Imperial capital, they should buy some stuff. Sophie is happy that Alan is enjoying himself. After 2 weeks of registering Sophie and Noel at their respective guilds, Alan has engrossed himself in shogi training. Alan sets some rules for Sophie, but the latter tells him that he is weak. She beats Alan in the game. Noel reminds Sophie that they have to go to the capital. Alan tells them to return before dinner. He is disappointed that he still hasn't figured out a way to get intimate with his slaves. He thinks alcohol might help. Suddenly, the goddess appears and interrupts Alan by reading his thoughts. She tells that Alan is not reliable, that's why his slaves are ditching him and go out of home for work. She further stresses that Alan is short-sighted as he thinks games like shogi and reversi are fun for his slaves. Alan's thoughts run wild as he imagines his slaves selling off themselves to someone else. He runs towards the capital thinking how bad he has been at managing his slaves. He finds them in the capital and says that they can ask anything they want. Sophie wells up. At the bank, Noel asks the manager to reveal Alan's bank balance. Alan is petrified, but when he hears that he has 3 million dole, he couldn't believe his ears. He finds out that his recreational games are very popular in the capital and his slaves are behind it. Sophie tells Alan that he's getting royalties for all the sales. Alan is happy and announces that they should buy some new stuff. But Sophie and Noel have already bought more slaves him. They introduce themselves to Alan, who seems a bit nervous thinking what kind of mess he has created from himself. Sophie tells him that he should act as the village chief of slaves. After becoming the owner of 50 more slaves, Alan lies down in his bed and wonders whether he made a good decision or a bad one. He blames Sophie and Noel for this new occurrence. A couple of hours back, Sophie made a cracking deal at the slave market. She used her negotiation skills to bring down the price of slaves. She pointed out the wounds on the slaves and argued that if she didn't buy them, their upkeep would cost the owner more. The owner had no other choice. Alan was impressed with Sophie's negotiation skills. He thought Sophie handled this negotiation as easily as taking candy from a child. Surely, Sophie managed the whole situation very smartly. Alan almost cried with joy thinking about how beautiful and smart Sophie is. Lying on the bed, Alan thinks that things are moving too fast for him, and he must come up with a new strategy in the future to deal with it. Meanwhile, Sophie is worried about whether Alan saw their weakness while dealing with the merchant. She recollects how Alan has been very kind to them, even while playing recreational games. She thinks to herself that Alan can't hide his compassion and warm heart from them. She finds this part of Alan very endearing and wants to keep it a secret. In a world where slaves are exploited for personal benefit, Alan has accepted them with an open heart. Sophie thinks that she and Noel can do this much for Alan, who wants to rid the world of hunger. Outside Alan's room, Sophie asks if they can come in. Alan replies with a yes. They both enter but see Alan lying on the bed. Alan tells them not to be nervous and to make themselves comfortable. Noel says they are okay. Alan starts sweating, thinking maybe the girls don't want to spend more time in a guy's bedroom or that his room might have a foul smell. He tells them they did great with the recreational items. But after gauging the expression on his slaves, he tells them if they're tired, they can just rest. He tells them as a master he's proud of them. However, he thinks that his slaves have stolen his achievements left and right. Alan thinks he still has eye candy and the inadvertent touch plans with him, and this time he must hold back his temptations. He thinks that he must make an impression on his slaves quickly. Noel says that the swine should use that money and quickly release them from the slave crests. Sophie says that they've earned quite a lot of money. She tells Alan that they didn't do anything for him to receive any praise. Noel also agrees, but Alan thinks that this must be a sarcastic comment. The slaves stare at him intently. Alan gets a little nervous, but he has something on his mind. He tells them he needs to share his plans going forward. He says first they'll take the money spent on each slave as their debt, and when they repay it, they'll remove their slave crests. He further explains that they'll pay wages with that money, and so each girl won't have to suffer by repaying that debt. That's why they should put their efforts into agriculture and commerce. Everyone will provide their labor, and that will be converted into money and merchandise. Sophie is speechless about the idea. Alan gets happy thinking about his master plan of getting rid of his duty to provide a livelihood to 50 slaves. He thinks it will be a smooth settlement. He names the plan a slaves' debt repayment restructurization. He asks his slaves what they think about the plan. However, Noel and Sophie put forward some serious questions. Whether Alan is planning to let everyone be restored after getting the purchase price back, or whether he really understands the real worth of the slaves. Sophie suggests Alan rethink the whole thing. She further adds that if the whole plan is to rid the world of hunger, then he'll need more talented personnel. She says that she failed to understand such a plan. Noel echoes the same sentiments. However, who would tell these girls that Alan has just one thought in his mind? To get laid with Noel and Sophie. Alan gives a nervous smile and starts bluffing. He says he doesn't want to take advantage of them being slaves. He wants comrades who will walk beside him of their own will, and he will stand by them. His whole plan is that Noel and other dwarves, with their alchemy, will produce farm tools and fertilizers. And there's a secret plan too. That is cooking. He calls his plan Alan's Mix. Sophie is happy to hear the plan, and she thinks how using the characteristics of the elves they'll increase the productivity of growing yams, wheat, and soybeans. Alan wonders whether he's making sense or not as Sophie interrupts him, saying she didn't expect Alan to surprise her. Sophie says she will allow herself to as she pleases as well, and Noel agrees too. Alan feels cornered and wonders if his dreams of getting laid will ever come true or not. Sophie immediately regrets her reaction to Alan and her eyes well up. Noel checks on her, but she says she's okay. Sophie steps out for a drink, but her mind is clouded with Alan's thoughts. As she thinks it over, she realizes that Alan does make sense as he is a person who wants to rid the world of hunger. But he should also agree that he did save those girls by using restoration, and he didn't ask for compensation. This is truly an action out of his kindness. Noel and Sophie discuss how the girls they bought are all perplexed, and it's a hard task to make them understand Alan's designs. Sophie feels a need to monitor Alan's acts of kindness, as there's a chance he might unwittingly seduce the other girls. She thinks, in this process, others will understand Alan's kindness, generosity, and intelligence. Noel puts a stop to Sophie's thoughts. Sophie retorts, saying forget everything she said, and let's go explain. Noel and Sophie go to the newly bought slaves and explain that they'll be receiving salaries for their labor. Sophie asks if anyone has any questions for her. The slaves have many questions. They say that the conditions seem very convenient for them. However, others don't want to doubt their master who saved them. There's an air of confusion among the slaves. However, Sophie tells them that's how Alan is, and they should get used to it quickly. One of the slaves asks Sophie if she could call her just Sophie instead of Lady Sophie. To this, Sophie agreed quickly. Then one of the elves asks if Sophie is suggesting that they don't need to service Lord Alan. That is to say, they don't need to surrender their bodies to Alan. Sophie quickly recognizes the high elf aura and is happy to find such an elf. She replies an astounding yes to the elf. Then other elves start saying that it would be a disgrace if they're not wanted for their beauty, as they're aware of how desirable their bodies are. An elf asks whether Alan is interested in women or not. Sophie recalls a moment where Alan looked at her breasts, her back, and her legs awkwardly. Sophie gets lost in her thoughts, only to be interrupted by the questioning elf. She quickly tells them that Alan isn't a man who will hurt others without reason. To this, the elf tells her that she implores her to pretend to act as if she is being deceived. Sophie replies that if Aura is going that far, then she must mention that Alan looked like a kind person. This piques the interest of Aura, and she wants to learn more about Alan. The newly bought high elf, Aura, is one of her kind. She is beautiful, obsessed with her own self, and is kind of a narcissist. However, she wasn't always like this. When she was caught and put in a cell, she had burnt her skin off. She preferred dying in the hands of a trash merchant than living as a sex slave of an unknown man. Aura wonders about her fate as she watches Alan plowing the land. Looking at Alan cultivating the land under the watch of Sophie, she thinks Alan has peculiar sensibilities. He comes off as a weirdo, but he understands the great power of restoration. She remembers Sophie telling her that Alan plays a fool, but soon they'll understand him better. However, Aura still can't wrap her head around the fact that Alan is promised to remove the slave crest after they repay their debt. She thinks it's too stupid because the restoration power their market value jumps sky high. She thinks if it's Lord Alan who healed her heart's defect, then she wouldn't be averse to giving him her body. She gets incredibly wet with these thoughts of Alan. She asks Sophie whether Alan is interested in women or not. This makes Sophie think about that awkward incident where Alan looked at her breasts and legs. Her face turns red. Sophie's a woman in love face makes Aura feel aroused. She wonders whether it's Alan's plan to make an elf like her fall for him. She thinks at all costs she must ask him for a bout. But first, she needs to make a light morning greeting to him. But in her thoughts, she sees a cute Alan toiling hard for attention. Suddenly, Alan gets fixated on Aura. She thinks Alan might have listened to her thoughts and wonders whether she angered him. Alan stops plowing and stares at Aura intently, who secretly likes it. After staring for a moment, Alan asks Aura to play reversey with him. This takes Aura by surprise. She thinks what she heard isn't true. He looks dead serious. He thinks even if he was played like a fiddle by Sophie and made into a village chief without his knowledge, he still has self-respect. He thinks Aura is adding oil to the fire just because he is useless for anything, aside from plowing fields. That's why he snapped. He intends to touch Aura's big breasts in the pretext of the game. Though the thoughts of his slaves' trash talking about him being a pervert popped up in his mind, he didn't care, because he is really the chief of the village of slave elves. He is assured that his nightmares won't come true. He tells himself to act with prudence the next time, as he hardly managed to stop himself from staring at Aura's legs. Alan tells Aura that he wants to know her true might, and suggests she fight seriously. He further adds that the winner will have a chance to give the loser one order. Alan thinks of making the most of this situation, and staring at Aura's plentiful fruits without a blink, or might get lost within it. Mentally, he compares Sylphie's shapely breasts with the huge hunkers of Aura. He is going nuts. He thinks Aura's charm is similar to a graveyard idol, but her demeanor is reminiscent of a prideful, noble daughter. That's truly an amazing marriage of purity and libido. Alan is sure of a win in this match, as he thinks his training with Sylphie and others has made him stronger. Alan and Aura begin the match, but as the game progresses, Aura shows her might. First, she defeats Alan in Reversi, then Shogi, and finally in Jenga. Alan is thoroughly smothered, and embarrassed Alan says that he hasn't been serious yet. Alan turns towards Sylphie and Noel. He tells them that Aura doesn't want her master to win in the slightest, and is literally bullying him. Aura finds this complaining of Alan cute, and tells him that he is a cutie. But Aura wonders why Alan played dumber than a monkey when he himself asked her to play seriously. She finds it amusing. She is now the winner, and thinks about what would be the right order for Alan. However, Noel praises her, saying good work in completely failing. Aura couldn't understand it. Did she fail? Aura contemplates her actions. Did she unilaterally end bouts with forcedness? Did she drop her guard down toward Lord Alan? Did she go against her master? She thinks she's already dancing in the palm of her master's hand. What a terrifying person, she says. Sylphie interjects, saying she agrees with this. She further says that if you try to get closer with half-baked feelings, that won't end with you being simply burned. And as a person of the same, she understands Aura's feelings. But she should know better. The one who falls in love first will always lose. Aura is taken aback by Sylphie's words, and Sylphie's brilliance in understanding Alan, and thinks nobody can replace her. But Aura is excited for the adversities that stand before her, as this will challenge her to do better. She tells Sylphie that she will take her warning to heart with all she has. On the other hand, Alan's mind is running wild after facing defeat at the hands of Aura. He felt like a punching bag for Aura, but Aura puts a brake to his thoughts and says, "You know there's one hell of a talk among the slave girls. If one were to write about you, it would be kinda like this. In the goddess world, you are the number one in the rankings of the people who I would not want to be reincarnated as." She finds it amusing, but Alan couldn't bear this burn and begs Aura to stop. Aura tells Alan that it's him they're talking about. Surely he must have some stopgap measures. But Alan tells her that he doesn't have any stopgaps. Aura returns to the other slaves and reveals what she did. She tells them, keeping in mind those rumors, she gave her first order as the village chief. She lifted the ban on allowing slaves to play games and let them enjoy them as they please. In addition, she reduced the time for hand labor to a minimum. The new rule caused chaos. After lifting the ban, each elf wanted to have a match with Alan as per Noel, Sylphie, and Aura's suggestions. And this is kind of torture for Alan, as he lost all the matches. He couldn't say no because their pretext for the match was to deepen their friendship. In any case, this strategy thought up by Sylphie was a resounding success. The slaves have a common topic to talk of, that the village chief is such a loser. The slaves express their gratitude honestly. The communal harmony is at its best, but it's hard to say there isn't any dissatisfaction. Looking at Alan plowing the land, Aura uses limitless tree formation render. She thinks how Sophie and Noah can use their wind and soil magic to prompt germination, growth, and fructification. They use tree magic for instant development, rendering Alan's services useless. Alan is heartbroken as his slaves don't respect him in the slightest. He requests them to allow him to do the harvesting, but the slaves don't want him to work at all. They suggest he take a rest and enjoy their great techniques at work. The slaves use wind magic post-processing and harvesting to efficiently do the work, but Alan feels useless, as if he is being told that they don't need his sorry ass. From planting to growing fruits and vegetables, the elves did everything with ease by using magic. Alan is angry but couldn't say a word to the beautiful elves in front of him. But he must do something quickly before things go out of his hands. Alan gets to work and says to himself that he is just getting started on his reincarnated life, and he will have the last laugh. Noel, Sylvie, and Aura have huddled in the kitchen. "What's the matter, Alan? Why did you tell us to gather in the kitchen so suddenly?" Sylvie asks. "I wanted to try out a new recipe," Alan replies. "If you're hungry, ask today's girl to make something," Sylvie suggests. But Alan has something else running on his mind. He wants to make the girls addicted to his food so that they can't live without him. He says he doesn't mind others working with him for this, but he prefers them for this task. They all get to work in the kitchen. Sylvie uses his wind magic to thinly slice the yams. She asks what to do next. Alan thanks her and asks Aura about her status. "I use wind pressure to press out soybeans," says Aura. Soon they have soybean oil in a container. Sylvie and Aura are surprised to see how it was produced. Alan asks them to take out the leaves from soybean to use it as fodder. The girls still can't believe how they produce soybean oil. Modern knowledge slaps. Alan sniggers as he is enjoying the unfolding of his reincarnated life. "By the way, Lord Alan, what magic did you use for this?" Aura asks. "He just looked at how we worked," adds Noah. "Alan can't use magic." Sylvie spits the truth, but she quickly realizes she was clumsy with that statement. Alan feels a little hurt, but he doesn't show it. Noel is losing interest in the activity, but Sylvie nudges her. Noel says she'll heat the oil. Noel's special because ordinarily dwarves have a trait called metal, which makes them adept in manipulating metals, which has a good compatibility with Earth. But Noah stands out, as she also has a great aptitude for fire. Noah uses her magic and heats the oil in a flash. Alan just keeps on looking at how efficient Noel is. He feels a little useless, but he doesn't let that thought overpower him. Then Alan goes on showing how to fry chips. He puts sliced yams in oil at 170 degrees Celsius and later sprinkles some salt. Viola, potato chips are ready, but the girls look at Alan wondering what the hell this new thing is. Aura takes a chip and munches on it. She immediately falls in love with its taste and aroma. Simple yams fried in oil, yet so delicious. Aura says she might get addicted to it. Alan loves it. Then Sylvie grabs a chip and eats it. She too is at a loss for words. She quickly gives her verdict. "It'll sell." She has got a merchant's eyes. However, Alan couldn't read Noel. She is quite reserved. Alan assumes she too likes his new recipe. Then he says it's finally time for the main dish, which is bread. "Bread? That hard and unsavory staple food humans eat?" Sylvie asks. "I can't bring myself to call it tasty, however I may try," she adds. "In this world, bread is baked without using any fermentation, and as such tastes like barf, and some." Alan shows a bowl of grape skin to the girls. Sylvie, however, is confused about what Alan will do with that. Alan places it in a container and adds water and sugar. Then he shakes it well. Now it's time to show some tricks and impress the girls. Alan says, "Restoration, dark magic spoiling. It's nothing but the extraction of yeast." Alan is a simp, my friend. Girls are confused as they thought that Alan couldn't use any magic. But Alan keeps his calm to make the girls more curious. Alan says, "I really can't use magic. That was my innate skill. Restoration." "But you called it dark magic," Sophie asks. "I restored it." "That magic that I recorded in my brains," says Alan. "How did that happen?" "It goes like this. When Alan got reincarnated into this new world, the guardian angel came down to give an additional explanation for the skill. It was definitely an odd time when the guardian came, but she came in his dream. And before giving an explanation about Alan's skill, she gave an apology to him. I can guarantee that your transmigrator's privilege, the restoration skill, is top tier 1, say the guardian. Due to your low specs, you being a damn trash the world is yet to see, it caused a usage limit to appear, Shia. To give an example, despite having an OS that could take the whole social structure by storm, the junk computer it runs on has no more than 8 MB of RAM, she further adds. These were rather strong words for Ella. Could you please stop making people feel their inadequacy using such inhumane mechanical terms? Requests Alan. But the Guardian jumps to the topic of restoration quickly. Restoration is policy. All its meanings I put into the power granted to you. For example, if you get to record in your brain the magic you saw or heard once, you can restore it at any time, says the Guardian. Well, that's a cool skill to have, but as any good deal has some terms and conditions, the Guardian also puts that asterisk mark. She says, "Thought since your memory is trash, you get to record once, and the time it will work is limited to 30 seconds only. Also, since your body is trash too, you restore only the things that can preserve a material from. The trashiest trash of all the trash." Isn't that pure old-school dissing by the Guardian goddess? Anyways, as Alan ponders over what the Guardian said, she leaves the dream saying that it's almost morning now. Alan explains to Sylvie how he got the magic skill, which leaves her surprised. She asks why Alan keeps that specific magic to turn spoiled things into materials. Alan retorts saying that the thing isn't spoiled but fermented, which is essential for making bread. But what the hell is fermentation? The girls wonder. Alan gets excited seeing the curious girls with cute expressions. He says he will teach the girls everything, but he asks them not to be shy. Then he goes on explaining how fermentation is the same phenomenon as spoiling, but humans made it work for their own benefit and came up with a lot of uses for it. Yeast breaks up the sugar in the bread dough and results in carbon dioxide and alcohol. And that's how you get bread with a fluffy and soft texture, Alan further explains. Well, the girls don't have a clue about it. Aura starts worshipping Alan for his knowledge. A while ago, Alan was self-pitying, but now he feels more confident after hearing Aura's words. Guess what? To Alan's surprise, the girls also learned the skill quickly. He thought the girls were responsible only for tree, wind, and metal fields. The girls have more attributes they're good at. And in no time, the bread became fluffy. Alan remembers the Guardian's words and her cute face. He felt a little aroused. The Guardian bids goodbye to Alan. Sophie asks what's next for them. Alan instructs the girls further. Knead it while it's warm. Shape it and ferment it again. Bake it with fire magic and you're done. The bread is ready. The girls are surprised at their own achievement. My whole world changed, and it's not an exaggeration, says Sophie. Alan is happy how things have turned out after his reincarnation. Earlier, the only one he managed to impress was Mizuki-chan. But now he realizes that putting a smile on everyone's face is such a happy feeling. But the lust in him overpowers him. He longs for that missing action. Two dwarves get into the kitchen, asking Alan what he's making. Alan is enjoying the environment. He announces a bread festival for the day, but there's only one rule. No white plates. Sylvie's overjoyed with Alan's actions. She notices everyone's happy. After all, they're living in a state where good food is scarce. Can't help it. There were some with closed-off hearts, but Alan made them open at an astonishing speed. Alan doesn't order them or coerce them. And if someone works the required minimum, they'll be free. Really, Alan has a special charm. Today's bread and potato chips, cooking as one of the 3 pillars of Alan's mix. And if everything goes according to the plan, they'll have a massive turnover, Sylvie contemplates. How many trials and errors he must have done before executing the fermentation skill so perfectly. Sylvie is crowded with these thoughts. Sylvie promises herself that she'll work hard and exceed Alan's expectations. Aura is relishing the delicious breads. When Aura first heard of Alan's wish to rid the world of hunger, she thought it's madman's ravings. But now she is really impressed with Alan's vast knowledge and revolutionary ideas. But she is a proud high elf, and she can't just keep receiving things without giving back. That's not her style. I will use my full power to make these feelings reach you, she says to herself. She wants to see where Lord Alan ends. Noel takes a bite of a bread and thinks how cool Alan is. She ponders on the thought of how Alan selflessly spread his knowledge. Alan wants them to enjoy tasty food. A kind man. Noah wonders why her heart starts beating fast when Alan smiles these days. She's not as smart as Sylvie, but she wants to be useful and make Alan proud. That's why she must do her best at creating things. But at night of the day the girls were having such thoughts. Someone kidnapped Alan. But who? Is it a jealous dwarf or some merchant or someone else? Well, even I don't know. But don't worry about it. We'll soon find out about it in the coming chapters. After all the hard work, everyone deserves some rewards. So Noelle and Sylvie head to a fashion outlet in the market. The owner of the boutique is occupied with her thoughts, wondering what type of customers would come in today. And when she turns around, she finds Noelle and Sylvie in their boldest outfits yet. The owner couldn't believe her eyes. How come such beautiful women decided to visit her rundown boutique? But suddenly, she spots the slave crests on Noelle and Sylvie. Alan asks the owner to show some clothes which will suit the girls. The owner notices Alan and his young age. She thinks to herself that Alan must be rich to have such high-quality slaves. She showcased the most dazzling and expensive clothes to Alan. And my God, the girls look so captivating. Close that gaping mouth, please. Wearing the jewelry-studded clothes, the girls say these are very heavy and couldn't be worn every day. Alan tells the owner to show something more down to earth. Read cheap. Our guy doesn't have the greens to pay for those pretty clothes. The owner obliges and shows some regular clothes worn in the capital. A swaying apron and fluffy, light skirt in the form of a circle. The so-called city girl style. Alan finds the clothes simple and cute. The owner says it would $120 for the dresses. Alan takes a big gulp. He acts quickly and jumps into the second-hand item cart. As expected, he uses restoration skill to renew the old clothes. He shows 2 shiny dresses to his slaves. The owner is surprised. Alan and the girls get out of the boutique with great-looking outfits. Alan is happy with shopping tactics. He saved money and got some coupons too. The owner senses that Alan is going to revolutionize the market soon. Well, that's in there. We'll see where Alan takes the girls next. But till that time, we're back to Alan's everyday life. Today, Alan fermented bread using dark magic. He gave the bread to his slaves, and as they jumped in joy tasting the bread, he got his eyes on the he wanted. Poor boy. Then, later in the day, they played a lot of board games, but Alan lost most of them. But he's happy that he was closer to the girls and was able to smell their perfumes. In the bed, he just hopes for another magnificent day. However, in the middle of the night, Alan hears a rustle. He just thinks it might be the night where he will get all the action, and he gets nervous thinking about it. He thinks of all the girls he must have impressed today with his bread. Then he decides not to give in to this temptation. He keeps his eyes closed, even after hearing constant rustling. Then he feels a rope around him, and he thinks to himself that for the first, it's better to easy. But when Alan opens his eyes, he sees a smiling girl with a nice figure, but inside a weird item. The girl quickly wraps Alan's mouth to make him quiet. He wonders if it is spider thread. Is she going to eat me? The girl says, I'm not going to eat you up. Somebody interrupts her. She says that they don't have time for leisurely talk. She lifts Alan with her arms, pressing against her chest. Dirty Alan could feel the warmth, and in no time, she jumps out of the room. The girls broke into the Alan's room. They ask the spider girl to release Alan. Aura threatens her, saying it's 3 versus 1. Noelle says it's better if the spider girl surrenders herself. The spider girl acknowledges the girls and their power, but she's no mood to fight. She jumps off the building towards the jungle. The girls ask her to stop, but in the forest, the spider girl can easily outsmart Alan's slaves. Alan wonders how come this kidnapping was quick and easy. He expected a strong resistance from his girls, but nothing. Pressed against the spider girl's chest, he couldn't stop thinking about the miserable happenings. The spider girl finally reaches her destination inside the forest. She drops Alan to the ground. Alan hops like a worm and asks the girl to untie her. But it's useless. The girl is an arachne who, according to Greek myths, are masters of weaving. Am I in danger? Alan wonders. But the spider girl tells that she brought him because someone needs healing. As Alan had guessed it, the girl is after his skills. The spider girl asks her sister Ra to come out. Ra couldn't believe that her elder sister actually abducted someone. Ra tells that there's nothing to worry about. She apologizes Alan for her sister's doings. She tells Alan to be at ease and they're not going to hurt him. Her sister, Neck, interrupts her, but she says it's enough. But Alan notices the injured eye and legs of Ra. She's still bleeding. Neck tells Ra to stop arguing, and they must see her injuries. Neck leans towards Alan and requests him to heal her sister. Alan is definitely a little scared looking at Neck, but healing is an easy job for him. However, he wonders what will happen to him after he heals Ra. The girls are arguing among themselves. Alan makes his decision to help the injured girl. Out of fear, Alan asks Neck if he could get some questions clarified. Ra tells that he doesn't need to be that respectful. He says that healing Ra won't be that hard. However, they must not harm her family or her girls. Suddenly, the angel appears, starts poking fun at him. Ra asks, did Neck know about Alan's family? Neck replies that she didn't harm any of those girls. Neck promises that thing would remain as it is, and no one would harm his girls. Alan asks if he could trust her. Neck vows by her sister. The angels finds Alan's heroics really funny. Poor Alan. Alan says he will heal Ra, but she needs to swear the spirit's contract that she won't cause harm to Sylphie and others. Ra says she'll do, but Neck says no. She argues that if Alan's girl come charging at them, then they must protect themselves. She denies the conditions, but Alan smirks. But in his mind, he is battling the thoughts of how the elite group of slaves could let him get kidnapped. He starts recollecting events where noticed how the girls wanted to get rid of him. He analyzes his actions and cries. However, he bravely says Neck that she has to accept his condition no matter what. Just like Neck has Ra whom she treasures, I also have people important to me, he adds. As long as there's no guarantee that you won't attack those girls after I help you, restoration is off the table. Meanwhile, Sylphie is cursing herself because they couldn't protect Alan. Noelle says she'll call for help. Aura says it's better to call the elves first. She also points out that the crest on the spider girl means that she is a commander of the demon lord of lust. Aura looks at the spider thread and says that their enemy had prepared an escape route and it would be very difficult to find her in the forest. Sylphie admits their weakness. They would easily lose to the arachne in the forest, but she has a plan. She had put a leech seed on Alan when the spider girl was jumping off the roof. With the leech seed, they can pick up on sounds and Alan's whereabouts. Suddenly they hear some sound. They must come up with a strategy to deal with this situation. They can hear that Alan is polite in his conversation. They wonder if he's trying to buy some time. If you intend to harm my family, I'll show you no mercy. The girls better be unharmed. You hear me? I also have people important to me. Sylphie, Aura, and other elves are taken aback with Alan's words. Sylphie gets moist-eyed, realizing how Alan has always put them before him. She orders the dwarves to protect the village and asks elves to come with her. She gives a war cry. We'll return our master. What will happen next? Can Sylphie and others save Alan? Can Alan manage to persuade the Spider Girls? Only time would tell. Or our next chapter. Till then, show us some love by liking and sharing this video. Alan is still negotiating the conditions of his release, but he finds the whole situation petty. Suddenly, Net gets out of her spider body and appears before Alan with just, well, you know what the men want. A hot lingerie. She puts forward a proposal. How about she will let Alan do whatever he wants in return of healing her sister Gura? In his mind, Alan is nervous about his next step, but he has built a strong mental barrier to deal with situations like this. However, that barrier didn't last long as Nex says that she will let Alan on her body. Alan is trying hard to not give in to this temptation, but Nex says she'll make a spirit pact with Alan. Our boy is in a tricky spot. He thinks about the moment when got a chance to feel the soft body of Neck. Alan remembers his sister from the past life. He was caught in the act of watching 18+ stuff by his sister, and the saddest part about it was she was doing a part-time job to support Alan. Alan is back to his senses. He gathers himself and thinks about 3 points. Number 1 is his own safety. Number 2 is the safety of Sylphie and others. Number 3 is whether to use restoration on Ra or not. Meanwhile, Ra's concerned about Alan's nosebleed. She suggests him to breathe through the mouth. Neck comes closer to check Alan and finds his nosebleed gross. Then, suddenly, something distracts Neck. She looks up to the sky and senses something weird. She says that she will support Rachan. And then both Neck and Ra start moving into the forest. A glowing square appears in the sky. It seemed like a barrier. What the hell? What's this new drama? Alan wonders. And then appears Sylphie, Noelle, and Opera, who apologize for being late. With one magic spell, Sylphie free Alan from the threads of the spider. She also thanks Alan for buying them more time. When looks around, he finds elves all around. Have they all come to save him? Sylphie thanks Alan for having faith in her. She is happy, but Alan has no clue what she's talking about. Then, again, Arachne appear out of nowhere. Next says, I thought you're quite composed, but here you are acting with such a cute face. Sylphie responds saying, Arachne, it seems you've given up on escaping. Alan's girls and the Spider Girls are standing face to face. And like Alwa, YS, Alan has no clue what's going on. But, as predicted, Alan thought it's time to bluff. He said, I was on edge, but I guess it went as planned. Everyone is surprised. Next says, even as an enemy, you've got some impressive nerve. I suppose I'll need to raise my evaluation by a couple of points. With his bluff, Alan manages to impress the girls once again. They're all head over heels. Alan wonders why did the girls come to help him. With the girls by his side, he feels really powerful. Looking at the Spider Girls, he says, the table has turned, isn't it? He thinks now he can have a better negotiations. Neck laughs it off. She says she'll go along with whatever she can do. She proposes the condition that no one should dare harming Ra. Alan says, my request itself hasn't changed. I want you to agree not to harm Sylphie and the others in the exchange for restoration on Ra. And of course, justified actions are allowed. And we can work the details together. Neck thinks how come Alan has a negotiation plan which favors them. She just wants not get tricked again. She asks whether her body is included in that negotiation. The answer is a big no. Alan feels that he needs to add more demands to the list, or else it will look weird. As he couldn't think clearly, he simply asks the Spider Girls to provide regular supplies of their threads. This takes the Spider Girls by surprise. Though Alan thinks it's not a bad idea, his slaves are also shocked by the weird demand. They all demand an explanation. Now, how would Alan tackle this one? Will the girls come to know about his lustful ideas?
Sorry for the interruption, everyone. We're working hard to bring you amazing recap videos like this one. If you haven't subscribed yet, make sure to hit that subscribe button. And if you're enjoying the series, don't forget to smash the like button. Ready to dive back into the story? Let's go.
Ra thinks to herself that Alan is a guy after all, so it won't be a surprise if he's interested in the female slaves. Meanwhile, Sylphie is lost in her own thoughts. She wonders why Alan is making such a deal with the Arachne whereas he won't even lay his hands on them. She doubts her stature as an ancient elf who is called as the embodiment of beauty. She is sure that she has lost it. Sylphie couldn't warp her head around the fact that Alan is making a deal to get the threads from Arachne. It doesn't make sense to her. She is really frustrated with Alan's actions. Even Noelle has same sort of feelings about Alan. She thinks how can Alan make such negotiations with such calm composure in front of a demon lord's army executive. She wonders whether they lack charm. She is angry inside. Aura is certainly smitten by Alan's way of dealing things. I would not know how to act in front of someone at my level as a romance player, and to behave like that in front of Sylphie and Noelcha. Aura can't even digest what's unfolding in front of her. If she were Alan, she wouldn't have taken any chances in front of someone they are admired by. If it's a trick by Alan, it's a little too extreme. Aura says to herself, but our guy Alan is clueless as always, unsure of what he's got himself into. Commenting on Alan, Neck says, "You're surprisingly passionate despite your appearance." She asks Ra what would she do to Alan. Ra, however, didn't get what Neck meant exactly. To convey that I want a thread from someone is, for Arachne, that is considered a marriage proposal. Neck drops the bomb. No, we just met. How about we become friends? Ra tells Alan. Instant rejection. Alan wasn't ready for that. He thought why his slave wouldn't get angry to learn that their useless master they've come save has proposed to his kidnappers and got rejected. But a few weeks later, Ra arrives at Alan's place with threads. She has recovered from her injuries. However, it seems she has lost her ability known as the magic eye. But, she is great shape. And the thread bundle is heavy, that's what Alan said. You must be wondering how all this started. Well, Alan makes a guess that Neck and Ra used to live in the hill behind monastery. And when they got suspicious of the sudden noise, they sent a small spider to investigate. And the spider must have seen me using restoration on camera, and seeing that Neck acted alone, and carried out the abduction for her little sister. He thinks what a beautiful sisterly love Neck and Ra share. But the guardian angel roasts Alan, saying that if he didn't have a pathetic 8 and B capacity, he couldn't have handled the issue more efficiently. Alan pleads her not to roast him. But now Ra and Alan have a relationship based on a spirit contract where they engage in a little bit of trade. And the contract is that as long as they don't cause harm, the Arachne sisters will not use force. This enabled the restoration of Ra's eyes and legs. Since Arachne's threads are of top quality, they are provided once every quarter. In exchange, a large supply of thread from subordinate spider monsters will be delivered for whom Alan has to provide food for. Alan is quite happy of this agreement, as long as Sylphie has no issues with it. He can meet Ra and others regularly, and he also enjoys their beauty. Noelle comes to them and asks if they're done with the thread delivery. She notices a kid monster and asks if she could give it some food. Ra tells her to go ahead. Noelle gives some fries. Noelle plays with the monster, lost in its gem-like eyes. Alan wonders how the elves were first hesitant about the whole thing. But now everything is settled down, and the elves like the spider monsters too. Alan is enjoying this sight. Then Ra asks Alan about the feeling of their boss. Yup, it's about the Sylphie, the ancient elf, embodiment of beauty. Ra tells that Sylphie misunderstood the whole proposal. However, Alan tells her not to worry about it as things has already been cleared up. Alan thinks what he had to go through. I was just really passionate about explaining that I actually just wanted to share the threads. Sylphie seemed pretty unhappy about it. I somehow managed to get it without any issues. After that, Sylphie became more devoted to her business, beginning with a reassessment of farming efficiency. She even proposed to going independent from the merchant guild. Alan, however, is a little concerned about this changing attitude in Sylphie, as he overheard Sylphie saying that she couldn't be with him if things continue like this. Alan is terrified of the thought that Sylphie will become independent and won't be by his side. He thinks that he's a deadbeat. He is stressed out as he doesn't want to get dumped by her. He must do something to make Sylphie like him again. However, he has some backup plans already, and if that succeeds, Sylphie would be very happy. He thinks of the prototype he has been working on, and his heart races like a bullet train. Looking at an Alan lost in his own thoughts, Ra asks Noelle if he's always like this. Noelle says that Alan's expressions are always lively. Neck thinks Alan is an interesting boy. He might not have great combat skills, but has a sharp mind. She marvels at the thought of how Alan managed to crack a deal for threads with him. Despite being just a human, he managed to make everyone around him so devoted. A trust that doesn't let someone feel the barrier between races. Neck believes Ra has taken a liking to Alan as well, but she also ponders on whether it's all Alan's plan. Then someone interrupts her, asks the reason behind her good mood. It's Kyubi-chan, the demon lord of lust. Neck says she is just the same as usual, but Kyubi asks her to spill the beans. Neck says that she found an interesting man, and she is wondering if that position for the demon lord's still vacant. Kyubi looks at Neck intently. She says, "Oh, Neck found such a charming guy." She's really curious. Neck says the guy is a human. A human? This piques the interest of Kyubi. She says she hasn't had an intercourse with a human man yet. Now, let's pause for a moment and appreciate this demon lord of lust. We need more women like her. Kyubi revels on the thought of Alan satisfying her needs. She wants to test whether this man is worthy or not for occupying the position of the demon lord. Alan, my man, your luck is soon going to shine on you. Be ready for it.
Sorry for the interruption, everyone. We're working hard to bring you amazing recap videos like this one. If you haven't subscribed yet, make sure to hit that subscribe button. And if you're enjoying the series, don't forget to smash the like button. Ready to dive back into the story? Let's go.
Meanwhile, Sylphie is lost in her thoughts. It's been a while since Alan bought her, yet he's still able to surprise her with this behavior. Even now, he is still a mystery, someone with unknown depth that she can't grasp. Alan always behaves like a sleazy third-rate man. No matter how you look at him, he's enemy of women, but sometimes he manages to stir up her maternal instincts. Alan plays Zenga with one of his slaves and showcases his skills using without the use of any wind music. Sylphie finds that amazing. She admires how every slave likes him and is surprised with how he treats everyone. Sylphie interrupts Alan to report their income and expenditure. Others wait for him. Sylphie flips through her ledger book. First, she wants to talk about the right to entertainment product. However, her mind is occupied with thoughts of Alan. How Alan isn't monopolizing or exploiting them at all. Alan could have been Rice or a person with power, but he handed them their freedom. He played games with them so that he can hand over the slaves their freedom without making them feel bad. And from the beginning, he never had any intention of winning against them. Is he testing their autonomy? Does he want to see how the slaves will operate without him? Whether Alan is doing it on purpose or holding back himself, wonders Sylphie. Recently, Alan set up accounts for Noel and Sylphie. He also gave Sylphie the responsibility to manage Village's fund. Sylphie is surprised that Alan keeps account of each slave. That means he has high expectations from everyone. If that's the case, Sylphie is really happy with what Alan is doing. Suddenly, Alan asks whether they can increase the slave payment by 5 times. 5 times? That's too much, thinks Sylphie. Or else, how about 3 or 2 times? Suggests Alan with a little nervousness on his face. Sylphie knows it's not that difficult as their sales of Japan and potato chips have skyrocketed. The slaves' wages are too low already, so increasing it 5 times won't cause much trouble. But the surprise comes when Alan asks Sylphie to cover the cost of Noel and others crafting without worrying about the money. And if needed, she could take it from his own account. Sylphie gets worried, but says it's not a problem if Alan doesn't mind. Truly, Alan is simply unpredictable, just like his boner. Anyways, even when he was kidnapped by the Arachne sisters, he had no means to fight, but he showed no signs of fear. He was buying time negotiating for our safety and turned situation in our favor. Even he managed to bring Arachne's thread into negotiation. Sylphie is simply taken aback by his skills. Sylphie leaves the room, banging the door behind. But she is still thinking about Alan. She thinks why Alan didn't blame her, or the slaves even after getting kidnapped. He shares profits generously and values us. Sylphie thinks she isn't doing enough for her master. She doesn't deserve to be his side. Alan's potential alone has turned him into a king. She just can't be complacent just because Alan trusts her. She focuses harder on what can be done about it. She will do what she can, improving plant cultivation, securing funds, and anything that helps. Alan is busy with Ra and Noel dusting off a machine. Alan sneezes and Ra asks if he's okay. Noelle uses wind magic to clear all the dust. And there it is. A fully functioning weaving machine. Alan explains Noelle and Ra how this machine can turn thread into clothes, further stressing that dressing up doubles a girl's charm. It's not that Alan would dislike girls without clothes. He would give an arm, leg and an eye for that. But that's for another day. In his previous life, he studied about fabrics and clothing. So now he's going to use his knowledge. And of course, it'll be a win-win situation for all. Suddenly, a few slaves barge in. Alan tells them that they did a good job, but the slaves don't get it. It's something new for them. Confused, Alan pats them on the head while also hoping nobody tells this to Sylphie. He thanks Noelle too by patting her. Ra's excited to bring more thread to Alan. Alan thinks about his earlier conversation with Sylphie where he suggested to increase wages and craft cost. Alan has given more power to Sylphie but wonders what could be the end of this. Meanwhile, the slaves are eager to try the machine. Alan demonstrates how to use the machine. He is teaching them weave, but what he really wants is some time for humpy-dumpy tickety-tumpy. The slaves learn how to use the machine in no time, and they use their magic to use it efficiently. Alan just stands there watching his slaves in action, and soon, the cloth piece is ready. It's smooth, it's sparkling, and it captivates both Noelle and Ra. The next step is to make clothes out of these fabric. But he's still figuring out the part, says Alan. But Ra enthusiastically says that she can do it. Alan thinks about how he can teach Ra about weaving clothes. But his guardian angel tells him that it's like one's preaching Buddha. Damn, she is savage. Always. Alan tells Ra, who's confident about how to make clothes, what type of clothes he wants. By that time, Sylphie returns and Aura grabs her hands. She says she'll guide Sylphie. But where? Obviously, it's where their master is. And when Sylphie enters the machine room, he sees Alan in action. Then Aura hands over clothes to Sylphie. He says that he observed her working really hard. So she really deserves the first one out of the loom. Sylphie couldn't contain her happiness. She gets teary-eyed and thanks Alan for this gesture. But things take a surprising turn when Alan says he wants to see Sylphie in the new clothes. She has no other choice. She puts on the new clothes and damn, she's looking really hot. Sylphie says she really liked the texture of the dress, and the quality of Arachne's thread is really good. It looks great on you, says Alan to Sylphie. It's called a China dress, and I thought it would suit you, he adds. Sylphie thanks him, but Alan's eyes get stuck on Sylphie's thighs. He is enchanted. Sylphie notices this and gets a little uncomfortable. It's been a while since Alan gazed her so much. Sylphie thinks to herself that she should wear more clothes like this which will reveal her legs more. And then, out of nowhere, Neck pops up and interrupts everyone. I'm here to pick up Ra, says Neck. Like I said, you don't need to, replies Ra. But then, Neck turns to Sylphie. I have something to tell you, says Neck. May I have a bit of your time, she adds. Sure, I don't mind, replies Sylphie. Meanwhile, Alan is lost in his own fantasy. Sylphie in a China dress is a terrifying destructive power, he thinks, though it was embarrassing that he had to passionately talk about his request to Ra. To make the slits deep and make the size in such a way that it hugs the body tightly to produce a silhouette. Suddenly, the guardian angel pops up and says the size fits Sylphie too well. It's one of my skills to measure the body through the cloth, says Alan. Alan, Sylphie calls him. We all discussed and decided together that starting today you don't ever leave the monastery anymore, says Sylphie. What? Did Sylphie just turn the table? Alan is now under house arrest? What the hell the girls discussed? A few moments before Alan's house arrest, Sylphie had a conversation with Neck. So, what is it that you want to talk about? Asked Sylphie. Can you stop being so wary? I just want to get along, you know, replied Neck. By the way, there's a possibility that your master is going to get recommended as a Demon Lord candidate, she added. What? Neck serves the Demon Lord of Lust, and Sylphie knows what happens next. After all, Alan had caused so much commotion with his actions. I thought eventually it would reach her ears, but I never expected something like this to happen, she contemplated. Getting along, what do you mean by that? Could you explain it a bit more specifically? Sylphie asked Neck. Alright then, let's begin with Neck sighed. But suddenly, she clung to Sylphie, surprising her. This thing that you're wearing right now, I want it, said Neck. This smoothness, the texture and the shine. I can't believe that our threads turned into something like this. It's getting me excited, she added. What the hell, Neck? Hold on. You're too smooth for our viewers. But of course, I'll make sure to give something in return, Neck clarified. With Alan's knowledge and the dwarves' skills being used to make these, I would love for us enjoy this together. She further noted. Okay, got it. That surprised me, said Sylphie. Our territory? How about we establish a Holy Spirit contract so you can use our forest? Depending on the conditions, I'm even willing to transfer ownership to you, said Neck. Really? Sounds fishy, Neck. If we are to form a Holy Spirit contract, I can even add an extra service where these kids can watch over Alan all day, Nex explained further. To use these spider-type monsters with heat detection and vibration detection for surveillance is pretty appealing, wondered Sylphie. Originally, we were planning to create a barrier using wind magic. But with those conditions applied, we can set up an almost indestructible system. Thinking about how powerless we were when they took away Alan from us, being prepared for the worst won't hurt, Sylphie contemplated further. Honestly, this sounds too good to be true for us. Is there really no catch in it? She wondered. From now on, it won't just be the demon lords who will desire to see Alan. There are also other people who keep a close watch on the demon lord's movements like the sage, the sword saint, and the hero, said Neck. If they decide to attack the forest and confront us head-on, we won't gonna be able to come out unscathed either. That's why. If that time comes, I'd like to borrow Alan's power because Rachan tends to act recklessly, said Neck. Neck seemed like she's possessed with some thoughts. Her way of doing things wasn't really that praiseworthy, but her actions were because she cares for Ra. And both of them aren't the type of people who would hurt others without a reason. Even though Alan had seen through all of that from the very beginning, Sylphie contemplated. Alright then, I'll try talking to Alan myself. But the final decision is up to him, of course, said Sylphie. I'm counting on you, replied Neck. Whatever his decision is, I would like Alan to refrain from going out recklessly, she added. Well, that's true, echoed Sylphie. With a demon lord moving, it'll stir up the adventurers, causing them to run wild in the imperial capital. Even with guards accompanying him, there's still a lot of risk in going out. I'll tell everyone and encourage Alan to avoid going out unless it's very necessary. I think that's a good idea, prohibiting him from going out after establishing a surveillance system. It's almost like a house arrest. It's painful, but Alan himself understands the threat of restoration. If it's him, he'll probably figure out our intentions right away. But when Alan heard about the house arrest, he started sweating. Starting from Noel, Aura, and Ra, everyone felt that it's a reasonable decision. But Alan couldn't warp his head around it. Why this decision suddenly? Alan must first get a permission from her if he really needs to go out, said Sylphie. Now that I have obtained the ability to make clothes, you thought I'll get involved in some kind of perverted crimes just to satisfy my eyes? Alan questioned himself. Alan, someone might be targeting your life, said Sylphie. For what? Being a pervert? Alan wondered. It seems that the demon lord of lust is interested in you. Would you be willing to meet her? Asked Sylphie. What? So basically, Net told the demon lord about my restoration? There's a possibility that my cheat skill attracted dangerous individuals, such as the demon lord, for example. Alan cussed himself, thinking why he didn't put a condition to hide his ability in his spirit contract. I got restoration skills, but my other combat skills are trash. If I ever come face to face with anyone, I'll be easily overpowered. Then everyone will figure out that I'm a petty freeloader. What a shame, Alan. Alan worried about the latest developments. But again, if it's the demon lord of lust, I guess it'll be okay, he thought to himself. Neck explained why it's not a bad idea to meet the demon lord of lust, as she's behind the scenes of the brothel and help in stopping sexual crimes. They don't say it clearly, but it's definitely a win-win relationship for both sides. By the way, what am I getting recommended here? Alan questioned. When you inherit the title, you'll be granted a unique skill, replied Neck. Huh. Alan to get another skill on top of restoration? Man is moving up fast. However, after hearing the details, Alan found out that it's a scam. Because in return of the title, he will get a subordinate enhancement skill that increases Sylphie and others' skill by about 5 levels. Damn. That's why it's called the weakest among demon lords. Doesn't it suit you? Sarcastically commented the angel. I have no interest in becoming a demon lord, said Alan. As long as I can just keep living with eating, sleeping, and somebody touches like a game of reversey, that's all I need, he added. Why are you making it sound like that's just the bare minimum for living? Asked the angel. If I were to become a demon lord, it seems like I would have to maintain some kind of connection with human society and take on the role of a ruler. I'm lazy and I'm not fit, said Alan. Even though you're saying that, it seems like you have something in mind, asked the angel. Yes, she got it right. Alan does have something in his mind. An integrated resort. Starting with an international conference center, it includes hotels, commercial facilities, and a shopping mall. It'll also have a restaurants, a casino, a theater, a cinema, an amusement park, sports facilities, hot spring facilities, and so on. It's basically a fun paradise with everything in it. Seems like our boy had interned with Disney in his past life. If I were to become the general manager of that, it would kind of feel like I'm in charge of people's happiness and enjoyment, don't you think? But establishing something like that is way too unrealistic, he sighed. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You don't even have the guts to support 50 slaves on your own. Sharp. The angel is way too straightforward. Alan pleaded the angle to help him in escaping the place. Well, realistically speaking, if I were to inherit the Demon Lord title, the one who'll be actually working would be Sylphie and others. I really don't want to drag anyone into my reckless adventures, explained Alan. As expected, living an ordinary down-to-earth life is best, he added. You've got nothing to lose by suggesting it. So why not give it a shot, suggested the angel. A freeloader like you wanting to become the master of a nation. I'm sure everyone will just laugh it off, she added. Well, you have a point. If I were to tell a story like this to Mizuki-chan, she would tell, Bro, are you planning to become some kind of foolish lord or something? Alan noted. Since Neck and others are here today, maybe I'll try bringing it up during dinner as a joke, he added. Well, by then, the angel disappeared. But when Alan actually brought that up at dinner, everyone looked at him in surprise. Oh crap, this is no longer a laughing matter. You're in trouble, Alan. Just kidding, said Alan to diffuse the tension in the room. But Sylphie grabbed Alan's hands and said, Let's do it. It's challenging, but it would be fun, added Noelle. To Alan's surprise, everyone is excited about the whole idea. Aura grabbed Alan from behind and told that she would make the women in the world understand the essence of beauty and fashion. Alan could feel the soft pressure from behind, but he was acting tough. Does Aura want something funny? Neck, the demon lord of lust, will personally visit us. Won't she? Asked Sylphie. Yes, that's right, replied Neck. We need some time to prepare, said Sylphie. We'll give her the best hospitality we can offer. How about we have her decide whether to accept Alan's recommendation or not? She added. Isn't that fine? Neck asked Ra. It sounds interesting, so I'll give it a try, replied Ra. Then let's get started right away. Alan, first let's decide on the direction, said Sylphie. But the bro is frozen. Looks like he passed out while standing, commented Noelle. While Alan, without a shred of regret, caught up in a sudden lucky pervert moment, the morning light slipped into the room, casting a warm glow over Noelle, who was curled up on the bed, looking all peaceful. Her hair was a total mess, sprawled across the pillow, and she barely moved, completely knocked out. Then, breaking the silence, a soft voice spoke up. Noelle, you're as cute as ever, he murmured. Her eyelids fluttered open, still heavy with sleep. Morning, she mumbled groggily. Stepping outside, Noelle stretched, letting the cool air wake her up a bit. She yawned, still half asleep. Morning, she muttered, rubbing her eyes. That's when she spotted Chi, her tiny creature buddy, watching her with those beady eyes like some tiny, furry security guard. She chuckled. Keeping watch, huh? Thanks for the hard work. She reached out, giving it some appreciation. She made a tiny noise, probably its way of saying, Yeah, no problem. She turned towards the door, already running through her to-do list in her head. All right, gotta prep some farmland for new crops today, she mumbled to herself. Oh, and gotta adjust the new loom too. Meanwhile, Sylphie was staring at the clothes Alan had given her, feeling all warm inside. They were nice, clearly picked out with care. But since her work could get them dirty, she decided to save them for later. Noelle, on the other hand, was thinking, If anyone was working the hardest to get closer to Alan, it was definitely Sylphie. After all, when Alan talked about freeing the slaves, it was clear he wasn't just about cutting them loose. He wanted to build something that made them want to stay with him even after they were free. Sylphie caught on to that immediately. Alan wasn't just saving them. He wanted to give them real power once they were free. And Sylphie? She wanted to be part of that. But for now, all they could do was trust Alan and see where it led. Noelle, though, couldn't help but wonder, how did Sylphie figure all that out so fast? Seriously, the dwarf girls fit into Alan's crew so naturally. It was like they were always meant to be there. And then came the thought, if everyone gets the same evaluation, then it's pointless. The best results should get the best rewards. So, Noelle decided to step up her game. Not just for herself, but for Alan. He wasn't just some leader, he was her savior. She wanted to be useful to him, to make sure he had everything he needed. And then a dumb thought hit her. Lately, Alan had been really focused on Sylphie's legs. Like, a lot. She smirked to herself. If he's fine with mine, he can stare all he wants, she thought. The next day, Alan sat at his desk, introducing himself as master of the place in his usual casual way. The thing was, there really wasn't much left for him to do. His office? More of a decorative set piece than an actual workplace. At this point, he'd basically become a background character in his own operation. But hey, productivity had skyrocketed, so maybe that was just how it was gonna be. Then Sylphie hit him with an important question. What new plants should they grow to entertain the demon lord of lust? Because, priorities. And he flicked through a book, hoping to find answers, only to realize it was some ancient human-written encyclopedia. The sketches were nice, but the text? Completely unreadable. Useless, making Alan have a full-blown meltdown. Like, eyes welling up, dramatic wailing, the whole thing. Everyone around him was shocked. What's wrong? Sylphie asked. There's no rice, he whispered like it was the end of the world. Yeah, that was it. The crisis? No rice. Since they had to grow something. Though, they settled on sugarcane for now. Good enough. Meanwhile, Alan was still having a minor existential crisis over his own usefulness. The dwarves' earth magic was way better than his, making farming super efficient. Even when he used his magic, it was like, why bother? He literally had nothing to do in the fields. Sylphie told him to stop wasting time and just go back inside. But no, if he couldn't work the fields, he'd find another way to contribute. And thanks to Noelle's genius, they had a game-changing loom that restocked threads automatically. Fabric production? Leveled up. Alan swore his intentions were pure and called raw. But the way he was breathing heavily over his clothing designs? Suspicious. Excitedly, he showed off his sketches. Underwear, blouses, skirts, sweaters, socks. The whole package. And Ra was clearly concerned, asking if maybe he could focus on everyone else's clothing first before getting too deep into his personal designs. Despite the awkward moment, she actually respected his dedication to taking care of the slaves first. They even called it manly. In the end, the girl agreed to make the clothes, kind of impressed by his determination. Then, Tina and Ray walked in, wearing outfits that were definitely Alan's handiwork. They looked amazing, maybe even a little impressed. Then Ray asked, "Village chef, are you sure I can take this?" As she continued saying, of course, the catch was, it was coming out of her salary. Though, Alan waved it off. Don't worry about it. Think of it as a gift from me. I'd be happy if you all accepted it. The girls exchanged looks before nodding. Then we'll take you up on that. Thanks, Alan. And then, Tina chimed in. All right then, village chef, saying that they're so grateful. Ellie then speaks out saying, Ellie and her will be in your care again today. Alan just nodded. Yes, sure. Just then, Tina brought up a past event. Ellie had escaped last time. But this time, she begged the others to give it their all. Alan smirked. All right. Today, I'm finally gonna capture it. In his head, he thought, this is what they call a lucky pervert moment. He had been getting beat down all this time, but he finally realized why. It was simply because he lacked experience. The strategies from his old world didn't work here. But after countless hours playing games, eating, sleeping, reversing, and more, he had reached a new level. He could checkmate even when he'd lost his rook, bishop, knight, and lance. Meanwhile, the goddess had been watching all this unfold. She chuckled. Damn, even with a handicap, this is hilarious. LOL.
Alan, still deep in his thoughts, smirked. They shouldn't underestimate me. I was once called a child prodigy, for a brief period when I was a kid. So, Ellie just sits there, totally accepting her loss, waiting for the village chief's orders. The tension is real. Meanwhile, Alan's over here thinking, yes, penny wrapping. Show me the underwear. Like, dude, priorities. Ellie, on the other hand, freaks out and calls Tina and Ray, saying she might get defiled. Defiled? Girl, calm down. But Tina and Ray just hit her with a, geez, no way, Ellie. Alan, however, knows it's not that simple. Just as he's lost in thought, someone calls his name. Alan, it's Noelle. She just showed up out of nowhere. Alan is straight up amazed, especially because she's actually wearing that outfit. So, naturally, he asks if she wore it for him. Noelle shrugs it off, saying she just finished work and decided to put it on. And Alan? He's caught completely off guard. She looks really good. Not her usual work clothes, but damn, it suits her. She's adorable. Then she hits him with, is there something you need? Before he can answer, she whips out an ear-cleaning tool, casually reminding him that he mentioned it before. Turns out she had some leftover materials and decided to make one. Alan, being Alan, is like, well, might as well use it now. Ellie takes over and carefully starts cleaning his ears, telling him to stay still. And oh boy, the sensation hits. Turns out he's been neglecting his ears badly. Ellie, slightly annoyed but also amused, points out just how much buildup there is. Meanwhile, Alan is just sitting there, barely holding it together. It's both embarrassing and weirdly enjoyable. The whole situation is oddly intimate, but also kinda hilarious. As things settle, Alan starts reflecting. He realizes he got way too caught up in his excitement and suggests they should take their time instead of rushing things. His mind also went to Mizuki-chan, who is not in his own world again, when she reassures him, playfully saying something about saving the fun for last. Then, BM, his brain takes a wild turn. He suddenly hyper-focuses on one thing. He really wants to see Sophie's panties. His determination is real. He calls out to her, setting up whatever ridiculous, awkward moment is about to happen. Out of nowhere, he asks Sylphie if he can grab some sugarcane for a new dish. She agrees and asks what he's making. Flustered, he mumbles something about making a dessert to welcome the demon lord of lust. And Sylphie? She immediately perks up at that. But Alan? Oh, he's distracted. He notices Sylphie's stockings and starts wondering if she wears them all the time because she loves them or if it's just a coincidence. Meanwhile, Sylphie is out here running the Airlift Trading Company, which somehow became the top trading company in the imperial capital. At the same time, Kazaido, founded by Aura and later renamed Meili Kisadu, is thriving in the cosmetics business thanks to soybean-based products. Alan finds the whole thing hilarious. Like, who would have thought stockings and lingerie would be part of a business success story? Thanks to the Arachne sisters, lingerie sales are skyrocketing. Even the Flower District, run by the Demon Lord of Lust, is loving the supply. Business is booming in the weirdest ways. But despite all the progress around him, Alan starts feeling a little left behind. Everyone else is getting stronger, and he's just there. Then, suddenly, he remembers something important: warba mochi. Sweet potatoes, soybeans, sugarcane. Yeah, this could work. And, of course, being Alan, he sneaks in a classic pervy moment, mentioning that thanks to wind magic, he got a beautiful view of some panties. Priorities. Then he fully embraces his ridiculousness and gives himself the most absurd nickname: the Warabi Machi Rampage, aka Panty Paradise. But even he starts questioning if he's going too far. Like, seriously, even water fleas deserve better than this. As all this nonsense is happening, Ellie crushes sweet potatoes with wind pressure, sifts the starch, and dries it out. Meanwhile, Tina works on sugar production, crushing sugarcane, extracting juice, refining it. Alan, fascinated, immediately begs her not to throw away the leftover pulp since it can be used for wax. Tina then explains the whole sugar-making process. Dissolve crystals in warm water, remove impurities, separate it into crystals and molasses, dry it. Boom! Refined sugar and waste molasses, ready to go. She's super excited about it. At this point, Alan remembers the goddess once called him a talkative water flea. He aggressively yells at her to shut up. Now it's his turn. He takes the sweet potato starch, sugar, and water, mixes it all together, and heats it up until it starts getting sticky. Once it's evenly spread and cooled, Aura tells him to roast the soybeans, grind them into powder, and mix them with sugar. After coating the mochi with this mixture, boom, it is ready. And it really looks like slime. Meanwhile, Aura, having no clue what to expect, takes a bite. The second she does, she loses it. Fwa. It's so good. Bouncy, sweet, chewy, delicious. And just like that, she demands more. Not just one, but 2, 3. Alan watches in amusement. Then, for some reason, his brain immediately shifts back to underwear. He just randomly starts thinking about different panties. In his head, he's screaming, "Fantastic! I'm so glad to be alive." Then snap. Someone calls his name. Alan. He panics. Noel. Noel, completely oblivious to his internal chaos, just casually tells him the war of the mochi was amazing. Alan, still reeling from his previous train of thought, awkwardly responds, "Oh, glad you liked it." Then she changes the topic, asking about the outfit he's working on. She lifts her clothes slightly, showing more of her upper thigh, and asks if the length is okay. Alan completely freezes before stammering something about work clothes. Then she suggests adding slits like selfies. Alan, now very aware she's just distracting him from his panty thoughts, can barely function. And then it hits him. Just like the deserts, lingerie, and outfits, their hospitality plan is perfect. Even the demon lord of lust will be beyond satisfied. The grand hospitality plan is finally complete. And then, the big day arrives. Moment. Aura was completely confused. What's with all this noise? What the hell is going on? Neck, equally concerned, asks. Yeah, something's definitely off. So Neck asked, what's happening? Then Sylphie suddenly dropped the bomb. Apologetic, says, wait, where's Alan? Even though she went out of the way to come here. Alan is gone. And she can't find him anywhere. Turns out, despite being under house arrest, Alan got kidnapped. Again. Meanwhile, Alan is chained up, hands and legs bound, mouth covered, kneeling on the floor. He struggles, making weird muffled noises. And the goddess? She just sits there, eating. Sighs. Seriously? How many times are you gonna pull this same stunt? And Alan? Still struggling for his life. Funny enough, the guy can't hear a damn thing. It's like his brain is in airplane mode. Nothing's getting through. And he's just standing there like, what kind of luck is this, Alan? Seriously, someone tell me what's going on before I lose it. Then, out of nowhere, the goddess chimes in. You're pretty composed, huh? Alan immediately snaps back, composed? Are you kidding me? This is my second kidnapping. Wait second. Oh crap, where am I even? Everything is pitch black, he can't feel a thing, and now he's wondering if this is some new level of kidnapping. Might as well call his mom for help. LOL. But hold on, something's off. Wait, am I out? Turns out, he just popped out of the shadows. Dark magic? So they stuffed me in a shadow and carried me around like luggage? Great. Just then, a woman's voice interrupts. Sorry for being so rough with you. It was the only way. He looks up and, hello, gorgeous. Ponytail, kimono, horns, wait, what? And looking way too composed. But before he can fully process her existence, she introduces herself. My name is Ko. Cool. But she's not about to apologize for manhandling him earlier. Instead, she straight up asks him to save her village from some mysterious disease. Alan blinks. Oh, so that's what this is about. Not a ransom, but a rescue mission. And then, plot twist, she says in return, he can do whatever he wants with her. Hold up. What now? Alan.exe has stopped working. Do whatever I want. Even with those legs. And without missing a beat, she's like, yeah, that's the deal. He tries to pull himself together. Does she really think I'd fall for this again? He just sighs and tells her to explain the actual problem. She chuckles, realizing she got a little too comfortable, and pulls down the cloth that was covering his mouth. Meanwhile, the goddess watching all this goes, wait. He just casually untied himself? That's kind of funny. She's low-key entertained, laughing at his serious face. Then suddenly, someone taps her, making her groan. Ow, my stomach hurts. She turns around, grumbling. Senpai, is my break over already? But she has this feeling, like the kid she's watching over is about to have fun. So she tries to squeeze in a quick request. Just a little more break, please. Just a quick one. Alan, not having it, tells her. If you're that curious, I'll tell you later. For now, get back to work. That stings a little. She takes it as a personal attack. But Alan just waves her off. Go on already. I'll be waiting for you in my dreams. The goddess gasps. The audacity. You womanizer. She huffs before disappearing. Alan just shrugs. Wow. Even after I saw her off nicely, that's what I get? Cool. Watching all this, asks, feeling better now? Yeah, Alan replies. It's already nighttime, and he finds a good spot to sit. But before he agrees to help her, he wants a few answers first. Cool, playing along, says, no problem. My 3 sizes are. Hold up, what? Alan immediately cuts her off. What the hell are you talking about? Koo tilts her head, looking slightly offended. Oh, I just thought you were staring at my legs earlier. Or was that my imagination? Alan internally panics. Damn, she got me with that one. He tries to play it cool, but deep down he knows. He just got called out hard. A few minutes later, Koo filled Alan in on everything. With all this new info, he was confident. His mystic eye could probably see through the problem. But first, he needed to know where the hell he even was. Yamato Village, she said. Yamato what now? He'd never heard of the place. But Koo kept going, explaining that it's a village where Oni live. That word hit Alan like a truck. Oni? As in actual demons? Great, just great. Then she dropped another bomb. At full speed shadow travel. It took about 3 days and nights to get here from the monastery. Alan nearly choked. 3 days? How the hell does time even work inside shadows? He couldn't believe it. This whole time, 3 whole days, she'd been carrying him around like some oversized luggage? Damn. Then his brain clicked. Wait, the demon lord of lust's visit. He froze. The date was already over. What now? What if those demons lost their patience, got pissed, and decided to burn everything to the ground? Not even a courtesy visit? That's just plain lazy. But if someone's going to get wrecked over this, let it be him, not the others. They've already suffered enough. Even though he came up with the whole restructuring plan, all he really wanted was for them to keep smiling. But hold up. Wasn't he under insanely tight surveillance? Sophie and Neck made it sound like the monastery had vibration detection, heat detection, wind magic, the whole package. Yet somehow he got snatched like a beginner-level NPC. He turned to Koo. Be honest, was it easy to kidnap me? No way, she shot back. The security was solid. Apparently, the place had 24-hour monitoring. Elves use wind magic to cover every inch of the area. Spider thread alarms sensing even the tiniest vibrations. No blind spots, no gaps, no way in. Alan rubbed his temples. Then how the hell did you get past all that? Koo grinned. Ah, stop, you're making me blush. She wasn't exactly complimenting herself, but she appreciated the praise anyway. Turns out, Oni are built for stealth. Secrecy is their thing. If there was one weak link in that monastery's defense, it wasn't the elves, the magic, or the spider threads. Nope, it was the dumbass who fell asleep without a care in the world. That dumbass being him. Well, crap. But right now, there were bigger problems. The village was in bad shape. Koo figured Alan would understand the severity of the disease better if he saw it himself. And if a simple verbal deal wasn't enough to convince him, she was willing to form a Holy Spirit contract to prove she was serious. Alan took a deep breath. She's really ready to risk her life to save her people? Honestly, he probably had the power to fix this. And even if he said no, he doubted she'd just let him walk away. Not when she was this desperate. He was still worried about the monastery. But he had to trust Sylphie and the others. Right now, this village needs help. All right, he finally said. Let's head to the village. Koo smiled. I won't forget this favor. Alan smirked to himself. Besides, once I save the village, I'll be a hero. Maybe even get a special reward. Who knows? The high priest might even offer me one of the village girls as a bride. Now that would be interesting. He turned to Koo. Just call me Alan. Mind if I call you Koo? She nodded. Of course. Nice to meet you, Alan. With that, she led the way, and they set off. A few hours later, Yamato Village. The moment they arrived, Alan found himself immediately under fire. Why did you bring a human here? Someone demanded, glaring at Koo. Are you betraying us? Alan, still on his knees, blinked. Welp, that's not a good start. But Koo wasn't having it. There's no time for this. Elder, you know the situation. The children need treatment now. The village elder wasn't budging. Did you forget how humans have treated us? Betraying our own kind to seek help from him? I will never accept this. Alan just sat there, completely unwelcome, wondering if this whole thing was about to go very wrong. The elder wasn't done. You shamelessly brought a human here and put the village in danger? Then, without warning, he grabbed a wooden sake bottle and chucked it at Kuo. Leave. Now. Ku didn't even flinch. She sliced the bottle clean in half with a quick knife hand strike, sending the pieces flying in another direction. Alan was impressed, not just by her skill but also by the leftover sake that splashed all over his face. Great. Now I smell like an old drunk. Ku, unfazed, fired back. Yes, humans have harmed us. But are all humans evil? Clinging to some revenge plan to wipe them out? That's just pure madness. There's no point in talking to a so-called leader who refuses to acknowledge his people's suffering. So fine, I was banished a few minutes ago. I'll handle this my way. Alan, still standing there, had a thought. Oh, this is one of those protagonist gets exiled arcs, huh? Before he could get lost in that train of thought, Ku snapped him back. No point in staying here any longer. Alan just shrugged. All right. Wait, did she just casually drop a wipe out humanity line back there? Something told him leaving wouldn't be that easy. Sure enough, the elder sneered. Did you really think I'd let a traitor and a human walk away? Seize them. A group of Oni warriors stepped forward, including one absolute unit of a man. Huge, muscular, and looking way too much like a gorilla. Alan's instincts screamed at him. See, as the musclehead advanced, Alan had another unfortunate thought. If they catch Ku, they'll probably torture her in some pervy way. One of the Oni shoved Ku, making her stumble. Alan immediately stepped forward. Kill me instead. Not that he was really into the whole self-sacrifice thing, but if Ku went down, he was next anyway. But Ku wasn't having it. She got up and launched the guy who pushed her across the entire damn village. Flames of rage burned in her eyes. You think you can just touch a woman like that? She roared. Alan stood there, stunned. Okay, she's the real gorilla here. Ku turned back to him. Let's go. Alan hesitated. What about the sick villagers? She scoffed. The old fools who only live for revenge? They can rot. The elder laughed bitterly. Humph, spoken like a true traitor. Alan sighed. From a human perspective, the Oni are dangerous. But I get where the elder's coming from too. It was clear the Oni lived in harsh conditions, with low civilization levels. They'd probably been driven from their homes over and over by humans. No wonder they didn't want to rely on or owe anything to the same people who ruined their lives. They couldn't forgive that easily. But right now, Alan had a bigger problem. Musclehead McSmashFirst was still trying to solve things with brute force. Ku was still visibly pissed, and Alan wasn't sure what the right move was. If he spoke up carelessly, he might get gorilla handled too. So he took the safest route, apologizing. Oh, sorry? I mean, stuff happens, right? Ku smirked. You really are something else. Then she got serious again. They only have been hunted for so long. We don't even know the reason anymore. Why is our entire race deemed unacceptable? Alan sighed. Yet things happen, I guess. Ku looked at him closely. You don't seem to fear or hate Oni, do you? Can you really tell that just by looking? She smirked. I've got a sharper nose than most. I can sense things like bloodlust. Alan felt a bead of sweat roll down his neck. Oh crap. If she can pick up on my thoughts, she's gonna know I've been mentally calling her a gorilla. Ku narrowed her eyes. You're hiding something. Alan quickly covered it up. Isn't it normal for people, human or Oni, to have some thoughts they don't want to share? She chuckled. You really are a strange one, Alan. Unlike the others, you don't reek of fear or hatred. Then she smiled. Come on, I'll show you where the sick kids are. Alan exhaled. Phew, crisis averted. But wait, what was that smell? Good thing he'd been using restoration to keep himself from stinking. Hours later, the sick kid's location. This is the place, Ku said. Alan held up a hand. Wait. Ku frowned. What now? Before I do anything, I want to check on the patients myself. Ku tilted her head. Why? If you're gonna use your power anyway, what's the point? Alan rubbed his neck. I've saved about 50 people so far, but there's a limit to how many I can heal. That was a lie. Since restoration didn't use up mana, he could technically heal an unlimited number of people. But he had no intention of revealing all his cards. If he wanted to return to the monastery in one piece, he had to be careful. Ku seemed to understand. Got it. I won't ask any further. Besides, power like that belongs in the realm of the gods. If word got out, people would try to take it for themselves. Alan nodded. Exactly. She gave him a reassuring look. I won't tell anyone. Let's even include that in our Holy Spirit contract. Alan smiled. Thanks. Now, based on the symptoms, he might be able to treat the illness without using restoration. And honestly, if he didn't figure out the root cause, the disease would just come back. As he examined the patients, his mind raced. Numb hands and feet, loss of appetite, lower body fatigue. And if this keeps up, they'll be bedridden. Some have even died from heart failure. Something wasn't right. He skimmed through the plant encyclopedia Sylphie gave him. Nothing about an illness like this. Then he turned to Kuo. Can I ask you something? Of course. Alan hesitated. It might be a weird question, but is rice the staple food of the Oni? Kuo blinked. How did you know that? Alan's eyes sparkled. Breaking news. Alan gets his hands on rice. He grinned. I know it's kinda inappropriate to say, but still.
So Alan suddenly drops this quote. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Yeah, classic nerd moment. Turns out it's from some famous guy. But Alan's all hyped like, see, that means science can do anything. And you could tell he was feeling himself like, yeah, I'm the smart one here. But then this thought hits him. What if it works the other way around, too? Like, if you've got magic, why even bother with complex problems? Just zap it and move on. But honestly, he still doesn't fully get how this new world works. Now, here's the thing. Medicine, totally outdated in this world. Recovery magic's taken over. Meanwhile, Kuo's hanging on to Alan, shaking him back and forth like a kid, yelling, "Tell me what's going on." She's clearly panicking. Alan, barely holding it together, is like, Kuo, I was just trying to sound cool, okay? She's not having it. Then what does rice have to do with this illness? Please, Alan, explain already. Alan tries to calm her down. Okay, I'll explain now. Feeling a bit dizzy, though. Oh, sorry for dragging you around like that, she says, stepping back. So he starts laying it down for her. Basically, people here have been eating only white rice, and that's messed with their nutrition. It's a thing called vitamins. Vitamins. Kuo blinks like she just heard a new spell name. Yeah, it's called kake. It happens when you don't get enough vitamins. If it's early, switching to brown rice can help fix it. Kuo's jaw drops. Are you serious? That's it? In Alan's mind, he's like, yep, classic Isekai moment, modern knowledge saves the day again. He gives her the full scoop, treatment plan and all. But here's the problem. Big medical actions in this world can draw unwanted attention, and Alan's not trying to cause a scene. Kuo, fired up, yells, "Let's get some brown rice now!" Alan's like, wait, I'm coming with you, but I've got something I want to ask on the way. Huh? She replies, confused. Few minutes later, they arrive at this hidden spot. Kuo pulls out a short sword and says, all serious, "What I'm about to show you is a tightly guarded village secret, just like the truth about rice. I'm trusting you, Alan." He nods, trying to play it cool. Got it. I won't tell a soul. In his head, though, he's wondering, wait a second. Rice mills don't exist here, so how the hell are they milling rice? Then Kuo activates some wild technique called oniats, ashura. She starts swinging her sword in wild, elegant movements. Alan watches in disbelief. Wait, did she just grow extra arms? 6 arms? Hold up. Is she seriously polishing each grain of rice with sword techniques? Suddenly, something drops into a giant sealed container. I'm done, Kuo says, brushing her hands off. Alan blinks. Wish you actually polished it, though. Kuo's just like, any healthy Oni can do that much. Anyone? With those insane skills, and they're being persecuted? Why? Kuo suddenly glares at him. Are you seriously saying that? He panics, waving his hands. Sorry, didn't mean anything by it. She cools off a bit. Fine. I can tell you weren't mocking me, but you'd better not say that in front of other Oni. Got it, he nods quickly, still trying not to get punched again. In his head, he's thinking, okay, maybe sneak attacks go against the Oni's sense of honor or pride or something. Kuo reflects, maybe kidnapping me was a last resort. We were cornered. Alan, looking guilty, says, "Yeah, sorry. I didn't really think it through." But she stops him. "No. I'm the one who asked for your help and then nearly went full rage mode on you, so forgive me too." "Guess we're even then," Alan chuckles. "So are these ingredients? You got garlic?" "We do." "Why? What are you planning?" He starts explaining. "So first, soak the rice bran in water and strain it. Then grate some garlic in." Wait, you're not seriously gonna drink that, are you?" "Absolutely. This isn't the time to be picky." She sighs, gulps, and says, Okay. Minutes later, he tells her they'll give it to the patients 3 times a day. They'd need more supplies, maybe even expand the field. Kuo replies, "Luckily, I've got some farming experience." Alan grins. "Awesome. But, can I eat first? I'm kinda starving." So Alan gets his rice. Later, they get to work. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the room. "I'm disappointed in you, Master. Relying on a human? That stuff has to be poison. Rin, watch your mouth." Kuo scolds. Alan awkwardly tries to calm her down. "Look, I already tested it. It's safe, see?" Rin scoffs. "I don't trust humans. It smells weird." "That's garlic," Kuo explains. "Come on now. They say good medicine tastes better. Just take a sip." He moves closer, offering the drink. "Don't touch me," Rin snaps, slapping his hand away. "Rin," Kuo shouts. "Calm down," Alan yells. Kuo isn't having it, though. No, it's a master's job to correct a disrespectful disciple. Bam! She punches Alan in the face. Then she gasps, "Sorry." Rin's like, "Whoa, Master, you were faking it the whole time, huh?" "Absolutely not. Now drink the stuff." "I don't want to." What follows is chaos, endless treatment, persuasion, and slowly helping the Oni recover. A month later, Alan's chilling on the roof, admiring the clouds. Suddenly, Rin pops up from below. "Heh, I see your butt." "That's so lame." Alan sighs. Why did these kids never let up? Even Rin, who hated his guts before, seems to have warmed up to him. Kuo laughs. "You're such a weakling, Oni-san." Then Rin calls out, Hey, eyes up here." She places her hand over her chest and smirks. "You're not just weak, you're a pervy, too." Alan groans. "Hey, you shouldn't tease adults." She fires back. "Your nose is bleeding." "That happened during sparring, okay?" Alan starts thinking, why do girls this age always act like this? Then, boom, Rin drops the ultimate bomb. "Hey, have you done it with Master? Pervy stuff?" Alan chokes. "What? You made a spirit pact with her, right? Isn't that the same as making her your slave?" "Well," Alan stutters, his mind melting. She leans in, whispering, "Her nape is super sensitive, you know." Alan freaks out. "What the hell?" She dashes off, giggling. "Good luck, but I think it'll be too much for you." Alan, red-faced and dazed, mumbles, "Thanks for the info." The wind blows, warm and gentle. He wonders how Sylphie and the others are doing. Are they okay? Is Neku still dealing with the Demon Lord? He wants to go home, but this place is so hidden, not even Sylphie might find him. His only option? Ask Kuo to take him back. But should he really ask her to be his first? He's heard the rumors, lose your V-card, and boom, confidence, swagger, even women flocking to you. Could this be his golden path? "I see it, my shining road," he yells, running to find Kuo.
When he finally reached her, he was all serious and said, "Hey, I've got something to say." And Kuo was like, "Okay, I'm listening." Ellen had hyped himself up already, like he had rehearsed it in his head 1,000 times. But then he looked around and went, "Wait, a cliff? Seriously? Out of everywhere I could confess, I picked a whole cliff? She's gonna think I'm insane. What if she freaks out and goes, 'Huh? You brought me here for that?'" But deep down, he was like, "Nah, I've come too far to chicken out now. Screw it. Let's do this." He blurted it out. "I want you with me." And boom, pause, rewind. Let's jump back a bit. On Sylphie's side, the search for Alan was going crazy. Noelle reported, "Even past the mountain, there's no trace of Lord Alan." Sylphie added, "Western Lake's a dead end too. I tried expanding my wind magic to sense him, but still nothing. His room had no magical residue, no struggle. Dude just vanished. Then the nine-tailed demon lord, basically Lust-chan herself, dropped some wisdom. Sometimes the absence of a trace is the trace. This smells like the work of an oni. Now, here's the thing. Oni are insanely good at hiding. Stealth, spy stuff, sneaky ninja-level pros. And Ra, frustrated, said, "Screw it, I'll go check outside." Tina tried to stop him like, "Bro, running around like a headless chicken isn't gonna help." But Noelle was like, "Honestly, I think Ra should be in charge of the others." Ra didn't even argue. Fine, but that idiot Alan, even if he can heal himself, he's too soft-hearted. What if he's getting hurt somewhere? It pisses me off just thinking about it. Sylphie agreed, saying, "We all feel the same. That's why we have to act smart." So the plan kicked off. Elves would search with wind magic, Ra and Neku would team up with the spider scouts, and the rest would gather info old school style. But despite all that, they found nothing. An entire month passed. Sylphie was on the verge of breaking down, crying while looking at maps, desperately hoping they hadn't missed something important. Just then, knock knock, someone asked if they could come in. Sylphie quickly pulled herself together and said, "Come in." It was Neku, smiling like, "Yo, waiting period is over. We found something." Sylphie blinked like, "Huh?" Neku explained, "Thanks to my demonic eye, clairvoyance, I can track anything I want, and I've seen where Alan is." Sylphie was like, "Whatever the cost, I'll pay. Just tell me where he is." But Neku, being Neku, said, "All right, but in return, you gotta get along with Ra." Sylphie hesitated, but eventually went, "Fine, deal sealed." Neku activated her power, locked onto Alan's location, and casually said, "I'll call in the Nine Tails too." Boom, coordinates locked. Alan was in a distant village, 1 day away. Sylphie, fired up again, whispered, "Please be safe, Alan. I'm coming." And now, fast forward, all timelines are back together. Just when Alan was about to hit Kuo with a spicy confession, maybe even a help me lose my V-card moment, Boom Squad pulled up yelling, "Alan, we found you!" Alan just stood there mid-confession like, "Bro, really? Now y'all show up?" Kuo was confused and on alert. "Who are these people? How'd they find this place?" Alan calmed her down and said, "It's okay." Then Kuo, still curious, was like, "So, Alan, earlier you were saying, with me, what comes after that?" Alan was panicking in his head like, she's actually asking. What do I say now? Think, Alan, think. Say something smart that won't make you look like a total loser." And then out of nowhere, he blurted out, "Will you join me in ending racial discrimination?" Kuo froze. "Wait, are you serious?" Alan nodded, trying to keep a straight face. Inside, she was shook. A human asking an Oni to help end racial discrimination? That's basically like a marriage proposal in their world. She'd always assumed people wanted her for her power. She was mentally prepared for being used, not whatever this was, something real. Then Alan's group showed up full family reunion mode. Kuo stood back, watching like, wait, he knew they'd come? He acted like this was all part of his plan. The way he spoke, the way he acted, so calm, so calculated. She started wondering if Alan was more than just some random guy. She thought, man, we traveled a whole month to get here, and he had zero doubt they'd find him? That's some next-level trust. Elves, dwarfs, spiderfolk, even the Lust Demon Lord, everyone had gathered around Alan like he was the chosen one. Kuo stepped forward all shy and said, I'm a Genki type, one of the rarer Oni, so I'm not used to this kind of thing." Alan just smiled like, "Cool." Inside, Kuo was freaking out, thinking, I still have feelings like this? Am I flustered? Then she pointed at him and declared, "From now on, I'll be with you forever and ever." Sylphie off to the side nearly face-palmed. Wait, did she just pledge a lifetime to him? She sighed. Here we go again. Another girl caught in the Alan trap. I should probably talk to her before she sneaks into Alan's bed thinking it's a romance movie. Not that I'm jealous or anything. I'm his aide, that's all. Alan looked at Sylphie and said, Thanks for coming, and sorry for worrying you. She gave him a long stare. Alan, was this all part of your plan? He smirked. Well, kinda. Sylphie just groaned. Good grief, of course he meant every word. The whole thing about stopping famine, ending discrimination, it wasn't just talk. Things are only gonna get crazier from here. But I'm just glad he's safe. Later on, Alan finally found something important, thanks to Oropedia. Noelle told him, hey, just so you know, when a guy says something like, let's end racial discrimination to an Oni woman, that's the same as proposing to her. Alan froze. Wait, what? Even the goddess watching all of this was like, hold up, did I just miss the best part?
A few hours later, Kuo sat everyone down and was like, so, yeah, that's how we got here. Alan's the one who saved our village. Like, he literally risked his life for us. And yeah, I messed up. Treated someone that important like crap, even though he was just trying to help. I seriously screwed up and I'm really sorry. And Alan's fan, they were all chill about it. Look, Alan already forgave you. There's no hard feelings. What matters is that all of you are safe and okay now. Meanwhile, Sylphie's off in her own little headspace going, wait, you're telling me this guy fixed everything without using restoration? As a human. And he even got the ogres, who've been oppressed for years, to trust him? Who even is this man? Alan just smiled and said, thanks to all of you, it's finally over. But in his head he was like, do they know? How much do they actually know? 'Cause honestly, he couldn't feel or see anything. The demon lord of lust bounced with Neku like they were late for a meeting, and everyone else kinda exceeded all his expectations. Did I come off like a total idiot to them? He thought he played it cool, but Sylphie hit him with that classic line. Took you long enough. Oof, that one stung. All that dramatic brooding he did probably looked like the cringiest edgy act of the year. Then Rin came running up like, Oni-san, I showed Miss Sylphie and the others to the house, but... And Alan cut her off real quick. Thanks, I'll help with dinner once I pack up my stuff. Rin paused, side-eyeing him hard. Hey, you're leaving, aren't you? You're going with Miss Sylphie and the others, right? Alan turned to her with a big grin. Eh? Wait, Rin-chan, are you going to miss me? She puffed up. It's not like that. I mean, you said you were going to make me your slave or whatever. I was just curious what you were planning next. And Alan goes, well, Rin-chan, would you be interested in studying abroad? She blinked. Eh? Fast forward a month. Bam! Alan's finally back at the monastery. Kuo's looking all happy like it's reunion day, but Rin, she's out here staring at everything like, what is this place? Since when do slaves get their own private house? What the heck? And this farm? It's huge! Apparently after a little convincing from Alan, Kuo agreed to let Rin and the ogre kids tag along, except not as slaves, more like exchange students. Fancy, right? But Alan, his vibes crashed harder than a bad stock. Ever since he got back, the way everyone was looking at him was weird, like they were trying not to scream or something. He walked in all awkward like, hey guys, I'm home. Sorry for making you worry. They responded, welcome back. We're just glad you're safe. But their eyes said something else. Alan felt that tension. Great, they already know everything, don't they? Between Sylphie's wind magic and Neku's tracking eye, they probably watched his entire emo meltdown in 4K. I went full edgelord, didn't I? And as if things couldn't get worse, the goddess watching over him suddenly popped up being sassy like, let's not forget you're also a virgin who thinks about dirty stuff all the time. Alan glared at her. Don't you have a job or something? She smirked. I'm working remotely today. So, y'all get remote work? Shouldn't you be doing something instead of spacing out? Alan just stared at her. What's everyone even doing here this late? The party prep for the Oni kids should be done, right? The goddess did her usual cryptic nonsense. Ooh, a mysterious gathering? How interesting. I wonder what it could be.
He shot her a look. You want me to do it, huh? Whatever could you mean? She said, clearly meaning yes. Alan sighed. You're not even pretending anymore. So yeah, he pulled out his special trick. See, restoration wasn't just for fixing stuff. Turns out, it could also play back sounds in a specific area, like a secret voice recorder. Duration, 9 seconds, range 2 to 3 meters, no repeats in the same spot, and right now, he was targeting the bathhouse, where Sylphie, Ellie, Kuo, and Noelle were having a soak. Yeah, he knew it was wrong, but he was desperate. So he hit play. The goddess snickered. Congrats on your first eavesdropping crime. Shh, shut up, Alan whispered. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Arasan! Another followed. I don't want to be the village chief's slave anymore. Me too! Same. Even Ray added, Is that not okay?
Meanwhile, Alan is just standing there like he's been punched in the gut. My heart shattered. The man is devastated. And as if things couldn't get worse, the goddess hits him with the sarcasm of the century. A high art, self-inflicted mess. Bravo! Like, bro, even the divine beings are roasting him. Meanwhile, on the elf squad side, Aura's group is gathered up. Ellie looks at them like, wait, you guys are saying you want to stop being slaves? And they're all just giving her that silent but serious look. You know the one. The we've made up our minds eyes. Ellie gets it immediately. They might not be saying it out loud, but their feelings are crystal clear. So she's like, all right, let's talk to Sylphie about this. I feel the same way too, to be honest. But not because I'm a slave. I want to support Alan-sama not as property, but as me, as a woman. I mean, come on. Alan didn't just save their village. He single-handedly gained the trust of the Oni, saved people from famine, and is literally dreaming of a world where there's no racism between races. It's not just big talk. Ellie's seen it. She's seasoned him the qualities of a real king, even if, yeah, he does mess with girls' hearts here and there. Part of the charm, right? So yeah, they all start walking towards Sylphie's place. Ellie looks back and asks Noelle and the others, hey, you guys here to talk to Sylphie too about the same stuff? They nod, and Ellie just smiles. Knew it. We're really in sync, huh? Honestly, if we hadn't met under Alan, I don't think any of us would have even spoken. Same here. Alan brought us all together. Yeah, it's because of him we're even here right now. Few minutes later, at Sylphie's side, she hears them out. You want to stop being slaves. So that's how everyone feels. And everyone, in perfect harmony, goes, yes! But it's not just a simple yes. You could see it in their eyes. Those words were carrying a lot of emotions. They're basically overwhelmed by Alan, by his vibe, his passion, his big brain ideas. And honestly, who wouldn't be? The dude's kind of a legend. Sylphie's feeling it too. Every time she sees Alan pushing himself for his ideals, she feels this mix of admiration and anxiety. Like, the more he shines, the more she wants to be someone who can walk beside him, not just trail behind as a servant. He's doing everything. Ending famine, tackling racism, even planning a resort of all things. She's like, if we wait for orders from him every time, we'll die of old age before anything gets done. That's why Alan doesn't order them around. What he wants from them is initiative, their own will, their own fire. And looking back, he's been that way from the start. If you want to roll with Alan, you need 2 things, your own mind and solid resolution. And then, out of nowhere, Sylphie hits her with this deeper question. She's like, hey, you're an ancient elf, right? You were never meant to be a slave in the first place. Ever. Thought about just paying off your debt and walking free? Sylphie doesn't even hesitate. Of course I want to be free. But then she adds, in her heart, if we weren't bound by titles, if it was just me and Alan, and if just being by his side gave him strength, That would truly make me happy, because I trust him that much. Ellie hears that, and she's low-key shocked. She thinks to herself, but right now, there's still a future I want to see by his side. So what we need to do is, I have a proposal for everyone. Meanwhile, cut to the goddess absolutely dragging Alan. She's like, of course they want to be free. Duh, why wouldn't they? Or why are you even listening to them again? Don't tell me you're actually a masochist now. Fast forward a bit, inside the house, everyone's decorating like nothing happened. Alan wakes up, looks around, and goes, everyone's acting normal. Did I pass out? Is it party time already? But then he hears someone say, okay, fine, whatever. If you want to quit that badly, go right ahead, be my guest. And he spots Kuo and Ren walking by. He gives him a smile, but deep inside he's screaming. I knew this would happen. I totally expected this. Not hurt at all. Nope, not even a little bit itchy. I'm fine. Not lonely at all. Haha, why does this feel like a breakup? Still, Alan being Alan, he puts on a smile. You guys enjoy the party, okay? But deep down, he's dying. Man's in emotional shambles. But then again, freedom of choice matters, right? If they've survived hell and come this far, the least he can do is treat them with respect and kindness. So he tells himself, all right, reset. Time to shift gears, no more sad boy energy. Let's go. Then someone calls out, Village Chief. Alan's like, uh-oh. He sees Tina holding a paper and immediately thinks, that's gotta be a debt contract. Then he notices Aura and Sylphie's eyes glowing like anime bosses. He's thinking, oh god, they want me to go full drama and make a big speech or something, huh? I get it, been there. When I was quitting my job, I used to daydream about screaming at my boss too. But then he snaps out of it when Tina says, please take a look at this. I left just $1 of debt behind. This is my will and resolve. Alan is, what? The others start chiming in, I feel the same way. Me too. Same here. Alan's face is complete confusion. So Rami just looked at Alan and straight up asked, is that not okay? And Alan, a poor dude who was clearly conflicted, started scratching his head like, it's not that it's not okay, but if you've already paid off your debt, then... Rami cut him real quick, waving a finger like, I still got $1 left, right? Now cut to the elves in the background all squinting like, bruh, what? One of them deadpanned, wait, $1? That's like 100 yen. You could pay that off right now with pocket lint. What's the point? Another elf chimed in, totally confused. Are they trying to be dramatic or what? But then someone, maybe the smarter one in the group, went all philosophical like, even if it's a small amount that could be repaid any time, a debt is still a debt, you know? And that's when the bigger picture clicked. They were like, if we leave just that tiny bit of debt, we'll still look like master and servant to outsiders. But mentally, emotionally, they're free. They can leave whenever they want. Meanwhile, Alan is standing there with the most done with life face, muttering, since the spirit contract is still active, that means I'm still responsible for them, feeding them, housing them, making sure they're not setting things on fire. You could see the stress lines forming on his forehead. Sylphie stepped in with a smirk, super proud of herself, like she just won chess in 3 moves, and said, exactly, Alan. Alan stared at her like he'd just been betrayed by his favorite anime character. You planned this, didn't you, Sylphie? But she wasn't even denying it. She looked at him all soft and sparkly and went, Alan, you're tearing up. And yeah, he totally was. Not like bawling, but that man was getting glossy-eyed. She kept going, clearly enjoying how dramatic the moment was. And with your charisma, of course they'd follow you. Leaving just $1 of debt and choosing to stay as your slaves, that's their way of dedicating their lives to you. Then she turned to the whole group, raising her voice a bit like she was giving a speech at a wedding or something. Everyone here made that choice fully aware. They didn't get tricked into it or forced. They're not your slaves. We're your comrades. Your ride or dies. We share your dream, Alan. And then she pulled the final emotional punch, looking him straight in the stall. So please, let us keep chasing that vision you believe in. From here on, we're with you, always. Our beloved master. Cue dramatic anime wind. And somewhere in the back of someone's mind, probably Sylphie, the thought popped up, at this point, he's not just some smooth-talking womanizer. He even cured that weird illness nobody could figure out. Maybe the one I should really trust, like actually putting my life in his hands, is this idiot right here. A quick rewind to last time. Alan was explaining his oh-so-wonderful life as a slave, saying each of them only had one doll left. The goddess tilted her head like, and what happens if you've only got one doll left? And Alan, dead serious, was like, don't you know? They can kill me any time. I'm out here breaking my back to take care of all of them, but the moment I sneeze wrong, boom, gone. This system is completely messed up. Then he added the real kicker. If he ever made a pervy request, he could kiss his life goodbye right then and there. The goddess smirked. Wow, that's actually a genius way to keep you in check. Alan growled under his breath. Damn you, Sylphie. But she caught that little spark in his eyes and went, even after saying all that, you still look like you're hiding something. Alan grinned. Of course I am. You think I'd play all my cards from the start? Nah. If I can't use my position, then I'll use that instead. Now, cut to the Oni who moved into the monastery. Except for Kuo, they weren't slaves. Alan had made a deal. In exchange for sharing his human knowledge and tech, they'd let him do something super secret in Oni culture, grow rice. And yes, he was going to pay them for their work, which meant sake was now on the table. Alan's brain immediately went into party mode, a burning body, a melting mind, and then a sea of booze and a forest of flesh. Yeah, he was already imagining days filled with non-stop pleasure. Let's charge straight into the days of carnal desire. This body runs on infinite lust. The goddess sighed. Alan-san, you never get discouraged, do you? Fast forward to the present. Someone shouted, all right, everyone's here, let's start planning rice. Alan took command. Since rice needs a lot of water, we'll kick things off with some water magic. Rin stared at him and squinted. Mr. Weakling, why does your face look even creepier than usual today? Ellie patted her shoulder. It's fine, Rin. That's just Alan's normal creepy smile. Noelle nodded like she was signing an official document. Same as always. Aura added, you'll get used to it, Rain-chan. Rin blinked. Wait, am I supposed to get used to this? The whole farming operation was like watching a speed run. The dwarfs used earth magic to prep the fields, carefully calculating the best fertilizers. The elves did water magic for irrigation and even used wood magic to make the crops grow faster. Finally, the Oni sword fighters came in and harvested everything like samurai lawnmowers. And Alan? Yeah, he was just standing there holding his hoe like some kind of mascot, tears in his eyes. His grand land-clearing arc was completely useless now that they had earth magic. At this point, that hoe was just a prop. But finally, it was his turn. This was where his modern human knowledge was going to shine. He told Kuo, polish the rice. She didn't even hesitate. Alan explained, in sake brewing, polishing rice is called milling. Every second matters for the final product. So try different methods. Kuo's eyes lit up. This is worth perfecting. Before they could get deeper into it, Ellie bounced over, hey, I brought it. Alan flinched at her voice like a man hearing a ticking bomb. Thanks. Set it there. Kuo tilted her head. What is that? Alan proudly introduced it. This is a koshika. It's a steamer that uses steam to heat the rice so it soaks up moisture. He moved over to Noelle, explaining, perfect steaming means the outside is firm, but the inside stays soft. Then Kuo hit him with a question out of nowhere. Alan, can I ask you something? Sure. Rice became the Oni's main food because it didn't compete with human crops. That's why even today, you can't find it anywhere, not even in the imperial capital. And despite living with rice for generations, we Oni don't know anything about sake brewing. So, how do you know about it? Alan froze. Inside his head, he was screaming, because I want to get all etchy with girls, duh. But no way could he say that out loud. Alcohol just made it easier, you know? Though even he admitted relying on booze was kinda third-rate, but still. So yeah, he read like 50 books on sake brewing. Really interesting stuff. Totally not suspicious. But what happened to that ecchi plan? Who knows? Before he could even think of a lie, the goddess suddenly chimed in, Alan, you're kind of a chicken type, huh? He snapped inside. Who are you calling a guy who forgets his goal after 3 steps? Quit messing with me while I'm using my cheat skill. She laughed. Why are you so surprised? We're close, aren't we, Alan? He groaned. Ugh, you keep messing with me and you'll regret it one day. You're in my strike zone too, you know? Oh, I don't mind. You can show me that pain anytime. She purred. Alan's jaw dropped. Wait, seriously? She smiled sweetly. Sure, I'll even bring the ice pick. Alan blinked. Ice? What? Yeah, nope, not the kind of pain he was thinking of. Terrifying. Back to reality and straight into sake brewing. Just when Alan was deep in his shady, alcohol-fueled daydreams, Kuo's voice cut in. Alan? And just like that, reality drop-kicked him in the face. His brain went full panic mode. He was tripping over his own words, desperately searching for a way to dodge his question. Well, you see, yeah, the man was sweating bullets. But before he could embarrass himself any further, another voice came in smooth as silk. The reason why isn't important anymore. The sound of footsteps approached, and the voice continued. Do you think we really need to dig into that? Alan is our master. That's all that matters. We've already decided to follow him. Kuo blinked, then nodded. You're right. Sorry, that was rude of me to ask. Alan, in his head, was already bowing down to Sylphie. Nice save, Sylphie. Very nice save. But honestly, to make Kuo back off with just one sentence, even he was impressed. Of course, Rin had to ruin the moment. But Kuo, I still want to know. Kuo shut her down instantly. Sylphie understands Alan. If she says that's the end of it, then that's the end of it. Alan, meanwhile, was putting 2 and 2 together. Looks like Sylphie's influence even reaches the Oni. Sylphie, the key player behind the one-doll debt system, obviously she wants her freedom. And her mood alone could make your seat vanish. Yeah, note to self, do not mess with Sylphie. Anyway, Alan knew if he wanted to keep his eat, sleep, repeat lifestyle going and pull off his dream of a tipsy pajama party, he needed to prove he was still useful. All right, he announced, let's carry part of the steamed rice to the koji room. The koji room itself was a dwarven masterpiece. Inside, Alan ordered, spread out the steamed rice and add the koji mold we found during that rot incident. Remember, rot can speed up fermentation, but this part is super delicate. Temperature control is everything. Orin nodded. So you throw a blanket over it to fine-tune the heat? Fire is also an Oni specialty, so be careful when adjusting it. Alan continued. Just like the finished rice koji, I use decay magic to quickly make the susho, basically the base fermentation starter. Then we blend it with the kijo rice. He turned to Noelle. Let's move it into your tank and start brewing. A good sake starts with good water, he added, glancing at Ellie. Think you can use water creation again? Ellie puffed out her chest. Leave it to me. Alan continued. We'll add the ingredients in 3 stages. This normally takes days, so when you use magic, make sure to adjust carefully. He kept turning the koji rice while speaking, then looked at Kuo. Well, think you can handle it? This part relies a lot on a master brewer's intuition and experience, so if it's too hard, Kuo cut him off. Oh, no problem. Let's try different things and make some amazing sake. Rin suddenly jumped in. Master, I'm feeling fired up. Also, wow, it smells so good. Kuo caught her staring and snapped. Hey Rin, your drool's about to fall in. Rin didn't miss a beat. You're drooling too, Master. Alan pretended not to hear her. So it's true. Oni are really a race that loves sake above all else. Even Shuten Doji could be taken down with enough booze. All right, Kuo, he said. I'm putting you in charge of sake brewing from now on. Think you can handle it? She replied, understood, then immediately asked, is it drinkable yet? Alan chuckled. Once we remove the cloudiness, yes. Want to have a taste? The group responded in perfect unison, absolutely please. Noelle piped up, this is finished too. Sylphie grinned, alcohol is such a luxury, everyone's gonna love it. Ellie clapped her hands, let's get some food ready too. Alan, staring at the brewing sake, thought, does this mean I'm finally becoming a man? His eyes actually started watering. Rin tilted her head. Looks like he's crying again. Ellie shrugged. Same as usual, don't worry. Don't worry, she repeated, looking genuinely concerned. A few hours later, the banquet kicked off. Alan raised his cup height. Good work, everyone. Tonight we celebrate the rice harvest and the start of the sake brewery. Cheers! Drink up, sing your hearts out. Everyone dove in, eating and drinking to their fill. Alan grinned. Now then, a wild orgy of food and booze. Hours later, someone groaned. Ugh, my head. Is this from the alcohol? Alan rubbed his temples. Wait, what happened after that? His memory was a total blank. No way, did I just fall asleep? What a waste. Then he glanced over. Sylphie? In nightwear, sleeping right next to him. His brain exploded. Sylphie, huh? What's going on? Did we? Somewhere, the goddess's voice chimed in. This might be a cold case. Uh-huh.
All right, so let's rewind time a bit before Alan somehow ended up as a little kid again. Yeah, both body and mind. Though, let's be honest, his brain still works just fine. Mostly. Anyway, we switch over to Sylphie's side of things. She's there, holding a cup, staring at it like, so this is sake, huh? My first time trying it. She takes a sip and goes, ooh, it's warm and actually kind of tasty. But then her face changes, like, wait a sec, doesn't sake make people act weird? She remembers Alan's warning echoing in her head. Take it slow, okay? If it doesn't suit you, don't push it. And she's just muttering to herself like, right, Alan did warn me about this. Now Alan, the guy who can literally use restoration, should be fine, right? Yeah, except he's definitely not fine. Dude drank way too much. And next thing you know, he's wobbling over to Sylphie, red-faced, smiling like an idiot, and leaning dangerously close to her chest. He breathes softly. Sylphie-o-ne-chan. Sylphie freezes, eyes wide, face red, while her brain is just screaming, what is happening? Alan keeps going, by the way, saying, Sylphie-o-ne-chan, you're so soft and warm and you smell really nice. At that point, everyone in the room loses it. Whoa. What even is the situation? This wasn't a he's a bit tipsy moment. This was full on, oh no, we broke him. Sylphie's panicking, trying to figure it out. Wait, wasn't restoration supposed to stop him from getting drunk? But nah, turns out everyone kept topping off his cup before he could even react. She's just like, seriously? His tolerance is that bad? If this keeps up, he's gonna die of embarrassment tomorrow. Then Alan suddenly yells, hey, you know I really love Sylphie-o-ne-chan. Sylphie's brain? Gone. She's like, nope, I must resist this. And right when she's about to faint from the chaos, poof, a bubble of smoke appears. Everyone's just standing there like, wait, what just happened? Sylphie, why is Alan smaller? And Sylphie, now holding a child-sized Alan, stammers, I'm doing this to protect his reputation. It's fine. It's not embarrassing if he's a kid again. Inside, she's totally fangirling like, oh no, he's too cute. Cute overload. Wait, no, it's just the sake. I'm drunk, I swear. Meanwhile, poor Ellie bumps into a table, sending bottles flying everywhere. She freaks out. I'm sorry. What was I even thinking? Then a calm voice chimes in. No worries, Ellie. I can fix that. Everyone turns around and sees Noelle, the big sis type, casually waving her hand and boom, the bottles back together like magic. Alan's eyes sparkle. Wow, that's amazing. Noelle-o-ne-chan, you're so cool. Noelle smirks. Heh, this kind of thing's easy for me. Want to see more? Come to my room later. Alan's like, really? I'm coming. Immediately, Sylphie and Ara grab him by the shoulders like, nope. Noelle's pulling back. Let him go. Sylphie's like, no, Noelle, we don't just do that. We talk about it first. Ara adds, yeah, otherwise someone's gonna bleed. And she pulls Alan close like, anyway, Alan-sama's with us right now. Alan just blinks, looks down, and says in that innocent tone, Ara-one-chan's boobs are so soft. Ara gives a little my smile and goes, then how about using me as your pillow tonight? Alan's face lights up. Really? Yay! But Sylphie's like, Ara? Ara just sighs. Let me go, please. Ross steps in next, rubbing her temple like, ugh, fine, I'll just keep watch till this chaos dies down. Then Alan, who's now fully in adorable kid mode, goes, "Whoa, Spider-san, that's so cool," and turns to Ra-one-chan. "Hey, Ra-one-chan, do you and Spider-san sleep on webs?" Ra nods like it's totally normal. "Yep." Alan gasps, "Really? That sounds awesome. Can I try lying on one?" Ra grins, "All right, deal. We'll sleep in my nest tonight." Just then, Kuo yells from across the room, "Ra, where do you think you're going?" Ra tries to move, but nope, she's stuck. She feels pressure all around her, the air literally pinning her down. Ugh, is this wind magic? It's avoiding Alan, but locking me down. Meanwhile, Kuo is chilling with Rin asleep on her lap, watching the madness unfold. Seriously, they're all fighting to sleep next to him. What's wrong with everyone? But then she looks at Alan, who's now smiling sweetly at her. Hey Kuo One-chan. Your hair's really pretty. I bet the clothes from my country would look amazing on you. I'll make them for you, okay? When I do, will you wear them for me? Kuo's brain short circuits. Of course. And boom, instant nosebleed. Alan panics. Whoa, there's so much blood. Are you okay? And in the background, Sylphie, Noelle, Ara, and Ra are just staring like, yep, another one bites the dust. Hours later, Rin wakes up like, ugh, is that blood? And wait, why is Onisan's faller? Sylphie sighs, don't worry, it's just a nosebleed. She carries sleepy little Alan on her back to his room, mumbling softly, all right, we're here, Alan. Time to sleep. Already out cold, huh? So after all that sake-fueled madness, Sylphie just stared at the peacefully sleeping Alan on her back and sighed. You must have been exhausted, huh? She thought. Honestly, if it weren't for that one cute little yawn he did, the girls would probably still be fighting over him like a bunch of cats in a yarn shop. Anyway, she finally decided to take him back to his room. As she gently laid him on the bed, the half-asleep Alan mumbled, Sylphie? Huh? Where are we? She smiled softly. This is your room, Alan. You should go to bed and rest, okay? But Alan, with those sleepy puppy eyes, asked, what about you? Sylphie blinked, a little caught off guard. Me? I'll head back to my room.
Then came the fatal words. No, I want to stay with you. Sylphie's heart did a little backflip. Geez, Alan, honestly, she muttered, trying to sound annoyed. But her face was already melting. Then, suddenly, a voice echoed in her head like a guilty conscience. No, Sylphie, you can't. We all agreed to take turns. What are you even thinking, sneaking ahead like this? She froze, her brain short-circuited. But Alan looked up at her with those big, sleepy eyes and, yeah, she was done for. All right, let's sleep together, okay? She said softly. Then she added inwardly, forgive me, everyone. And that's how the story shifts back to Alan, now wide awake with zero memory of what happened. The goddess's voice echoed teasingly. Sake really is a terrifying thing, isn't it? Alan was like, eh? Huh? What do you mean by that? Wait, why are my cheeks so squishy? Just then, Sylphie snapped him out of it. Alan, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's get you changed first, then we'll go join the others. Alan rubbed his eyes, still dazed. Sylphie, what happened last night? I can't remember anything. She gave this awkward smile and said, it's better if you don't, for the sake of your dignity. Inwardly, though, even she was thinking, wait, what did I do last night? A few minutes later, she tried to get him dressed. Come on, arms up. Alan pouted. No, I can do it myself. Before he could even finish, poof, he was already dressed. He blinked. Wait, these fit perfectly. Are these kid clothes? Sylphie smiled. Ra and the others made them for you in a hurry. Alan just stood there in shock. Wait, made them? You mean everyone already knows about this? Cue the next scene. The dining hall. Ra and the others are there, greeting him like doting aunties. Good morning, Alan-chan. Did you sleep well? What do you want for breakfast? I made you a new toy. Alan just stood there thinking, I don't really get it, but everyone's being so nice to me. Wait, could this be it? My harem life? Is the time finally here? But before he could even process the thought, They all started inviting him. Alan, come play in my room. How about taking a nap in mine? And then something stirred deep in his mind. A voice boomed, "Hey, my son! Even in a situation like this, you're not reacting?" Alan shouted internally, "That's not it, man! I'm trying to stay calm here!" Then it hit him. Wait, could it be? No. Don't tell me we actually made a rotation schedule with the pact. Did they biologically seal my holy sword? Meanwhile, Sophie bent down, smiling sweetly but suspiciously. Alan, sorry, but this way we can safely study and care for you without distractions. So could you stay in that form for a while? Alan's soul basically left his body. You've created a sustainable plan, haven't you? Sophie added cheerfully. Don't worry, you'll be back to normal in about 2 months. Alan just froze. 2 months? The pact? The rotation? Don't tell me everyone agreed to this. Curse you, Sylphie! Then he clenched his tiny fist. No, I can't give up here. They say shotas are allowed to make slightly naughty requests to older girls. I'll use that logic to fight back. Then he pointed at them dramatically and said, "But I don't have any strength left, so I might ask you to carry me." Objection! All the ladies just stared blankly. Ku tilted her head. Is that really okay? Sylphie smiled. Piece of cake? Aura chimed in. If anything, it's a reward for me. Noel just shrugged. I don't mind doing it for him. Alan's eye twitched. Are you all just overflowing with motherly vibes? How am I supposed to be happy about this? What did I do to deserve this? This must be karma for trying to fire everyone. Then, out of nowhere, the goddess's voice whispered again. Are you okay? I could do it for you too, you know. Alan groaned. Oh, you too, huh? So this was planned? Someone turned me into a kid for 2 months as a gift? Guess I can't even be mad. He sighed. Fine, I'll keep everyone employed and make the best of my Shota life. And just as he started accepting his fate, the door suddenly opened. Click, step, step. A figure entered the room. Alan looked up, eyes wide, and for the first time since this whole disaster started, he smiled. Because the lady who just walked in was someone that made his heart skip a beat.
A few days had already passed since Alan suddenly turned into a kid, and at this point the boy had completely thrown his dignity out the window, like straight out, zero shame, negative shame even. And because he's tiny now, Sylphie somehow ended up becoming his temporary nanny. So there he was, sitting on her lap like a toddler who just stole the VIP seat, while she calmly flipped through a book as if nothing strange was happening. She was reading through some business report and casually said she'd make sure to update Aura about expanding into the underwear and menstrual product market. Business as usual. Alan, still clinging to her like a stuffed toy, told her to also tell Ra and Noelle since underwear sometimes uses metal parts. Sylphie just nodded like, yep, got it, while Alan's brain was doing fireworks. Because while she was trying to work normally, Alan was internally cheering, I'm getting cuddled while she's working. Being a Shota is the best. The boy was so clingy that he even realized the whole mind follows the body thing might be real. Sylphie kept reading. Next is the sake category, but Kuo is still picky about it, and Arelphi Trading Company won't carry it for a while. Alan chimed in, saying actually the timing was perfect because someone proposed a new distribution method. Sylphie paused. A proposal? Meanwhile, Alan was busy trying to grab a cup like a toddler stretching for a cookie jar. He explained he wanted Noelle and the others to make glass bottles for the sake. Sylphie blinked. You're planning to sell them in bottles? If the price gets too high, no one's gonna buy them. She helped him get the cup because Alan's tiny arms were basically decorative. But Alan just waved it off. It's fine. We'll collect the empty bottles, purify them, and reuse them, and repeat buyers get a discount for returning bottles. He explained it like a genius businessman sitting on someone's lap. Sylphie was impressed. Recycling, that's clever. She said she'd call Noel and the others, asking him to share the details through word on the wind, which Alan described as basically their version of an internal network, like magical Wi-Fi. A few minutes later, the door flew open like someone kicked it with urgency. Ra barged in first. Underwear? What? Noel followed. Alan, did you need something? Alan jumped. So fast. This thing is too convenient. Sylphie patted him like it was normal. It can't be helped. You can't use magic, so I'll relay things if needed. Alan felt attacked. Great. He's the representative, but he's also the only one left out. This is totally going to turn into a talk behind the boss meeting, and the boss is me. Still, he officially left the field command to Ra and Noel. Ra acknowledged it, but Noel added she had something else to report. The new entertainment you asked for is done, she said. Alan's eyes lit up immediately. All right, let's try it. Change into your casual clothes and meet in my room. Meanwhile, he reminded himself, lifting a girl's skirt is a crime. Don't be that guy. In his previous life, after his parents died, he took care of Mizuki-chan. He couldn't afford to become some weirdo. Even after reading law books and physics textbooks, yes, he actually tried, he still couldn't find a legal, natural way to witness panties, a mystery rivaling the universe itself. But then he discovered it. Twister, a game where accidental body contact is practically a feature. He played it with Mizuki-chan back then. She loved the game and made him play non-stop while he kept losing. But now, his new child body had a Shota charm rating over 100, meaning he barely fit into the acceptable category for everyone around him. He just hoped he wouldn't die from excitement halfway through. He explained the rules. You put your hand or foot on the color the roulette points to. If you can't hold the pose, you lose. To him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime golden ticket. Kuo nodded. So it needs luck and physical ability. Aura said it sounded fun. Then the game started. Somehow, Sylphie ended up on top of him in a tangled pose. Sorry, hang on, she apologized while trying to balance. Meanwhile, Alan was staring up like he'd reached enlightenment. Bare legs and a china dress Sylphie, Lord have mercy. Next was Ellie, who accidentally dropped her watermelons right on his face. Oh my, how improper, forgive me. Alan almost saw his life flash before his eyes. That's a lot of curves, more than physics usually allows. His luck ran out. Spider-San's many legs tangled him like a kitten in yarn. Sorry, she said after making him hit his head. That's a rule violation, he snapped. Having that many legs is cheating. I can't even see, anything. Spider-San told him not to be stingy. He lied loudly. I'm not being stingy. He wondered if she just got embarrassed. Maybe he imagined it, hopefully. Kuo reset the board. This time, he ended up on top of Noel. What do I even do? He panicked inwardly. Noel gently said, Don't push yourself. You can lean on me. Huh? No, my arms have been restored. Do I smell? Should I care about my arms? What's happening? Noel stared at him confused, then pulled him closer, his face landing straight onto her chest. She muttered softly, Cute. Alan's brain is basically blue-screened. Alan, you're out, Kuo announced. What? Noel fell first, right? Kuo didn't argue. All right, next. Alan barely recovered. Alan's luck took a wild turn again. Kuo was on top of him, her toned stomach right in front of his face. He admired her lean muscles inwardly. As expected of the gorilla girl, she's ripped but still beautiful. Kuo, meanwhile, struggled. This pose is kinda tough. The roulette said, Alan's right hand blew. He moved his hand, bringing his face way too close to her stomach. Kuo felt his warm breath and accidentally let out a little, heart. Everyone stared at her. Kuo's whole face turned red like a tomato being roasted. She jumped up, pointing at him. Wait, that's cheating. Even if it's to win, that's unfair. 30,000 laps around the abbey as punishment. You're a demon, Alan shouted. I am a demon, she snapped back. Alan mentally calculated his chances of survival. At least I have regeneration. Rin spoke up. That was the master's fault. Alan gasped. Rin-chan? Rin wasn't done. I understand this game completely. Then, ta-da! She lifted her skirt just enough to reveal her underwear. Alan malfunctioned. Huh? Rin added another one. Here. Ellie clapped. Alan-sama, you lost again. Rin, you're such a weakling. He knew she was right. He wasn't defeated by Rin. He was defeated by panty power. Even the goddess in his mind teased him. Well, even in that tiny, powerless Tsukapi mode, what exactly were you planning to do, huh? Stop insulting me while sounding gentle. And so the chaotic, legendary, soul-destroying Twister match ended. No wonder adults play it with bloodshot eyes and shattered dignity. Alan sipped his drink afterwards, grateful he survived. Even in all that chaos, his son, figuratively, stayed asleep. Good for him, terrible for Alan. Just when he was recovering, Noelle called him. Alan, can we talk? Sure. Is it about work? They sat really close, and Noelle asked if searching for groundwater here was okay. Alan told her they should stick to the forest area borrowed from Neck and Ra. Inside, though, he was thinking, she's so close. This feels refreshing, like talking to a classmate. I like the non-everyday feeling of Twister, but this normal closeness is nice too. Noelle gently guided his face toward her. Don't look away. Sorry. Suddenly, Ra arrived like a drama interruption spell. What are you two doing? You tired already? Noelle explained Alan doesn't get tired because of his restoration ability. Oh, right. They discussed the job, searching for heated groundwater, hot springs. Ra was surprised. So you can bathe in warm water without magic? Alan grinned. It's not just that. I found a tree like cypress. Sylphie will grow them and we'll make a luxurious bath, then cold baths, steam rooms, stone baths, eventually a whole super sento. Ra gagged dramatically. There it is, that gross grin of yours. Noelle smiled. He's definitely planning something amazing. He hasn't changed even though he looks like a kid. Meanwhile, Alan was already plotting. With this kid body, I could enter the women's bath too, right? He remembered when his mom told him he had to start using the men's bath as a child. His world crumbled that day. But now, a second chance? Women's bath? Here I come. After all the Twister chaos, Alan went back to talking about work like nothing happened. He told the others that once they found the water vein, he'd begin what he proudly called the Infinite Excavation Arc. He sounded like a manga author announcing a new season, but Noelle just waved him off. No need. Earth magic can handle the digging. Leave the whole bath construction to us. Alan, you just go play Reversi. Alan blinked. Those words, they melted his tiny heart. It felt like getting handed a resignation letter from manual labor. Such kindness, such dismissal. Ra watched this and snorted. Noelle really doesn't hold back when it comes to making stuff, huh? Noelle ignored her and looked back at Alan. But before you run off to go lose at Reversi, there's something I want to ask you. Alan tilted his head dramatically. Ask? Oh, is this about Shion? Noelle froze. Huh? How did you? Well, that's Alan for you. Alan puffed up proudly. Ah-ha-ha, I am the village chief after all. He said it like some old wise sage, despite being physically the size of a backpack. Shion, the tall dwarven smith, was second only to Noelle in craftsmanship. Her builds, her strength, her everything, top tier. But there was always something distant in her expression, as if she was looking at a different world. Alan sighed. Lately, she's been staying in her room more. Even at parties, she goes right back inside the moment it starts. Does she talk to anyone outside work? Noelle shook her head. Very rarely. Alan frowned. But your relationship with her doesn't look bad at all. He stood up, determined. All right. I'll try whatever I can. I know I've only been giving you more chores, but there's something I need you to make." Noelle smiled without hesitation. "Of course, tell me what you want." The next day, Noelle had already finished the item, a small portable gift box, handmade with ridiculous quality, as expected of the dwarf queen of craftsmanship. Alan held it up, admiring it. "As expected of you, Noelle, you can make anything in no time." The idea itself came from him, and it would help him solve things smoothly while also making him look like a super competent village chief. He imagined it perfectly. Xian sees the gift. Her eyes sparkle. She says, "Amazing! Hold me!" Points secured. Even though he had a tiny kid body, he still needed to earn his reliable adult points. Before he knew it, he was already standing in front of Xian's door. He knocked. "Xian, it's Alan. Do you have a moment?" Her voice came from inside. "I don't mind. Come in." He opened the door, expecting maybe gloomy atmosphere or quiet sadness. Instead, Xian turned with a bright smirk. "Oh, hello, little village chief." Then she added, absolutely shamelessly, "So, did you come here to make a baby with me?" Alan's entire brain exploded. What? His soul tried to leave his tiny body. And of course, the goddess popped up immediately like a pop-up ad. Well, well, even in that tiny, powerless Sukapi mode, what exactly were you planning to do, Alan mentally screamed. Xian couldn't help but wonder if she was missing something important. Ever since that boy Alan dragged her in as a slave, that little doubt had been creeping around in her head like a nosy cat. And honestly, she didn't really have anything to complain about. If anything, Alan was way too chill for a master. He didn't force her to do anything. The guy only asked for the bare minimum, leaving the rest up to her. No chains, no spies lurking in corners, food, clothing, and a roof over her head. All provided. Honestly, it felt like she'd accidentally stepped into a fairy tale, minus the talking animals. Some of the older folk mumbled about system states and sacrifices for strength and whatever science-sounding stuff about temperature and deformation, which made Xian's brain hurt just trying to follow along. But if you asked any dwarf with a love for craftsmanship, this place was basically a paradise on steroids. And yet, even with all that luck raining down on her like free candy, Xian couldn't shake the feeling that Alan himself still seemed a little detached. Like, was it really okay for her to be here? Just then, Alan waltzed into her private room, breaking her train of thought. Xian, feeling mischievous, piped up the moment he stepped inside. "Did you come here to make a child with me or something?" Cue Alan's face turning 50 shades of panic. Meanwhile, Xian internally rolled her eyes and thought, "Okay, I've been working, not napping, so why does it feel like he's about to scold me? If he's coming for discipline, he's about to regret it." "Children aren't something you make casually," Alan stuttered, flailing like a fish out of water. "No, that's not what I meant. The process itself isn't on the table, but—" Xian just blinked at him calmly, thinking, "Wow, I did not expect to get scolded about that today." She shrugged. "Understood. So what did you actually come here for?" Alan hesitated, looking like someone had just asked him to juggle flaming swords. This might sound odd, but Xian, are you finding life at this monastery boring?" Xian almost choked on her own breath. Adjusting her glasses, she gave him a look like she was trying to figure out if he'd been dropped on his head as a kid. "You look airheaded," she said carefully, "but sharper than I expected, and yet airheaded? I'm not," he sputtered, probably wishing the floor would swallow him whole. "Don't get me wrong," Xian continued, waving a hand as if brushing away a fly. "I'm grateful. For a dwarf whose true calling is craftsmanship, this monastery is literally paradise. No complaints, no dissatisfaction here. If I feel bored, that's on me. Maybe I'm just a detective dwarf at heart, someone who likes to make things right. Yes, I do notice you sometimes feel out of step with everyone else, but relax, I have zero intention of slacking off. I'll be more mindful from now on so morale doesn't drop. Consider that a gift, not a warning." Alan blinked at her like he'd just been hit with a full bucket of cold water. Meanwhile, Shion smirked, thinking, honestly, this guy is hopeless sometimes, but hey, at least he's not boring. Alan tilted his head, giving him that classic thinking hard look. Could it be you just haven't found something that truly absorbs you yet? Shion shrugged, adjusting her glasses. Can't really deny that, but how do you even prove it? She muttered. Yeah, logic was her friend, but proof? That was a whole other headache. Then Alan perked up like he'd just remembered he had a secret weapon. Actually, I have a suggestion. Try using this. He held out a tiny box, opening it carefully. Shion peered inside and raised an eyebrow. What is this? Some weird metal Lego? Alan tried to look serious. It's a simple microscope. Tiny, yes, but very user-friendly, made by Noelle, so the build quality is solid. He nudged her to try it. Shion squinted at the thing. Look through this tiny hole? Really? Just try it, Alan said firmly. So she did. Brass glinting in the light, she noticed something inside the tiny tube, maybe a small glass bead, a toy for inspecting cut-off scenery? As usual, Noelle Kuhn's craftsmanship was flawless. Shion let herself admire the precision, secretly feeling a tiny pang of guilt for sometimes ignoring Alan's invitations. But hey, indulging in the master's part-time quirks isn't a crime, right? Then something weird happened. A thick, shimmering light floated in the air. Or not really floating, it was just what Shion saw through the tiny microscope. Her eyes went wide. What are these moving particles? Alan's face went pale. Classic Alan. It's my blood. I put it on the sample needle earlier. Shion blinked, utterly confused. Blood here? That's tiny. You mean back when you left the sake brewing for the others? Alan's expression softened, a little disappointed but trying to stay composed. I thought maybe you'd be interested in a world you can't normally see. Shion gaped, adjusting her glasses again. A world I can't see? Wait, are the things I just saw real? Her curiosity was a full-on rocket now. This is insanely interesting. How do you even know this stuff, Alan? Alan just shrugged. No explanation, no magic, just him being him. And honestly, Shion decided some questions didn't matter right now. She leaned in closer, pulling him slightly backward, her face just near his shoulder. And all I need to do, she whispered, voice soft but teasing, is savor the good fortune of meeting you, and I won't let you sleep tonight. Alan nearly choked, internally screaming, "Oh no, 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 that wasn't meant in a naughty way. She's definitely going to squeeze me. I knew this day would come. But all-night lectures? Absolutely no. I can't pull all-nighters." Out loud, he managed, "Sorry, Shion, I've got plans tonight." Shion's lips twitched in a sly grin. "Ah, so this is the co-sleeping routine everyone's talking about." Alan froze, horrified. "Wait, you knew?" Shion tilted her head, perfectly calm. "Well, lectures require compensation, don't they? Be it negligee or underwear, I'll wear whatever you want, Alan. Anything is fine." Alan just stood there, speechless, staring at Shion like she'd just invented fire. I'm going to ask Sylphie for permission to stay out night tonight," he finally blurted, his voice shaky but full of determination. A few hours later, Alan was slumped on the bed, looking like he'd run a marathon in heavy armor, while Shion kept talking non-stop. Even when you say infectious disease, the pathogens themselves vary so much, right? But how do you identify them and prove the source is outside the body? Could hypothesizing the infection route and running experiments that block entry work? Let me start with the conclusion. For example, with viruses, screening methods differ, but for instance, Alan, inside his own head, was screaming, "Dwarfin Shion, you are officially a dangerous woman, a walking, talking apocalypse of knowledge." Before he could even react, she dove headfirst into his modern knowledge library like it was a buffet, and she hadn't eaten in a decade. He marveled at her obsession with life sciences. Yet the real problem? They hadn't slept in over a week. over a week. He could practically feel his sanity leaving the building. Morning hit, Shion yawned and innocently said, "Oh, Alan, sorry, but could you cast restoration on me again?" Alan snapped, practically foaming at the mouth. "Absolutely not." Shion blinked innocently. "Is it not available?" Alan froze mid-thought. If I'd known this would happen, I would have never given her that microscope. Even the goddess watching from above rolled her eyes. Seriously, same scene every time. I'm getting bored. Then Alan remembered. He almost forgot about the advance payment. Shion leaned forward, showing him her next outfit choice with a teasing grin. Inside, Alan's brain short-circuited. I can't believe I lost to temptation again. White lab coat lingerie? Really? She's wearing knowledge as clothing, and it's divine. This is literally what I wanted, but my sleep is at 0 and my brain is screaming. He straightened, trying to reclaim some authority. As village chief and master, I hereby issue an order. Shion's mind immediately went to the worst-case scenario. Sexual intercourse? She internally panicked. To cover herself, she thought, if it's some genetics experiment, okay, fine. But no, Alan's voice boomed. By the crest, Shion, you are ordered to secure a minimum of 3 hours of sleep per day. Shion froze. What? 3 hours? Shion didn't even bother with subtlety. She yanked Alan by the collar of his clothes and shouted, "Alan, that's not fair." Alan, caught between shock and amusement, stammered, I get how you feel, but throwing yourself into research like this, it's actually a great thing." Shion's eyes sparkled as she nearly shouted over him. Then I finally found it, a world where I can affirm my own worth, to reclaim all the time I've wasted until now. Sleep is... But Alan cut him off, holding up a hand like a referee stopping a fight. "Listen, Shion, the one who asked me to look after you and requested that restoration spell was Noelle." Shion blinked, adjusting her glasses. Noelle-kun did? Oh right, I told you the microscope was made by him, didn't I? Alan gave her a pointed look. I'm not saying you should hold back on research. You benefit, I benefit, we all benefit, but your health comes first. If you collapse, Noelle would feel responsible. I can already imagine the guilt eating her alive if that happened. Shion paused, finally taking a step back, muttering, "That is, sorry, I guess I was being narrow-minded." Alan sighed inwardly. "I just want to avoid turning this village into a black company thanks to you, Shion. Theoretically, restoration makes that possible, but still. From now on," he said firmly, "except in emergencies, restoration will not be used. Of course, if you're sick or something is seriously wrong, that's different." Shion nodded. Okay. Alan's mind wandered, thinking about humans in general. Having been a corporate drone, humans can push themselves in crazy ways, but losing your health, or worse, dying from overwork costs way more than you think. I wonder if Mizuki-chan's getting enough sleep and meals. Before he could dwell too much, Shion leaned in and hugged him, whispering in that naughty, teasing tone he hated and loved all at once. Hurry up and sleep. The next lecture awaits. You're no longer just your own body. You need to remember that. Alan's brain basically short-circuited. Oh my gods, the way she says that again. Finally, he managed to drift into sleep, his body restored thanks to restoration. He felt soft, warm, peaceful, perfect. Until, bam, the door swung open. Sylphie poked her head in, apologetic but serious. "Sorry to interrupt, but the Demon Lord of Lust herself is summoning you." Before he could even process that, another figure barged in, bowing and apologizing profusely. "Truly my apologies, but there's a disease I absolutely need my lord to examine. Please, lend me your strength." Shion shot upright, practically bouncing with excitement. An illness? Emergency! Let's go, Alan! Alan just groaned, hugging the bed in frustration. Why is my life like this? Every day a new disaster wrapped in chaos and flirtation. Meanwhile, the goddess whispered in his ear, "At last, a new scene. Come on, hurry up." Alan internally groaned again. I'm doomed, absolutely doomed. So imagine this place, yeah? The red light district. A place where people come to dump all their desires, their stress, their hidden nonsense, everything. Like you walk in with problems and somehow they just melt away. Sounds nice, right? Yeah, until you realize death is basically chilling in the corner like, I'm next. You can almost see where the Reaper is swinging his blade. No sleep here. The whole place is glowing, flashy, beautiful, but also kinda cursed if you think about it too hard. Now we move to Kyubi-chan and Chihaya. Kyubi-chan walks in and quietly asks, "How are you feeling?" Chihaya, already looking like she's halfway gone, still manages to smile a bit and says, "Ah, Kyubi-chan, you came to see me, huh?" And Kyubi-chan is like, "Hey, don't make that face. This is like a badge of honor for us, right?" But then reality hits hard. There's this nasty disease courtesans get. It's not small, oh. Lumps start forming all over the body. Then it gets worse. Bleeding from the chest, from the stomach, and yeah, it ends in death. No happy ending here. But Chihaya, she's surprisingly calm. She tells Kyubi-chan she doesn't regret any of this, not even a little bit. Why? Because Kyubi-chan and the others treated her well. Because of that, her little brothers never had to go hungry. That one hits deep. Kyubi-chan then leans in and whispers, trying to keep it together, "Rest easy. I'll make sure you go peacefully." Her hand literally starts burning. Yeah, she's about to do what needs to be done, and it's not pretty. Chihaya just accepts it. Yes, thank you, Kyubi-chan. Their hands touch, and that's it. Kyubi-chan says farewell and burns her. Yeah, no soft way to say that. Then out of nowhere, you hear this small, girlish voice behind her like, "Beautiful, isn't it?" Kyubi-chan turns and boom, it's Neck. And this one came ready to tease because she goes, "Oh, were you crying again? You're so kind, Kyubi-chan, even to humans." Kyubi-chan quickly switches tone like someone that got caught slipping. "I don't care about humans unless they work under me." Girl, please, who were you trying to fool? We just saw everything. Neck then continues poking, asking if she's heading to the church again to negotiate, or if she's finally ready to start a war. Because here's the issue. Courtesans are seen as tainted, so healing magic is forbidden for them. Yeah, imagine suffering and the people that can help you are like, sorry, rules are rules. Wild. Even Neck admits the church's position kinda makes sense since this district is backed by a demon lord of lust, but still, the situation is messy. Kyubi-chan snaps a bit, calls out Neck, like, don't start with me right now. She knows all this already, but still, she wants to do something. Before she can even finish, Neck hugs her from behind like, calm down, warrior princess. She tells her to chill. War sounds fun, sure, but maybe relax a bit. And then she reminds her there might still be someone who can fix this whole mess. A human. Now switch scene. Alan is back, and this guy is feeling himself way too much. He's like, finally, they used growth on me. You know how scary it is when doctors look like kids? At least now I've got the look. Glasses plus lab coat equals genius level 9,000. This guy is literally hyping himself in his head, thinking everyone is about to fall for him again. Bro thought he entered a romance scene. Reality said no. Everyone is looking away. Man goes, huh? Why is everyone suddenly avoiding eye contact? Because, my guy, nobody asked for this performance. Then Sylphie turns to Quo and says, sorry, can I leave taking Alan to the red light district to you? Quo is like, Sylphie, I know I'm not that strong, but I'll help. Meanwhile, Alan is panicking. No, you two aren't actually arguing who is unlucky enough to carry me, right?
Yes, they are. Imagine being in the middle of an emergency summon by the demon lord of lust, and people are debating who is unlucky enough to carry you, in front of you. No shame. Sylphie tries to explain herself like, I might drop him if my wind control messes up. Quo basically hears that and says, so you're saying it's impossible? Then she starts roasting Sylphie. Miss Beloved by the Wind can't even carry one guy? Are you serious? Are you not embarrassed? Alan is just there catching stray insults like he paid for premium suffering. In his mind, Quo now looks like one captured knight type character. The difference from her past self is so big, he's like, this one might actually catch a cold from the personality gap. He finally gives up and decides, yeah, Quo can carry him, no more debate. Then they plan it out. Sylphie and Quo will head to the red light district. Alan asks if both him and Shion can fit inside Quo's shadow. Quo is like, 1 or 2, it doesn't matter. Casual, like she's talking about carrying groceries. And she even says she'll be giving Shion a lecture while they travel. Multitasking queen. Shion is like, okay, all happy. This one doesn't know what's coming. Alan tells the others to keep working on the hot spring and stay ready just in case. They all agree. Then, boom, they move.
Now, inside the shadow space, Shion is there thinking, wow, I'm really out here getting lessons even while traveling. This man doesn't rest. Meanwhile, Alan is internally screaming. This guy hasn't slept for a whole week, plus all the chaos that just happened. His brain is basically running on fumes. He's like, please, just give me a second. Let me not lose my mind in front of everybody. Outside the shadow, Sylphie and Kuo are moving at insane speed, carrying Alan mid-air like some delivery package. But Sylphie? Yeah, she's going through it internally. She's thinking, that was close. Maybe I got too comfortable seeing Alan in his small, cute form all this time, because apparently her resistance dropped hard. Then Alan switches back to his adult form and boom, this guy is suddenly handsome to the point she can't even look at him properly. Like a girl is fighting for her life trying not to blush. She's like, nope, I refuse. I am not about to act like some shy girl right now. But deep down, she's like, yeah, that was unfair. This guy is dangerously good looking. And she's reminding herself, hello, we literally got summoned by the demon lord of lust. This is not the time to be catching feelings. Because imagine fumbling the mission just because your heart is doing gymnastics. At some point, she even apologizes in her head to Kuo, like, I know you're struggling too, but me carrying Alan right now, if my heart skips again, I might actually drop this man mid-air. That would have been the dumbest headline ever. Hero defeated by gravity because someone got shy. Crazy. So she's just there trying to calm down, like, empty your mind, think of nothing, be professional, and the whole trip continues in awkward silence. Back inside the shadow, Alan suddenly switches topic like a guy who hasn't slept in days, because he hasn't. He goes, you guys know what a jobber is? And starts explaining like he's hosting a random anime podcast. It's basically that character who gets beaten up just to show how strong the villain is. You know, that Yamcha type life. And right on cue, the goddess pops into his head like she's been waiting for drama. She goes, so you mean you? Alan is like, wow, instant response to my thoughts again. Do you like me or something? And suddenly, she goes quiet. Now Alan panics, hard. He's like, wait, hold on. I mean, I kinda like talking to you too. Not like, but you know, we vibe. I don't hate you or anything. I actually... And she cuts him off like, oh, so you really love me, huh? Yeah, he's finished. Cooked, roasted, seasoned. Alan is sweating bullets at this point. The goddess then calls him Mr. Jobber, like she just gave him a permanent nickname. Disrespectful. Anyway, Alan tries to recover and starts explaining his grand plan. He's like, look, this red light district situation, it's my time to shine with restoration. But if I solve everything immediately, that's boring. So his genius plan is basically Shion discovers antibiotics, treats patients, struggles a bit, then when things get too hard, he shows up like a hero and saves the day.
Alan literally said Shion will fail. Then everyone will be like, Dr. Alan is amazing, and they'll all want me. This guy is building his own fan club. And he even apologizes, like, sorry, Shion, you're going to be the stepping stone for my greatness. Wow, friend of the year right there. The goddess listens to this nonsense and goes, you know they say dumb kids are cute, but you? Yeah, no, you're just an idiot. Straight violation again. Alan gets mad, like, are you talking about me? Next thing, boom, connection lost. She really hung up on him mid-roast. Then Shion jumps in seriously, asking about the disease spreading in the Red District. She points out that the church doesn't allow healing magic on courtesans. Alan confirms it, like, yeah, even though they can heal them, they just don't. Cruel system. Meanwhile, the Empire wants to spread healing to the people, so now both sides are basically beefing over magic like it's black market tech. And Alan? Yeah, he's right in the middle of all that drama. A guy with rare restoration abilities just casually existing. That's basically screaming, target me. He even realizes, if I wasn't protected right now, I'd either be executed or used like a pawn. But thankfully, he's under the Demon Lord of Lust's protection now. Plus, Shion is there too. During that whole week of no sleep, she's been absorbing knowledge like a sponge on steroids. She even upgraded the microscope to near its limit. Now, Alan, on the other hand, yeah, he knows a lot. In theory, if you ask him to explain stuff, he'll sound like a whole professor. But actually doing research, discovering things, building something from scratch, that one is not really his lane. Even he knows it. That's why he just calls himself a prodigy and moves on. Bro basically said, I'm smart, but let's not stress it too much. Anyway, thanks to Shion, they now actually have a medical option, like real treatment, not vibes and prayers. So Alan is hyping himself up, saying everything is set for this red light district mission. In his head, he's like, yeah, we're ready. Nothing can go wrong. Famous last words, but okay. He even tells himself he'll keep his restoration ability as a last resort. For now, focus on saving the patient in front of them like a normal doctor. You know, act professional for once. Then Shion goes, yeah, got it. As long as it falls under medical treatment, I can examine them as much as I want, right? And then she casually adds that she's getting excited. Excited? Alan just pauses like, wait, that sounds kinda suspicious. Not gonna lie, that's a bit lewd, but also low-key scary. Because what do you mean you're excited? This is not a game. So he quickly shifts back to business and starts explaining the symptoms Kuo mentioned. He tells her to listen carefully, like this is important. Shion just nods and goes, yeah, go ahead. Once I hear something, I don't forget it. Memory like a hard drive, no delete button. Alan explains everything, the lumps, the swelling, how it gets worse over time and eventually messes up the heart. From what he knows, it sounds like syphilis. Even if it's some other infection, the first move is still antibiotics, which leads to the real problem. They need penicillin. And not just, oh, let's go buy it. No, they have to actually discover it and produce it themselves, from scratch. Easy, right? Totally not stressful at all. Alan breaks it down. First, find blue mold, then grow it in large amounts. After that, extract the filtrate. Simple explanation, but the work behind it? Yeah, good luck. After his whole explanation, Shion just goes, I see, I get the general idea. Like he didn't just dump a full science lecture on her. Then she casually adds that she'll start handling the mild cases herself. Since they have regeneration as a backup, it's better for Alan to stay free and move around. Basically, she's like, don't worry, I got this. Meanwhile, Alan is just there like, yeah, let's do that. Then she hits him with, you should get some rest. And he's like, because in his mind, he's fine. But Shion just looks at him and says his body might be okay, but mentally, yeah, he's finished. And honestly, she's right. Alan just awkwardly agrees like, yeah. Then he starts thinking, how is Shion completely fine? No stress, no tiredness, nothing. Are dwarves just built different or what? Because this is not normal anymore. Then, out of nowhere, she pulls him closer. No warning, no buildup, just action. She apologizes for keeping him up and tells him she'll wake him when they arrive at the red light district. Next thing, his head is on her shoulder, and Alan is internally screaming. Wait, what is this move? Since when did she become this cool? I was supposed to be the one doing this kind of thing. He got outplayed without even entering the match. Out loud, all he can manage is a weak, thank you. Inside, complete chaos. Then he starts overthinking like usual, talking about how he hasn't felt warmth like this in a while, his heart is beating weird, he might not even be able to sleep. Yeah, okay. 3 seconds later, he's gone. Knocked out. Finished. Sleep said, "Finally, I found you." Shion just looks at him like, wow, that was fast. No struggle, no resistance, he folded instantly. But what Alan doesn't know is that this nap is not a normal nap. This guy is about to sleep for a whole week. 1 full week during an entire arc. Imagine preparing all that, talking big, planning everything, just to go offline for the whole mission. Not even 1 contribution. Not 1. Meanwhile, inside his dream, yeah, this guy is thinking about boobs. Of course he is. And then the goddess shows up, whispering like she's watching a movie. Hee hee, looks like you're having a nice dream.
Alan was completely out cold, sleeping so deeply that nothing around him seemed to reach him. As their destination got closer, Shion leaned over and tried to wake him. "Hey, we're almost there. We'll be arriving at the red light district soon." But Alan didn't react at all. He simply kept snoring, and in the middle of his deep sleep, he quietly mumbled, "Boobs." Shion could only stare at him for a moment before letting out a small sigh. There's absolutely no sign of him waking up. She started thinking about what could have caused this. The only explanation she could come up with was the backlash from Alan constantly using restoration without giving himself any proper sleep. Looking at the peaceful smile on his face, it was obvious he was having a very pleasant dream. She couldn't even blame him. After all, men's interests could be pretty simple sometimes. Still, they had a problem to solve. After thinking for a moment, Shion quietly called out, "Kuo-kun, can you hear me?" "Yeah, what is it?" Kuo replied from within the shadows. "Can you make it so Sylph can hear my voice too?" "That's easy. I'll lower the concealment level of my shadow by 1 stage. I'm counting on you." As soon as Kuo adjusted the shadow, another voice joined in. "Can you hear me?" Sylph asked. Shion blinked for a second. "Ah, wind message?" Normally, wind message was a spell that carried spoken words through the wind, allowing people to communicate without speaking out loud. Alan wasn't included in the connection because he was still completely asleep. Shion quickly asked, "Is there any chance someone outside could overhear us?" Sylph calmly answered, "No, this conversation is only between the 3 of us." Hearing that, Shion looked down at the sleeping Alan before getting straight to the point. "All right, stay calm and listen carefully. Alan isn't waking up." "What?" Kuo immediately shouted in surprise. Sylph, on the other hand, stayed calm. "What exactly do you mean?" "He's breathing normally. He's just in an extremely deep sleep. It's probably the backlash from spending an entire week lecturing me without properly eating or sleeping. If possible, I'd like to let him continue resting." Kuo couldn't help but comment on it. "He really spent all that time teaching you while ignoring food and sleep. His soft spot for his slaves really is something else." As they continued traveling, the 3 quietly discussed what they should do next. It didn't take Sylph long to understand where the conversation was heading. "This discussion is about our plan from here, isn't it? Would you mind letting me hear everything?" Shion smiled. "I appreciate how quickly you figured that out." She continued explaining. "You probably noticed it before we left, but Alan had already figured out what caused this illness." Kuo looked completely surprised. "Just from hearing the story?" Shion nodded. "As for the treatment, Alan already shared everything with me while we were inside the shadows. I can repeat every single thing he taught me, and I understand all of it. There shouldn't be any problem carrying it out." Sylph looked at her seriously. "So, you're planning to examine and treat everyone yourself while Alan stays asleep?" "Yeah." Shion gave a small nod before asking another question. "Sylph, you know about the restrictions placed on the church's healing magic, right?" "You mean that ridiculous rule that forbids treating courtesans and prostitutes?" "Exactly. Alan hated that rule more than anyone. If he used restoration and the church found out who the patients were, there was a very high chance both he and the patients would be punished. Because of that, restoration had always been saved as his final trump card. Shion looked at the two of them with confidence. If that's the case, don't you think I'm more than enough to take the first step? I'll take full responsibility for this. I'll carry out this mission in a way that won't disgrace my role as Alan's slave. Both Sylph and Kuo smiled brightly. That alone was enough to show they had accepted her proposal. Very well. The three quickly adjusted their story. Officially, the one leading everything on the ground would be Shion, since Alan had already chosen her as the most suitable person for the job. Alan would simply be presented as quietly supporting everything from the shadows, and would only appear if something unexpected happened. At least, that's the story they planned to tell. There was no reason to explain that Alan had simply slept through the entire situation. Not long after that, they finally arrived. They explained their prepared story to the Demon Lord, who accepted it without much suspicion before leading everyone to where the patients were resting. Shion immediately began examining the first patient. She had gathered the women with the lighter symptoms first. The weak courtesan softly whispered, "We're all in your hands now." Shion gave her a reassuring smile. "Just relax, leave everything to me." As she carefully examined the patient, her thoughts began matching everything Alan had taught her. Ulceration around the infected area, a rash, pain during urination. The possibility of gonorrhea is extremely high. She continued comparing everything she saw with Alan's explanations. The affected area is quite broad. The match between Alan's knowledge and the actual symptoms is over 99%. For a brief moment, she almost became too absorbed in her thoughts. No, focus. I'm standing in front of the Demon Lord and the patient. She quickly gathered herself. Then she glanced towards Sylph and Kuo. Neither of them looked nervous at all, not even a little. Even though the results of this examination would decide what happened next, they remained completely calm. Is this because Alan saw everything ahead of time? No, it's because they trust him that much. That realization gave Shion even more confidence. Thanks to him, I can give this everything I've got. Alan had already taught her every method, every challenge, and every important detail she needed to know. All she had to do now was reproduce it exactly as he explained it. Normally, reaching this level of knowledge would require countless years of trial and error. If she still failed after receiving all of this, that would mean I wasn't good enough to meet Alan's expectations. She immediately shook her head. No, I really don't want that. Taking a deep breath, she spoke confidently. Let's begin. So far, everything is happening exactly as Alan predicted. She turned towards Sylph. Sylph, I need you to gather sprouted mandarins immediately, and I'd also like you to prepare some bread. Understood. Next, she faced Kuo. The facilities here aren't enough. After collecting the patient's samples, I'll return to the monastery for a while. Kuo, can I count on you? Of course, I'll guide you there. As they prepared to move, Shion quietly thought to herself, first, I need to isolate penicillin. I'll probably have to test several different magic spells. And then, Alan, I'm sorry for letting you oversleep. I'll definitely repay you. 1 full week passed. Back at the Demon Lord's residence, the atmosphere had completely changed. Kyubi gently hugged Yukari. You did well.
You really held on. Yukari couldn't stop her tears. Kyubi-chan, I thought it was already over for me. I really believed I was going to die. Kyubi softly comforted her. It's all right now. Everything is okay. Yukari then turned toward Shion. Thank you so much, Shion-sensei. Thank you for taking care of me and for helping me recover. Shion smiled. No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. I appreciate your cooperation with my research. Sylph couldn't help smiling as well. Oh, Shion-sensei really has become something. Right at that moment, Alan finally opened his eyes. What? What the heck is going on? Still half asleep, he dropped to his knees as he watched everything happening before him. Only then did he realize an entire week had passed. A whole week? Why didn't anyone wake me up? Was this some kind of trap? So Shion completely outplayed me? Does this mean I'm basically the Yamcha of this story?
Damn it. I finally had the perfect chance to show off restoration, too. He was still drowning in regret when someone suddenly burst into laughter. You actually overslept? Alan, are you secretly a genius when it comes to entertaining us? The goddess had appeared. Alan immediately complained. Come on, Goddess Sama, this is your fault too. You never once mentioned there'd be a backlash from skipping sleep with restoration. She shrugged. Well, you never asked. Besides, it mostly depends on your own abilities. I mean, isn't it common sense to test your powers after getting reincarnated into another world? Alan could only lower his head. I can't even argue with that. The goddess laughed again. You know, that goofy side of yours is actually pretty popular up in the goddess realm. I'm honestly a little jealous. Alan blinked. Jealous? Wait, are you saying you're jealous because I'm more popular? For a second, he even wondered if she was competing with the other goddesses. Before he could think about it any further, another voice suddenly reached him. Alan, can you hear me? It was Sylph. Alan immediately straightened up. Yes, ma'am. Sylph explained. I'm using wind message through Kuo's shadow right now, so I can talk to you. I can hear your voice from this side too, Alan. Alan let out a small sigh. I see, that's amazing. Even though he tried to sound calm, sweat was already running down his face. Deep inside, he had a terrible feeling about the situation. This is bad. No, this is really bad. He couldn't stop wondering if Sylph was furious with him. She's definitely angry, right? After all, he had already been disrespectful to the Demon King not once, but twice. Both times, it was Sylph and her group of elite slaves who stepped in to clean up the mess he had made. There's no doubt they had managed to fix everything again while he was sleeping through the whole thing. Just then, Sylph's voice came through wind message. Kyubi says she wants to thank you. What would you like to do? Alan froze. Okay, Sylphie. His mind immediately switched into full office worker mode. As someone who had spent years working as a corporate employee, he knew all about the difference between polite words and what people actually think. So this must be what she really means. His imagination immediately ran wild. So you're seriously planning to show your face after making us clean up your mess? You embarrassed all of us. How do you still have the nerve to come out now? Should we hold a public execution as your apology? Alan almost screamed inside his own head. That's what you're really trying to say, isn't it? No way, I'm not coming out. And even if I somehow survive that, then what? While he was trapped inside his own imagination, Sylph called out again. Alan, can you hear me? But Alan wasn't listening anymore. He was already overthinking everything. No matter how I look at this, Shion-sensei is the real hero here. If I suddenly show up now, I'll just look like one of those terrible bosses who steals all the credit from the people who actually did the work. He shook his head. No, this isn't my moment. The one who worked hard was Shion, and everyone else supported her. Even though Sylph's silence was making him nervous, Alan forced himself to stay calm. Don't panic. Think. I just need the perfect words. I need something that will calm Sylph down, and I also need an excuse that won't destroy my reputation any further. He quickly organized his thoughts. There are two things I absolutely need to get across. First, I'm not the kind of person who steals credit from his own subordinates. Second, I still have plenty of useful knowledge left. There are still lots of things I can teach everyone. After thinking it through, Alan decided to rely on what he believed were the 3 pillars of corporate management: recognition, gratitude, and a proper reward. With his plan finally ready, he spoke again. Sylph, could you connect me to Shion through wind message too? All right, I'll connect you. As the connection was being made, Alan quietly encouraged himself. I can still recover from this. It's not too late. I still have one last insurance policy. A moment later, another voice reached him. Good morning, so you finally decided to wake up. It was Shion. Alan immediately answered. Morning, Shion.
Excellent work, as always. It made pretending to sleep for an entire week completely worth it. It was a complete bluff. Alan knew it. He had actually been sleeping the entire time. Still, only he could truly prove whether he had been awake or asleep. At this point, he had no choice but to keep acting and commit to the lie until the very end. The moment he finished speaking, "Huh?" Sylph, Kuo, and even Shion all reacted at once. Shion simply replied, "I see." Alan blinked. "Eh? That's it? I see?" Before he could relax, Shion adjusted her glasses and continued, "Wow, he really has some nerve." Sylph looked confused. "What exactly do you mean?" Shion answered without any hesitation. "It's simple. He was testing me." She looked back at everything that had happened. Thinking about it now, the stage was prepared far too perfectly. Almost every plant, ingredient, and tool I needed was already available, and anything that wasn't there was incredibly easy to obtain. Even the timing. Alan fell asleep immediately after teaching us everything we needed to know. From that point onward, the only thing left to see was whether I could carry out the plan myself. Alan could only stare blankly. "What?" Shion kept going. "After all, giving your student a test after a lecture is perfectly natural." Sylph slowly realized what she meant. Wait, so from the moment Alan heard Kyubi explain the situation, he had already planned everything? Exactly. Shion nodded confidently. He intentionally chose not to rely on restoration. His plan from the beginning was to leave everything in my hands.
Inside his own head, Alan completely panicked. "No, that's not what happened. I was just trying to make you the captain while I played the reckless sidekick." Of course, no one could hear him. Shion smiled. "So, we danced exactly as he intended. I have to admit, he pushed me beyond my absolute limits. What a frighteningly clever mastermind." Alan could only desperately complain inside his head. "I'm sorry, but what are you even talking about right now?" Kuo then spoke up. "A fundamental solution that doesn't rely on restoration. This reminds me of what happened back in Yamamayo village. It was berry, wasn't it?" Shion replied, "Yes, but this time it wasn't only that. There was also—" "Shion," Alan hurriedly tried to interrupt. "This is bad. This rumor is turning into something completely different. I don't even know where the story came from anymore. It may be helping me right now, but there's no way I'll be able to keep this act going forever. This is definitely coming back to haunt me later. I need to change the subject. I need to distract them." Before he could think of anything else, Shion suddenly asked, "Is there anything you'd like as a reward?" The three girls all smiled in a rather unusual way. Then Shion laughed. "You really are an interesting person. To think you'd find such a clever way around the church's ban on healing courtesans." Alan could only sit there in silence. At this point, they had been discussing things he knew absolutely nothing about. The funniest part was, none of his slaves had any idea. Kuo then adjusted her glasses once more. "In that case, why don't you transfer the ownership rights to penicillin to me?" Without waiting for an answer, she walked over to Kyubi. "In a few days, send someone you completely trust to our village. I already have Alan's permission." Kyubi tilted her head. "What kind of business is this?" "I'm going to teach your people how to manufacture penicillin." The room instantly fell silent. Several demons gasped in shock. Even Kyubi looked surprised. Shion continued, "If necessary, I'll also help prepare the proper equipment. Please use it to build a medical treatment system from this point forward." One of Kyubi's attendants couldn't hide her excitement. "So we'll be able to continue receiving treatment from now on?" Kyubi gently nodded before speaking with sincere gratitude. "In the name of Kyubi, Demon King of Lust, I offer my deepest thanks to the future Demon King of Sloth and to everyone who serves under him. I sincerely hope we can continue building a strong relationship from this day forward." Sylph respectfully bowed. On behalf of my master, the pleasure is ours. We also look forward to working together. After the meeting ended, Shion quietly walked outside by herself. As she looked ahead, she reflected on everything that had happened. He didn't just solve an impossible situation the moment he saw it. He was already thinking much further ahead than simply curing the illness. If that's true, I still haven't fully repaid everything I owe him. She smiled to herself. Well, there will be another chance someday. For now, I think I managed to meet his expectations. She looked down at her own hands. Recreating knowledge that Alan already possessed was one thing, but someday I want to discover something completely new with my own research. Just then, one of Kyubi's attendants happily called out, "Sensei, you have to come back next time, but next time, just come to have fun." Shion smiled warmly before turning back. "I'll be looking forward to it." A little later, Sylph called to her, "Shion, let's head home." Kuo stretched as she looked at the clear sky. "The weather is beautiful. Should we walk for a while?" As the three began making their way home, Shion quietly smiled to herself. "Alan, knowing you, I'm sure that no matter what I discover in the future, you'll find a way to use it to accomplish something far beyond anything I could ever imagine." Back inside his own mind, Alan suddenly realized something. Wait a second, is the red light arc seriously already over? How does someone with the restoration skill go through an entire story arc without fighting even once? Don't tell me, was everything that happened just a dream? The goddess immediately appeared with a teasing smile. Oh, if only it really had been a dream. That would have been much nicer for you.
Late that night, a quiet voice spoke to itself while continuing to write down paperwork. Setting up Shion's research lab, managing all the personnel sent from the Demon King of Lust's army, and tomorrow's welcome party too. Everything is still within the planned budget. I guess I can sort out the last few details later. The one talking was Sylph. Sitting alone behind her desk, she let out a tired sigh before stretching her arms. It's already this late? I really should get some sleep." She paused for a second before smiling to herself. But before that, Alan's lecture. A happy grin slowly spread across her face. Of course, I already remember every single word he said, but making Shion write all of it down really was the right decision. By now, reading through Alan's lectures had become the best part of her day. She climbed onto her bed with the notebook in her hands. Now then, where was I? Ah, right, the part about the vaccine. She quietly read through the pages. The goddess of fortune only smiles upon those who prepare themselves thoroughly. The moment she reached that line, she suddenly hugged the book tightly. Yeah, she's so cool. Yes, that's the one. She happily rolled from side to side on her bed, unable to hide how excited she was. That's such a classic Alan quote. After calming down a little, she smiled again. If I didn't have so much work waiting for me tomorrow, I'd love to enjoy this moment with a cup of sake. She stared at the pages again, her expression becoming much softer. Alan's words aren't just full of wisdom, they also reveal the kind of future he wants. Ending starvation, getting rid of unfair discrimination, helping improve the lives of courtesans. Every one of those dreams sounded so far away that most people would probably call them impossible. And yet, whenever she thought about Alan's incredible intelligence and the way he naturally guided everyone around him, she couldn't help believing those dreams might actually become a reality one day. Before she even realized it, she had already started dreaming alongside him. Then she couldn't help smiling again. When he isn't busy amazing everyone, he acts just like a normal kid. She quietly laughed to herself. That's probably his own way of relaxing. After all, if Alan stayed in that perfect leader mode every second of every day, my heart wouldn't be able to take it. She giggled before continuing her thoughts. It's not like Alan wants to become some great ruler.
Instead, he treated his followers like precious friends. He laughed with them like an innocent child. At the same time, he always respected everyone's talents and let them choose their own path. He understood something very important. One person alone could only do so much. Even if someone forced people to follow them, nothing truly great would come from it. Alan wanted everyone to work together willingly. He wanted them to build something bigger than any single person ever could. Then Sylph smiled awkwardly, though maybe I'm acting like I understand him completely. She knew someone like her still had a long way to go before reaching Alan's level. Still, she wanted to do everything she could to support him. Thinking about tomorrow's reception before the welcome party, she wondered if leaving everything to herself as Alan's number 2 would really be enough. Then another thought crossed her mind. Alan had also prepared formal clothes as gifts for the executives of the Demon King of Lust's army. As she changed into her own outfit, she looked at herself in the mirror. Unlike the others, Alan personally gave her this beautiful jet black dress. She gently held the fabric with both hands. I may still be far from your level, but for the sake of your dreams, I'll gladly become the person who supports you from the shadows. More than anything else, being Alan's second in command filled her with happiness. To her, it meant she was the one who understood him the most, the one closest to him, the one supporting him every step of the way. The next morning finally arrived. Sylph and Noelle stood together near the entrance while waiting for their guests. Right on time, they quietly said. Sylph thought to herself that, besides Neck, this would be her first real conversation with the other executives from the Demon King of Lust's army. They had only crossed paths briefly in the Pleasure District. This would be their first proper meeting. Turning toward Noelle, Sylph smiled. I'm counting on you. Noelle simply nodded. Got it. Just then, someone cheerfully walked inside. Oh my, thank you kindly. Aren't you just an adorable little lady? The playful woman was Kuko, the Lust Army's second in command. Before anyone could respond, another woman quickly stepped forward. Geez, sister, Kuko, that's incredibly rude. She immediately bowed. I'm so sorry, Noelle. She was Tenko, the Lust Army's third-ranked executive. Noelle simply smiled. I don't mind. Sylph then looked at them both with a warm smile. You actually wore the outfits Alan sent. I'm sure he'll be very happy. Tenko happily smiled. I'm glad to hear that. Kuko gently adjusted her clothes before grinning. Oh, we didn't wear these just to be polite. Both Tenko and I liked them so much that we almost don't want to take them off. She laughed mischievously. In fact, we've been thinking we should give the master who gave us these wonderful gifts a little reward. She paused for a second before correcting herself with a teasing smile. I mean, properly thank him. I wonder if he'd accept that. Before the conversation could continue, Tenko quickly grabbed Kuko's arm. Geez, Kuko, not now. Sylph and Noelle simply watched the two sisters go back and forth. Seeing them interact so naturally made Sylph smile inside. They really are close. As for Kuko's playful comments, Sylph assumed it was simply the kind of jokes people from the Lust faction normally made. It wasn't really her place to interrupt. If that's what Alan wants, then I have no objections. Kuko blinked before smiling brightly. Oh, you're quite an amazing woman. She casually stepped closer to Sylph. You know, I happen to like both men and women, so instead of thanking Alan, I wouldn't mind trying that little reward with you. Tenko immediately pulled her sister back again. Geez, Kuko, she bowed once more. I'm so sorry, Sylph. My sister has a terrible habit of flirting with everyone she meets. Kuko pouted. You're so mean, Tenko. Sylph simply waved her hands. No, it's really fine. I'm already used to things like this. She smiled gently. Besides, we're all serving under the same Demon King now. If everyone keeps worrying about every little thing, we'll never become real friends. Hearing that answer made Kuko smile even wider. That's a huge relief.
A few minutes later, everyone had gathered around with food in their hands. As she enjoyed her meal, Kuko suddenly asked, "So I heard that when everyone was dealing with that illness, Alan refused every reward and didn't even show himself." Sylph immediately lowered her head. "Our master acted very rudely back then. Please allow me to apologize on his behalf." Back then, Alan had intentionally stayed in the background until everything was over. Instead of taking the praise himself, he had told everyone to thank Shion. He also made sure Sylph and everyone else received the rewards they deserved. Even all the expenses had been paid from Alan's own personal budget. At the time, Alan believed showing himself before a demon king would only attract unnecessary attention and take away the credit from his own people. Kuko nodded calmly. "If that's the case, then I don't mind. After all, the future Demon King of Sloth kept his promise to us." Sylph couldn't help admiring her response. As expected from someone standing at the very top, she's incredibly generous. Sylph bowed once more. "I'm truly sorry. He never meant to disrespect anyone. He simply wanted his subordinates to receive all the recognition." Tenko quickly reached out. "Please raise your head." Kuko nodded as well. "Exactly. Don't worry about it." She laughed softly. "Men always seem to want to act cool. Even Kyubi understands that." Her smile then became more sincere. "But to be honest, Kyubi wants to thank Alan personally as well. We're really hoping we can make that happen." Tenko nodded. "We know we're asking for something difficult, but is there any way you could arrange it?" Sylph thought for a moment. "Actually, I might have an idea. The place is just a little unusual." "Unusual?" they both said. Sylph smiled. "It's a brand new facility that was recently completed. A hot spring." "A hot spring?" Noelle stepped in to explain. "It was built by the dwarves. It has both indoor and outdoor baths using naturally heated water from underground. There's even a sauna, and Alan personally named it RARA Baths." Tenko smiled. "So it's basically a bath." Kuko tilted her head. "Was that Alan's idea too?" Sylph agreed. "Yes, I heard him explain it himself. Apparently, there's a custom at hot springs called naked companionship." She quickly explained that according to the tradition, washing the back of someone you owed a debt of gratitude to was considered a respectful way of thanking them. She even gave the example of a student expressing thanks to their master. Kuko's eyes lit up. "Well, isn't that perfect for us?" Sylph agreed, before adding another idea. Alan also mentioned that he always wanted to drink sake while relaxing in a hot spring, so I thought serving him a drink while he was bathing might also be... Before she could finish, Kuko interrupted her. "You suddenly sound very unsure. Is there a problem?" Sylph looked slightly troubled. "When Alan gets drunk, he turns back into a child." The two sisters froze. "He turns into what?" Sylph felt a little guilty after saying it out loud. She had basically revealed Alan's biggest weakness. Still, she knew there was no way he could avoid drinking with fellow demon kings forever. It would be much safer if everyone knew beforehand. Kuko quickly nodded. "In that case, we'll make absolutely sure Kyubi never hears about it." Sylph looked at them one last time. "You both understand what I just said, right?" Tenko looked over at Kuko and quietly suggested, "Maybe we should skip giving him alcohol this time." Kuko reacted in a strangely confident way before smiling. "Oh, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. After all, she's one of the highest-ranking members of the Lust Demon King's army. We're experts when it comes to dealing with gentlemen after they've had a few." Tenko simply nodded. "Right, of course." Meanwhile, Sylph stayed silent, but her thoughts were all over the place. A hot spring, just the two of them? Pouring drinks for Alan while they're alone? Of course I have feelings about that. There's no way I wouldn't. For a brief moment, jealousy started creeping into her mind.
but she immediately shook those thoughts away. Now isn't the time. My job is to support Alan until he becomes the next Demon King. Nothing else comes before that. Kuko smiled warmly. Then we'll leave all the preparations for thanking him in your hands. She paused for a moment before adding, although, could you make sure we thank him before the alcohol completely gets to him? Sylph nodded without hesitation. I understand. At tomorrow's welcome party for everyone sent by the Lust Demon King's army, my master and the rest of us will avoid drinking alcohol until everything is finished. Kuko looked genuinely impressed. How admirable. You're even matching your own pace just to protect your master. Not far away, Noelle and Tenko had already started their own conversation. Noelle looked at the food on her plate. I can't eat this. It has something I don't like. Tenko immediately smiled. Ah, then I'll eat it. As she happily accepted the food, another question came to mind. But Alan is really stubborn about refusing rewards and being thanked, isn't he? Will he actually agree to spend time alone with my sister? Kuko simply smiled. Well, if he refuses, I guess we'll just have to trick him a little. Before long, the meeting came to an end without any problems. Everything had gone exactly as planned. Around that same time, Alan was still peacefully asleep. While he was busy enjoying his nap, the entire situation had already been solved without him doing a single thing. Alan scratched his head. I mean, I know I'm complaining, but when you really think about it, I'm the one who decided to fall asleep. Then he noticed something strange. Also, I still don't understand why, but while I was asleep, someone took my glasses and my lab coat. Thinking back on everything, Alan realized this was probably the result of not fully understanding his own abilities. If he hadn't fallen asleep there, he probably would have collapsed somewhere else in the red light district anyway. According to Sylph, though, the real problem was something completely different. He drives people crazy. Alan blinked. Drives what crazy? My health or something else? I mean, everyone was acting really strange back then. Before he could finish talking, the goddess suddenly interrupted him. Wait, did you seriously unlock another strange skill again? Alan looked completely exhausted. Do you people seriously have no sense of human decency? The goddess sighed. Your self-confidence is somehow lower than rock bottom, but despite that, everything seems to be working out surprisingly well. Alan immediately shook his head. That's only what it looks like on the surface. My actual reputation should have completely crashed by now. But thanks to Sylph's unbelievable ability to clean up every mess behind the scenes, this is somehow how everyone sees me. In everyone's eyes, Alan perfectly predicted everything from the very beginning. He had chosen Shion as the perfect person for the job. He had completely destroyed the enemy's plans before they could succeed. He had quietly watched everything from the shadows while placing absolute trust in his subordinate. Then, when everything worked out, he simply acted like he had expected it all along. I believed in you from the start. That was the image everyone now had of him. Meanwhile, Sylph had her own opinion. I understand exactly why I had to do it. If my master somehow made a demon king angry, every single one of us would suffer because of it. There was no way I was letting that happen just because he decided to take a nap in the middle of everything. As far as she was concerned, buying dresses, preparing gifts, doing whatever it took to keep everyone happy, it was all much better than dealing with the consequences of Alan's mistakes. Back with Alan, the goddess looked at him with a disappointed expression. I mean, your entire personality is basically eating, sleeping, playing reversey, and asking other people to give you things. Alan covered his face. Could you please stop listing objective facts about me? At least one thing had worked out. Luckily, he had already passed everything over to Shion before collapsing. The laboratory equipment had also been finished just in time. So maybe the gods haven't completely abandoned me after all. The goddess let out a long sigh. Well, that's true.
especially since the Alan channel is about to reach a huge milestone. Alan froze. Huh? The goddess continued speaking. All right. Go ahead and paste this right here. Alan immediately panicked. Wait, you're scaring me. Explain what you mean first. Inside his head, he started thinking. A channel? Does she mean some kind of live broadcast? Just then, he felt something moving behind him. Ooh, whoa, kia! He quickly turned around. A tiny fox spirit looked back at him. Oh, sorry, did I wake you up because I was making too much noise? This little fox was Kinko. It had been given to Alan by Kyugi as a symbol of friendship. Even though Kinko was tiny, its flames carried the official approval of the Demon King herself. A second later, Wah! I'm on fire! Hold on, wait! The little fox's flames had accidentally spread onto Alan, sending him into complete panic. At the same time, several fox spirits had officially agreed to join Shion's laboratory. In exchange, both sides would share the results of their research together. The Lust faction had also decided to send several succubi to help as well. Thanks to all of Sylph's hard work behind the scenes, the village was now more successful than ever. Lord Alan's reputation had also reached an unbelievable level, but Alan himself knew the truth. That reputation was only a thin layer covering reality. It could disappear at any moment. It reminded him of a market built entirely on speculation. The moment confidence disappeared, everything could come crashing down. To be honest, Alan was incredibly nervous. Still, there wasn't much he could do by worrying about it. He honestly had no idea what he was doing most of the time. He was simply making things up as he went along and somehow surviving this whole reincarnation adventure through pure luck. So for now, he decided it was better to stay optimistic. Once the welcome party was over, it would finally be time for everyone to enjoy the mixed hot springs, which also meant there was one person he absolutely needed to see first, Shion. Alan headed straight to the laboratory. Shion looked up from her work. It's pretty rare for you to come all the way down here. What's going on? Alan immediately got excited. Back when we were making penicillin, we used alchemy to electrolyze seawater, right? Shion nodded. Yeah, we did. But why? Alan smiled. Perfect. Let's make soap. Shion blinked in confusion while carrying little Tico in her arms. Soap? Alan nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, it's made by combining fats with alkalis. It works by attaching itself to dirt so water can wash everything away. Shion looked at him carefully. I understand that part, but Alan, you're breathing really heavily. Alan waved it off. I'm fine, totally fine. I already had Ellie use her harvest magic on some crops, so let's make scented soap too. Mint, lemongrass, rose, jasmine, lavender. Later on, we should also make vanilla, almond, and eventually fruit scents too. Shion smiled helplessly. I'm impressed, but I don't think you're listening to anything I'm saying. Alan kept talking without stopping. We can use vegetable oils for the fats, and we'll use the sodium hydroxide from the seawater electrolysis for the alkalis. Then we'll extract the fragrances using alchemy. Before he could continue listing more ideas, someone entered the room. Excuse me, it was Aura. I actually wanted to ask you about the skin lotion we're planning to give everyone from the Lust faction. Alan immediately pointed at her. Aura, perfect timing. I need your opinion. What kind of soap feels best on the skin? Aura stared at him in complete confusion. What are you even talking about? Shion couldn't help but smile. It honestly sounds interesting, but I'm much more curious about where all this sudden motivation came from. Alan looked confused. My motivation? Well, it's obviously. He suddenly stopped himself. It's the crotch. There was a brief silence. Ah, looks like we just got ourselves banned.
He laughed awkwardly. Just kidding. I guess it's about time. At first, the goddess actually enjoyed her job. She had seen plenty of reincarnated people receive cheat skills, become ridiculously powerful, use modern knowledge to climb the ranks, build harems, and eventually get their revenge on everyone who had wronged them. At the beginning, watching all of this was entertaining for her. But after seeing the same kind of story happen over and over again, she quickly became tired of it. Then, the goddess explained that she had realized something. Deep down, almost every reincarnated person followed the exact same predictable storyline. Once someone has dealt with thousands of reincarnation cases, it becomes pretty hard for anything to feel new anymore. And things were not getting any easier in the divine realm either. The number of reincarnation cases had increased, which meant the workload kept piling up. The stress was getting worse, and the goddess was one of the main figures responsible for handling all of it. Then came today's candidate. This time, the person being considered for reincarnation was a former child prodigy. He had once been extremely talented, but as he grew older, things changed. His talent seemed to disappear, and he eventually became nothing more than an average person. Still, there was one thing that made him different. Even though his talent had faded, he made up for it with pure determination. He kept pushing himself forward despite everything. At first, though, the goddess didn't think much of him. As far as she was concerned, he was just another ordinary human who had somehow earned the qualifications needed for reincarnation. Then she noticed something. Ah, it looks like you finally awakened. Or at least that's what she thought. When the goddess started teasing him, his reaction caught her attention. There was something about the way he responded that she found surprisingly entertaining. Instead of quietly accepting her words, he immediately pushed back and told her to watch her mouth. That reaction stayed in her mind. The goddess realized that this guy gave much more interesting reactions than the usual reincarnation candidates. Before long, she started messing with him whenever she had the chance. In her own words, she had basically started using him as a way to release some of her stress. She did feel a little bad. Well, maybe a little. To Alan, however, what she was doing was nothing short of pure evil. He had no idea what he had done to deserve it, and from his point of view, the goddess was simply enjoying making his life difficult. And the funny part was, the goddess didn't really regret it. Now, she suddenly remembered that former prodigy from the other day. She had given him an extremely powerful set of abilities, but she had also left some restrictions and backlash attached to them. Then she started wondering if she had actually put those limits in the right place. Maybe I should check how he's doing. The goddess opened up his information and began watching his situation. She assumed that even with the restrictions, Alan still had more than enough power to overwhelm most opponents. After all, he had received what should have been a ridiculous set of cheat abilities. So, naturally, she expected him to be doing what every other reincarnated person did. She imagined him casually overpowering everything in his path and enjoying his new life. But then she remembered something. She remembered seeing Alan completely disheartened. He had been talking about how painful everything was. He felt like he had lost so much, and the loneliness was getting to him. He was scared, hurt, and confused about what was happening around him. He had basically been left wondering why everything had become so difficult. At that moment, the goddess couldn't help but stop and stare. Wait, what is wrong with this guy? This was clearly not the reaction she expected from someone with cheat skills. So she decided to look deeper. Let's see his past activity logs. She started going through his records and watching what he had been doing since his reincarnation. And what she found was honestly strange. Alan's efforts were always being used in the most hopeless and badly timed ways possible. Watching Alan go through his normal daily life slowly became a form of comfort for her. She would watch him struggle, make mistakes, try again, and somehow end up in another ridiculous situation. Without even realizing it, checking on him had become part of her own daily routine. She couldn't admit it to herself at first. That was until the incident involving slaves. Around that time, she finally realized just how much attention she had been giving him. She had become genuinely interested in what happened to Alan next. And once she accepted that feeling, there was no going back. She had already become obsessed with watching his life unfold. Of course, she would never admit that openly. In her mind, she was still trying to justify everything. However, I'm not obsessed with him. I'm only doing this to pass the time, okay? Yeah, sure. That's what she kept telling herself anyway. And now, fine, Hestia finally admits it. Supporting her favorite is actually one of the happiest things she gets to do. She enjoys watching Alan's life, seeing what he does next, and checking how far he has come. But, of course, Hestia still tries to convince herself that there is nothing wrong with it. After all, there's an exception to every rule, right? Besides, she's not exactly giving Alan direct advice or helping him fight his battles. At least, that's what she tells herself. As a goddess, her official duties are supposed to be simple. She handles reincarnation paperwork, monitors the progress of reincarnated souls, and explains the abilities or benefits they receive. Anything beyond that, especially directly helping or advising them, is strictly forbidden. So, Hestia insists that she is doing nothing wrong. She's simply having a pleasant little chat with him. The problem is, she had already gone way beyond that. She had even studied all kinds of things directly from Alan's memories just so she could better understand him. At this point, she was clearly putting way too much effort into her fam life. But just as Hestia was enjoying herself, she suddenly heard a loud rattle nearby. Then a voice called out to her. "Hestia! Hey, can you hear me, Hestia?" Hestia immediately turned around. For someone who was supposed to be enjoying her day off, she had been called back into action pretty quickly. Well, duty calls. Before we continue, there's something important to know about the gods. Gods are able to watch the entire lives of their reincarnated souls whenever they want. They basically can view and stream everything those people are doing. And believe it or not, this is actually a very popular form of entertainment among the gods. Some gods even pay for premium subscriptions just to keep watching their favorite reincarnated humans. So in the divine realm, following the life of a reincarnated human is basically like following a popular entertainment channel. And right now, one particular channel had suddenly stopped working. Hestia went over to see who had called her. Sorry for keeping you waiting. When she arrived, she found several of the most important gods gathered together. Zeus was the first one to speak. "Hestia, did the Alan channel get banned?" He was clearly angry. "Did you seriously pull some foolish stunt knowing that Alan's channel is the main entertainment for us, the 12 Olympians?" Hestia immediately rolled her eyes. "No way. Are you seriously lecturing me the second I walk in?" Then she looked directly at Zeus. "You know, senile old men who lose their temper the moment something goes wrong aren't exactly popular." Zeus's expression changed instantly. "What did you just call me, you little—" Before things could get worse, Athena stepped in. "Shut it, Papa, you're being too loud." Then she told him to stop throwing a tantrum and focus on the actual problem. "We need to talk about getting the stream back up." Hera also joined in. "You look utterly pathetic. Please stop making a scene, dear." Zeus looked around at everyone. "I just thought you girls were looking forward to watching it too." Before the argument could continue, Apollo stepped in and tried to calm everyone down. Now, Father, Mother, Athena, everyone, please calm down. First of all, let's hear Hestia out." Then Apollo looked towards Hestia. "You have a plan in mind, don't you?" Hestia smiled. "Sharp as ever, Lord Apollo. You catch on quickly." Then she revealed what she had been planning. "You see, I'm planning to make the Alan channel premium members only." Everyone immediately looked at her. Hestia continued. "You see, my boyfriend Alan is about to become the king of sloth, isn't he?" There was a moment of complete silence. "My boyfriend?" Did she just say boyfriend? My boyfriend Alan? The other gods clearly weren't prepared for that. Hestia, however, didn't seem bothered at all.
As a celebration, I was thinking about buying a bunch of gifts for him. Aphrodite looked interested. I wonder if it's okay to spoil him rotten. Ares was completely speechless. Meanwhile, Poseidon immediately raised an important issue. Lady Hestia, directly aiding a reincarnated human is strictly forbidden. Hestia already had an answer prepared. Once Alan becomes the king of sloth, he'll unlock the unique skill familialization. She explained that she had already thought of a way around the rules.
If we enchant everyone's power directly into that skill, then we won't actually be breaking any rules. Apollo immediately understood what she was trying to do. Now I understand. You actually thought this through. Demeter also considered the idea. Since the ability is familialization, Alan himself wouldn't be receiving the power boosts directly. Artemis nodded. Exactly. As long as the power isn't directly targeting Alan, it technically doesn't violate the divine taboo. Then she realized what Hestia was planning. So the ones getting buffed would be the slaves who become his retainers, right? Hestia happily nodded. Yeah. Then she revealed the final part of her plan. The premium membership fee will be a mere 0.001% of your divine power. She smiled proudly. So please, everyone, consider subscribing. Zeus immediately realized what she was doing. Hey, you little snake, that's an abuse of divine authority. Have you no shame? But before Zeus could continue complaining, Athena simply spoke up. Sign me up. Everyone turned toward her. Hera also seemed to approve. That's surprisingly reasonable. And just like that, Hestia's plan to turn Alan's channel into a premium entertainment was already gaining subscribers. Apollo quickly joined in as well. Well, if you two are subscribing, then I'm in too. Hephaestus also told Hestia to count her in. Hermes followed right after, saying that if the plan wasn't breaking any divine taboos, then there was no reason to hold back. Sign me right up. And just like that, more voices started filling the room. Me too. Count me in as well. Me 3. One after another, the gods started subscribing. To Zeus, this was unbelievable. He looked around the room and saw nothing but a bunch of traitors. Hestia then turned toward him with a smile. What about you, Lord Zeus? She reminded him that even if his family members are subscribing, he still needs his own account under his name. So, what do you say? Zeus clearly didn't want to admit defeat. Fine, I'll join, damn it, extortionist. Then he tried to justify himself. I am the head god of Mount Olympus. It is my duty to monitor what kind of content my subjects are consuming. Nobody really seemed convinced. Apollo leaned closer and quietly whispered to Zeus. Besides, it's one of the few rare topics you can actually bond over with Mother and Athena. Zeus immediately rejected the idea. That's not it. Meanwhile, Hestia was extremely happy with how everything had turned out. She thanked everyone for supporting her and promised to hand out their viewing passes right away. Thank you all for subscribing. I'll get your viewing passes ready immediately. Then she announced that she had something else to take care of. So I'll go get started on setting up the power enchantments. Please continue to tune in and support the Alan channel. As she walked away, Hestia couldn't help but smile to herself. It had worked out perfectly. Now she couldn't wait to see what would happen next. The slaves, who already adored Alan, were about to receive even more power. Once they evolved and became an even stronger force, Hestia wanted to see exactly how Alan would react. She was already imagining his expression. What kind of face will he make when he sees them? To Hestia, this was all part of the fun. She told herself that she was simply a convenient goddess who existed to shower her favorite reincarnated human with gifts. And honestly, she was perfectly fine with that. After all, she was the one who reincarnated Alan in the first place. His soul had been shaped by everything that made him who he was, and in Hestia's mind, that connection made him someone special to her. So she happily thought to herself, more, please. Keep entertaining me, okay? Meanwhile, back on Alan's side, Alan heard someone calling him. Alan-san. His eyes slowly opened. He looked around and seemed confused. When did I fall asleep? But then he noticed something else, something that immediately made him freeze. He looked down at himself. Wait, why am I naked? Before he could figure out what had happened, a warm and playful voice came from beside him. Good morning there. Shall I warm you up again? Alan turned his head. Lying beside him was the demon of lust, who was also undressed. Alan immediately flinched. Eek! Again? He clearly had no idea what he was supposed to do with this situation. And somewhere else, the gods were still watching the Alan channel. Zeus suddenly leaned forward. Hey, did it just skip right past the best part? Hera immediately turned toward him. Dear? Zeus quickly realized that everyone was looking at him, but judging by his expression, he was definitely not ready to stop watching.